Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1, Tell me again, why haven't you two become a couple yet? And for the last time, I don't know what you mean, it has been a peaceful semester for our heroes. After Shigaraki accidentally got a safe dropped on top of him, the heroes no longer have anything to fear and they can continue with their lives free of the LOV. During those peaceful time, Izuku Midoriya has been more focused on becoming a hero and enjoying his time with his friends. Eri, an additional member of their group, is being cared for by Izuku himself and the little girl has been seeing him as a father figure calling him Papa, so Izuku has been taking good care of Eri. But of course, the little one has to have a mother figure. While it was debatable, the little girl seems to gravitate towards Okiko. This now leads to Ochiko's situation in which Mina dragged her and the other girls to her room to interrogue to ask some questions. Come on. You two are always together, you two go on dates, you two have nicknames, and more importantly. Mina pointed at Okiko herself who was wearing an All Might hoodie. You're wearing his clothes. And let's not forget you two have been taking care of Eri. Toru added, thank you. Mina cheered. Mina, is this really necessary? Asked Momo, rubbing her forehead. Sure, the two are close, but can't we just let them be? Never, yelled Mina defiantly. I can taste the love that's leaking out of the two of them. Gross, said Jiru. Shush, look, Mina, started Okiko. Sure, we are always together, but that's because we're best friends. We don't go on dates, we just hang out. Sometimes we take Eri with us. It's just that. Two friends hanging out. He only calls me Ocha and I call him D-Lies. Interrupted Mina. What? You two call each other babe or honey? If that's not true, then let God strike me where I stand. Momo was about to create a baseball bat but was stopped by Jiru. Shaking her head, she just gave Mina a disappointed stare. No, we don't. Okiko yelled with a blush on her cheeks. That has never happened. Silence, I don't know. Tsuyu, who was quiet this whole time, finally spoke. I have caught you call each other honey that one time. Flashback: a month ago, Tsuyu was going to the laundry room to get her clothes out of the dryer. Before opening the door, she heard Okiko's voice. Look, all I'm telling you is that if we use this conditioner, we'll save more, and I'm telling you that if we use this, it will smell good. Plus it's not that far off from that 1-inch, argued Izuku. It's 5 yen more expensive. Tsuyu raised her eyebrows at the strange argument between the two. She was about to open the doors and come in. Size fine, you win, babe, but can you at least consider it? You just want it, because it's All Might theme. Izuku nervously chuckled at that. But fine, I'll consider it, honey, thanks. Not wanting to ruin a moment, Tsuyu just turns around and walks away. Flashback: Andy? I caught you with your BS. Mina yelled happily. You're really passionate with this, deadpan Jiru. Shush you. Everyone then turned to Okiko, who was a blushing mess. She did not remember calling Izuku honey nor him calling her babe. Oh sure, she remembers that argument. It was one of the funny arguments they had over the past months, but she can't recall ever calling him honey. I don't remember that. Maybe Zu just heard wrong. No, I did not. Well, I don't remember it. Also, everyone turned to Momo. How about that romantic dinner you two had? The what now? Okiko, confused but was overshadowed by Mina. Deet's girl. Well, flashback: 3 weeks ago, Momo was walking down the stairs to get to the kitchen to get some water. She then heard people talking and she slowly walked down. It's been long since we last did this, said a male voice. Last time we did, you burned the noodles, said a female voice, but with amusement behind it. That was one time. Momo pressed herself at the wall and looked around the corner and was shocked at what she saw. Izuku and Okiko was at the dinner table with the lights dimmed and a small lit candle between them. In front of them was a plate of spaghetti and grilled cheese. Yeah, but you still burned it though, said Okiko, taking a bite of the grilled cheese. Coming from you, you almost blew up the oven, Izuku remarked while taking a sip of his soda. Okiko almost choked, but was still able to whisper, that was Kaminari's fault and you know it. Kaminari wasn't even there. Okiko crossed her arms and huffed whatever. Izuku just laughed and Okiko soon joined him. Not wanting to ruin the moment, Momo slowly walked back up. Flashback: end. Mina smiled. That oh-so-devilish smile that she has when her matchmaking senses go off. She slowly turns to 𝐒𝐿𝐽, who gulps at the smile she was giving. She opens her mouth to explain, but Mina grabbed her shoulders and began to shake her. Why aren't you two dating yet? Help. Tsuyu wrapped her tongue on Mina's waist and pulled her to a chair. Momo then created some acid-proof rope and tied her down. You can't keep me tied down forever. I will escape. The truth. The love. They all must be revealed. Mina began to thrash around wildly. You need a boyfriend, Jiru remarks -30 minutes later. Okay, I'm calm, Mina said calmly after being released. But seriously, why are you two not a couple yet? You two literally act like a married couple at this point. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 sighed. Sure, she and Izuku have been close. But a relationship is just way too much a commitment. She wasn't sure if she was ready for it. She has to be a hero and take care of her family, and then Eri came along. That little sunshine just brought the two of them together, and the two have been inseparable since. Were they together though? Nah, they were just very, very, very close friends. Look Mina, we're just close friends. Bullshit. Knock knock. Mina. Have you seen 𝐒𝐿𝐽 anywhere? Izuku's voice came behind the door. I'm here. She opens the door to see Izuku standing there. Seeing her, he smiled. Hey, you still good for tonight? Of course. Can't actually say no to a movie marathon. Okay. See you tonight, babe. See why, honey. She gently closed the door and turned back to her friends, who were giving her deadpan looks. Even Toru, who she couldn't see, gave off the feeling. Guys. Listen here, pink cheeks. Oh boy, this was going to be a long afternoon. Hopefully, she could still make it to her date, hangout. A friend hangout. Damn it, Mina. Many things have happened in Izuku Midoriya's life. Many of those he could count as him just having bad luck, good luck, pure coincidence, terrifying, or just plain weird. He never thought that he would be able to cross eat All Might's hair in his bucket list. There are plenty more weird things that have happened in his life. One time he was thirsty after training, and then suddenly a vending machine landed right in front of him. After confirming he wasn't attacked God knows how many times he's been attacked now, he looked at the machine and saw that it was still functioning. After buying a soda, he just walked away. Another time was his clothes suddenly go missing. His shorts would be missing for 2 days, then suddenly appearing on his bed folded. There was also his favorite hoodie, which was gone for 4 days, then just like the shorts, they suddenly appeared on his bed. His underwear though, they were never seen again. No matter where hides it, his underwear just vanishes. He wanted to report this to the teachers, but it didn't seem dire. It was only clothes. It was bothersome to go buy a set every week. We're getting off topic here. The point is, many weird things have happened to Izuku, but this has got to be the top one of it all. Izuku just woke up so that he could go to his morning run. Lifting the covers and headed to the bathroom, he faced the sink to brush his teeth, only to stop and look at his reflection. This just couldn't be. Was he still dreaming? Was he hallucinating? Was this a prank? Thoughts like those circled his mind as he kept staring at this reflection, or more specifically on his neck. On his neck was a red lipstick mark. He must be dreaming. Right. He reached his hand to the mark, touching it and rubbing his fingers a bit. Bringing it to his face, he could see his fingers a bit red. This was no dream. Someone kissed him while he was sleeping with their lipstick, and on a spot that everyone could see, he grabbed a towel and wrapped it around his head and screamed. -10 minutes later, after screaming at the bathroom, he decided to just head to his morning run. No one was awake during this hour, maybe Ida, but just like him, he also goes to a morning run, so he probably would be out right now. Faith, of course, just gave him the middle finger. As he approached the common room, he could hear the voices of multiple people. His eyes widened and he turned around and was about to walk back up the stairs when suddenly, "Good morning, Midoriya-kun. I hope you slept well." Ida, of course, decided to greet him. Turning around, he could see Ida at the very bottom of the stairs. He sighed and decided to face the music. "Gee, good morning, Ida-san." He waited for someone to just comment on it and then would just spiral to another yelling competition and someone shaking him for answers. He waited and waited. He blinked. He looked at Ida, who was on his right. He was talking about how routine exercise is beneficial and is a great example for their future. The mark was on his left and Ida was at an angle that the mark could not be seen from his side. Looking around, he could see the rest of his classmates were busy and was not paying attention to him. He briefly sighed, maybe he could get out of here safely. Midoriya Ubisas that a lipstick mark, screamed Mineta, whose cereal was now all over the place. Never thought I would say it, but, Gurmit Minet sorry Gataganabai, he yelled as he just sprinted out of the dorms. Later that night, thankfully he was able to remove the stain before class starts so that there wouldn't be any more issues and no rumors to spread. Locking his doors and windows, he was about to go to sleep, but his mind was still on the lipstick mark that was left on him. Who kissed him? Why? And how did they get in? He shrugged, maybe it was just a prank. There's no way a girl would want to kiss him anyway. He closed his eyes and fell asleep, not noticing his door slowly opening. The next day, Izuku's eyes opened and he sat up, stretching a bit to get that last bit of sleep out of him. Once he was in the bathroom, he stopped, afraid that another stain was on his neck. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself. He looked at the mirror and sighed in relief. No kiss stain, no lipstick, nothing. Smiling to himself, he then brushed his teeth and went back to his room. Taking off his shirt, he threw it into his laundry basket. He then looked at the mirror that he has in his room. He balked at what he saw. On his chest and abs were not 1, not 2, not even 3, but 6 green lipstick stains. How his voice was so hollow that he didn't know if he said it. Later that night he was going to do it. He was going to catch whoever this was. He already drank 2 mugs of coffee and 2 bottles of energy drinks. He sat down on his bed cross-legged and waited. And waited. And waited. And waited. He looked at his clock and saw that it was now midnight. He sighed, his stomach grumbled a bit hungry. Here you go, someone behind him said, and gave him an energy bar from behind. Thanks. He grabbed it and opened it. He moved the snack to his mouth but stopped. Eyes widen in realization, he moved to turn around, but the person was quicker and wrapped an arm around him while a hand was pressed to his face. He inhaled and then realized that the smell of chloroform hit his nose. His eyes were then heavy. The only thing that he remembers was something soft pressed on his back. The next day, Izuku's eyes snapped open and he stared at the ceiling for a moment. He slowly sat up and looked around. Nothing was out of the ordinary, everything seems fine. Did he dream all of that? Maybe. He moved his feet off the bed, but was startled when his foot pressed on something. Looking down, he saw an energy bar on the floor. He didn't dream it. It was real. Someone knocked him out. He bolted to the mirror and took off his shirt, almost ripping it. What he saw made his eyes almost bulge out of his skull. His torso, his neck, and his cheeks were covered in ruby red lipstick. He screamed so loud that he, Kirishima, and Tetsu were in a screaming match. Later that day, Izuku groaned awake. He looked around and found the familiar room of the nurse's office that he got acquainted with. He sighed as he remembered what happened. They were doing another exercise where it was a 5 vs 1 scenario. It was him versus Todoroki, Ida, Zero, Ojiro, and Shoji. He won the match, all tired and bruised, but he won. He was dragging the 5 students with Black Whip because they were all unconscious. Kaminari, being a bro, reached out for a high five. Izuku raised his hand, but he didn't know that Kaminari had a cold, and when their palms touched, he sneezed, giving him and the 5 students, he was dragging a shock of a lifetime. If they weren't unconscious before, they were pretty knocked out after that, especially Izuku, who just laid at the groan. The teachers might have dragged them back to the nurse's office after that, and now here he was. He sat up and went out of the bed. Recovery girl noticed him move and checked on him, saying, "Good thing you didn't broke any bones. If you did, then you'll be getting a bonk in the head, young man." He pretty much just translated it to, "Glad there's nothing serious. Be careful next time." He went to the locker room to change and take a shower. He was removing his suit as his mind began to think of the recent events that were happening, specifically the kisses. The unknown Atakakissa always went to his room and kissed him in his sleep. If he was awake, then they will just knock him out. Should he notify the teachers? Nah, this was his problem. It's not like the whole school is in danger. Whoever this was only focusing on him. It was pretty harmless though. It was still an invasion of privacy, but he will solve this problem. Maybe whoever this was just wanted to kiss somebody. Maybe for a quirk. If it was, then he would be happy to help even if he had to kiss them. He slapped himself after removing the top part of his hero costume. If I can help them, then I will. He lowered his arms but stopped as he noticed something that was at this point was familiar to him. On his forearm was a pink lipstick stain. He went to Aoyama's locker. Fortunately, it was unlocked. He will have to apologize later for invading his property, but he knew that his classmate had a mirror in his locker. Opening his locker, he looked at his reflection. The stains or kisses were kinda drawn on his right chest. The kisses formed a smiley face with its tongue out. He sighed. If you're gonna kiss me, then you might as well do it on the lips at this point, he grumbled, half annoyed and half tired. He went to the showers, not noticing the door of the male locker room open and close by itself. Later that night, Izuku was prepared. He was not getting kissed tonight. Earlier he asked Mai to make him a sort of cheap duplicate of him, something simple. In return, he would return for her experiments once a week. She agreed instantly and proceeded to make it. Scratch that, she didn't make anything, she just went to a closet and pulled a cheap copy of him. Why she had a cheap copy of him, he didn't question it. Taking it and thanking her, he then put the dummy on the bed and made sure that the covers were covering the face and the hair was noticeable. He then casually waited in a corner. And waited and waited and waited, looking at the clock. It was already midnight. He looked behind him and only saw the wall. Good. Not getting knocked out this time. He then heard a noise. He snapped in the direction and saw that his pencil fell off. Must have been the wind. The wind. He snapped at the window and saw that it was wide open. He facepalmed at his stupidity. Walking to the window, he closed it and looked around. No one was in his room. But he was not taking any chances. Grabbing his chair, he then dragged it to the corner and then sat. His eyes felt heavy, but he snapped awake. He will wait for his attacker. He was not going to sleep. He will catch them, snoring. Morning. He was afraid. No, scratch that. He was terrified. He fell asleep, and knowing his attacker, they would have probably kissed him at that point. Izuku was staring at the mirror, almost contemplating whether to just get on with it or just sell it. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to take off his shirt. He took them off and took a deep breath. He opened his eyes and, to his shock, there were no lipstick marks. He looked at his reflection as if the mirror was tricking him. He turned around and looked at his back. Nope, still no kisses. Arms. No kisses. Neck. None. Face. None. PP. He stopped. Did they? He held his breath and checked his PP. None. He sighed. Finally, it was over. You know what? I'm feeling energized. I'm going out for a run, he said energetically and proceeded to go to the bathroom with a smile on his face. He whistled a tune on the way there. Putting some toothpaste on his toothbrush, he looked at his reflection and was about to put the brush on his teeth when suddenly his lips briefly shined. He blinked. Putting down the toothbrush, he looked at his lips. There was a noticeable shine to them. He liked his lips and he tasted a hint of strawberry. Lip gloss. His mind was coming up with excuses. That maybe the attacker put lip gloss on him and that was it, but that would be out of character with the rest of the night's meaning. They kissed him. On the lips. His scream was heard inside the teachers' dorms, where present MIC sat up hearing the scream. That afternoon he was going crazy. Whoever this attacker was, they were smart, they were patient and they were crafty. He now knows that his room was not safe, or any room at all, considering he got kissed in the nurse's office. He had nowhere to hide. Hey Green, he jumped at that. He turned around and saw Kyoka. Oh, hey Jiru, you good? You've been mumbling over there for a storm, he chuckled lightly. Well, I was just thinking of stuff. She raised her eyebrows. Fine. But I came to tell you that Ida wants to remind you that it's your turn to cook dinner tonight. Okay, thank you. It better not be katsudon, she smirked. He pouted at that. Katsudon is not the only thing I know how to cook, really. Doesn't seem like it, he lightly grumbled, but he was amused. He and Kyoka have gotten a bit closer, same with the rest of the girls, but Jiru is different. It was refresher earth to green. Coming green is, he yelped a bit, not noticing he went on a mumble spree once more. They were now in the common room. Most people were out training, in their rooms, or just lazing around somewhere. Seriously, are you alright? Yeah, just. Haven't gotten any sleep is all, he sighed tiredly. She raised her eyebrow. My room just doesn't feel same as of right now. Why don't you sleep in my room? She offered, slightly blushing. I'm gonna go and have a sleepover at Momo's, so you can take my room for now. I don't want to be a bother, you're not. She reached into her pockets, fishing out a key. She then handed it to him. Just go to my room around 8 and I'll be long gone. Just don't go snooping around, she smirked. She knows he wouldn't, it was just fun to tease him sometimes. I would never. His face was now fully red. He looked at the key. Thanks, he smiled at her. There, go shoo. She made a shooing motion and he laughed. He went upstairs, leaving Ghirou behind. She then felt someone was watching her. 5 sets of eyes to be precise. She turned to the kitchen where the stare was coming from and smirked. We don't have a sleepover tonight. Oh, I know, she smiled. Don't do anything suspicious, Ghirou, coming from the girl who kissed him on the lips, but don't worry. I won't be kissing him on the lips. Oh, bold one are you. You kissed him at the nurse's office. I'm just doing the same. Don't do anything you'll regret, Ghirou. You're the one that broke our deal. No making a move to him, remember. Ghirou then proceeded to the elevator and go to her room. Later that night, Izuku could feel himself relax as he opened Jiraiya's door. Whoever his attacker was, they would never imagine that he was in this room. He looked around Jiru's room. Jiraiya's room is so cool. He dropped his bag. Inside were just some extra clothes he brought. Good night, sleep, here I come. He then flopped on her bed, and the scent of lavender instantly hit his nose. He inhaled and exhaled slowly. To hell with it, he then removed his shirt, leaving him in just his shorts. Confident that his attacker would never get him, bring it on whoever you are, he laid down and sleep soon overtake him. Creak, the closet door slightly opened. A figure stepped out and the closet door was gently closed by what appears to be earphone jacks. The figure stood at the end of the bed. They smiled and proceeded to crawl on Izuku's sleeping body. The figure traced with their fingers the scars that littered Izuku's body. They licked their lips and then whispered, my turn. The figure then crawled lower. The next day, Izuku woke up refreshed, having the best sleep he ever had. Getting out of Jiru's bed and proceeded to check his upper body. No kisses. Ha! Take that! He yelled victoriously. Yo, Green, I know my bed is comfortable, but are you awake? Yelled Jiru from the other side of the door. Yeah. He then cleaned the bed and puffed the pillows quickly. Grabbing his bag, he opened the door. Ghirou, seeing him, blushed and slammed the door. Izuku was confused and then she yelled, wear a shirt, damn it. He looked down and saw that he was still shirtless. He yelped and shouted an apology. He found his shirt on the floor. Putting it on, he opened the door once more, seeing Ghirou with a slight blush on her cheeks. Seems you had a good night's sleep. Why, thanks by the way, no prob. Now go, classes start in an hour and you need a shower. He agreed and jogged back to his room. Meanwhile, Ghirou went to her room. Locked it, and stared at her bed. She then plopped face first on her bed and inhaled. She sighed in satisfaction. His scent was still there. She probably would be late for classes today. Back to Izuku, he got back to his room and found nothing out of the ordinary. Taking his stuff, he then proceeded to the male's shower. He was pretty early, so he was the first one there. He then began to take off his clothes. His mind then wandered back to his attacker not showing up the other night and was relieved to find that he could actually run from them. Now the only problem was to actually catch them. Whoever they may be. He removed his boxers and stopped midway when he noticed a stain was popping out of the waistband. No. He removed his boxers and to his horror, he saw a lipstick stain with a color of a dark shade purple on his PP. No. All over his PP, his inner thigh had kisses. But no. The one that had the most attention was his. Izuku's scream could be heard by Nezu in the principal's office. Screaming. But it ain't Monday yet. How did it come to this? It's not that bad. Kendo looked up and stared at Setsuna, who was looking at her mischievously while scratching her head. Kendo sighed and looked around. They were in the 2B dorms. Filling the common room was the 2B girls and 2A girls. The boys of both classes were out on their little outing, leaving the girls of both classes alone. This was of course a good opportunity to address the elephant of the room. So you're telling me Momobe and all of us in this room are in love with Izuku Midoriya? All of them nodded. Some were shy but still nodded like everyone else. How? You see, it all started all those years ago when a baby suddenly glowed. Setsuna tries to explain but was stopped when Kendo chopped on her neck. Her head then suddenly popped off and landed on the ground. The 2A girls were not used to Setsuna's jokes and they all yelped. Kendo sighed. Sets, enough, this meeting is a headache enough as it is. Setsuna pouted and blew a raspberry, her head then floated back to her body and reattached itself. Anyway. Yes, all of us here are in love with Izuku Midoriya, and again, how? Everyone grew silent. Each one of them have their own experiences on they fell for the guy, heck some of them didn't even mean to, it just happened. 1 minute they were talking and then boom, you can't stop thinking about him. What if we all tell how we fell for him? Everyone turned to Tsuyu. It's obvious that no one's going to say anything. So why not just tell how each of us got attracted to him? Everyone looked at each other. Fine, but you guys first. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐝. Mina pushed 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 up front. Why me? You were the first person to fall in love with him. Mina then gave her a medal and the honor should be yours. Come on. We won't judge, Setsuna commented. While Setsuna is a bit pushy, Leiko started, making Setsuna pout at her. She is correct. You are among friends here, no judgment shall be made in this abode. Give us the deets, girl. Pony cheerfully yelled. She seemed to have noticed that she said that in English and quickly corrected herself. Okay fine. 𝐒𝐿 sat down and the girls leaned in. Some already know the story, but it was always a joy to hear it again. It all started at the entrance exam flashback. UA entrance exam. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. This was the thoughts of 𝐒𝐿 Uraraka as her ankle was trapped under a pile of rubble. Get up, 𝐒𝐿. You need to pass. You wanted to be a hero, remember? She tried to move her ankle, but a sharp pain caused her to yelp. Damn it, okay. Just gotta remove the gravity and then slip through. 1, 2-ish, 3. She looked up as the wind suddenly picked up and saw a man flying towards the 0-pointer. What is he? Whatever her thought was, it died the moment the man punched the 0-pointer's head in. She didn't believe that much in fantasies or talk in seeing things in slow motion, but the moment she looked at the man, all she saw was a hero defeating a villain in the air with a cape and saving her. And was now falling to his death. Crap baskets. She slapped the concrete that was on her ankle and made it float. She crawled towards a robot's head, quickly climbing on top of it. She made it float and floated up. Come on, 𝐭𝐚𝐲. He was in arm's reached and she did the most logical thing she thought of. She slapped him. Flashback in PFVH. Setsuna laughed, interrupting the story. Most of the girls looked at her in disappointment. I'm sorry, haha. But come on, ha. She couldn't finish what she was saying as she just laughed. Everyone looked at her, waiting for her to finish. Snicker. Their heads turned as they saw 𝐒𝐿 trying hard not to laugh and failing. It was not long as all of them were now laugh or just giggling. Okay. I'm good, Setsuna said, now calming down, and soon everybody else was too. But come on, why did you just slap him? It was the first thing that come to mind at the time. 𝐒𝐿 tried to counter. Talk about a memorable first impression. Setsuna smirked and 𝐒𝐿 just pouted. So, what happened after that? Ibara asked, intrigued by the story. Oh. Well, I basically saved him, but it took a lot out of me. Pretty sure I saw my puke as rainbows at that time. More giggles. Is that how you fell for him? Kinoko, the mushroom girl, asked, saved by a hero and then fell in love. Oh no, I think that was the first time I had a sort of attraction to him. It was just something, you know. The feeling of helplessness, almost giving up, and was just desperate to get saved, and then whoosh. She made her hands make an explosion motion. This man just jumps and pretty much obliterate it with one punch. Likey. Setsuna had a faraway look. Kendo smirked. If I remember correctly, you pretty much went into a blushing, stuttering mess when you fell for him. Setsuna blushed and pointed accusingly at her friend. Oh, that's rich coming from you. You pretty much couldn't stop staring at him, and when he looked your way you would panic and hide. Kendo blushed and just tackled her friend with the intent to strangle her. Momo tried to calm them down, while Pony and Kinoko were cheering and chanting fight. Fight, fight. Eventually Ibara had enough and wrapped the two students with her vines and sat them down on their respective chairs. Honestly, you two are children sometimes, she sighed and rubbed her temple. Sorry mom, Setsuna teased, which Ibara just glared at her. She raised her hands as an act of surrender. Apologies for my classmates. Oh, don't worry, please continue. Mina smiled cheekily. Nothing like a good catfight to rile someone up. Kendo blushed while her eyebrows twitched at this, while Setsuna just grinned. Go. I think you and I are going to be the best of friends. Setsuna hugged Mina and Mina just hugged back. Nope. Toru, too, as invisible student, pulled them apart. The spot for bestie is full. Ah, I can always share ac. Setsuna was once again stopped by Kendo 2A just laughed at their antics, then 𝐿𝐿𝐼 decided to continue on with the story. What happened next? Oh. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 then began to tell the tale of almost adventure that she and Izuku shared. From the first heroic class up to the summer camp. While 2B were in awe, they never interacted that long with Izuku, and hearing it from 𝐒𝐿𝐼's point of view pretty much told them that Izuku was a force of nature and had the heart of a hero through and through. I know, right? Toru exclaimed, no matter how many times we hear it, it just sounds awesome every time. It's not that amazing, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 quietly countered but was still heard. Girl, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, Izuku sounds awesome. Pony a hero for sure. 𝐿𝐼, well glad you think so. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 smiled softly at that. While it was true that for her it wasn't that amazing, but her time with Izuku was an enjoyable one. Filled with adventures, shenanigans, and occasional affection here and there. But wait, when was the time you fell for him then? Here. Oh. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 scratched her head a bit. It's a bit silly. She sat up a bit straight and began to tell the last part of her tale. It was during an internship. You guys remember the overhaul fight? Of course. That was epic. Yes, that was truly a sight to behold. Good. Well, while we were inside this building, Nightai, who Izuku was interning with, had a vision. Everybody leaned in. Your flashback, overhaul fight, underground, he'll kill Midoriya and escape. At that point, the life in 𝐒𝐿𝐼's eyes vanished and all she saw was her and Izuku. All the times they shared, all the tears, lots of tears, the laughter, the fights, the suffering, his smile, his laugh, his freckles, the way his eyes just shine with joy every time he talks about quirks or heroes. All of these things and more flood her mind. And she couldn't bear the thought of losing him. To never see his smile, to never see the joy in his eyes. To never see him again. Her body moved on its own. We can't. But then a sharp pain went throughout her body. She was so tired. She wanted to move. To go to him. She struggled to say as her body was denying her. I don't want to lose him. I don't. Why? Why don't I want to lose him? Why am I fighting so hard even though I'm so tired and my body is aching all over? Why do I want to see his smile? To see him happy? Why does she want to be with 𝐻? As she stopped moving as everything processed in her mind. Everything that she was thinking and everything that happened between them. She grits her teeth. So, we're supposed to do nothing. Even if you told me that. I'm going. Why? Because I love him. Flashback end, and that's about it. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 looked up and was expecting everyone to just look at her with smiles ready to laugh. Honestly, it sounded like a cheesy fanfiction. What she didn't expect was that everyone was in tears with smiles or wobbly smiles. Momo had stars in her eyes with some tears. Kyoko was just looking at her in awe. Mina and Toru had napkins beside them. Tsuyu just had a smile on her face. She looked at the 2B and Kendo was just like Jiru had an awed look on her face. Setsuna was slack-jawed. Ibara had a hand on her mouth. Pony and Kinoko were copying Mina and Toru and were pretty much bawling with tears. 𝐿𝐼 was smiling, wiping a small tear from her eye. Yua's mouth was in an O shape. Guys. Then the common room erupted. Woo go Uraraka. That was appealing, a splendid tale indeed. It was so romantic. I know, right? The common room was just filled with chatter as the 2A girls and 2B girls just talked and talked about what their favorite part of the story was, and how she just admitted it right then and there. You okay, Kiro? 𝐒𝐿𝐼's best friend, Tsuyu Asui, asked her in concern. Yeah, it's just not what I expected. You told them a story of how you just fell in love with someone in the most romantic way possible. What did you expect, Kiro? I don't know. Soon the chatter slowly died down and they were all beaming at her while she just blushed as she was now the center of attention. Looks like you got it hard. But if you think I'm gonna back off, then you're wrong. Setsuna declared with a challenging smile. While I don't agree with challenging someone, Kendo started sending a small glare to her friend. I agree on the part I'm not backing off. My experience may not be as strong as yours, but I know that what I feel for him is true. She confidently declared, and the girls just whistled and clapped. Kendo blushed, replaying her words in her head. Me too. Me 3, me 4. And me as well, each girl of 2B declared, while 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and the rest of the girls would feel threatened. They all came to an agreement long ago. If that's true, then there's no need to fight. There is a compromise, Momo stated. Compromise. Tsuyu suddenly raised a boombox and pressed play. It then played the Russian anthem. No, I mine. Some would assume this would be Setsuna, but no, dear readers. This was not Setsuna. This was Yui Kodai. First you must pass the initiation test, Mina said suddenly, wearing a suit and shades. What is it? You must like Izuku's sweaty abs. Oh god, yes. Momo, can you make me a bat? Asked Kendo, feeling tired from dealing with Setsuna. She did not have the patience for a corny, I'm only kidding. Mina dropped the shades. Or you now sounded sad and everyone just looked at her. How thirsty are you, woman? Very. Momo coughed at her hand to at least have some sort of control over the situation. As much as this is enjoyable, I believe it's someone else's turn to tell their tale, right? We are burning daylight here and the boys are not gonna be gone forever. So, who's next? The question lingered in the room and everyone looked at each other, obviously not too keen on going next. Akiko meanwhile got behind Mina and with a fierce aura and glowing pink eyes were prepared to push her to get her revenge. I'll do it. They turned to see Tsuyu, who was now walking to the chair that Akiko won Saturday. It's only fair since Akiko went first. I'll go next. Kendo raised her hand. You also raised her hand. Fine, let's get this over with. I'm next after Kodai. Gyro raised her hand, her jacks slightly twitching out of nervousness. Well then I shall go after Gyro. Momo volunteered. I'm next after Momo. Mina raised her hands. I'm next after my bestie. Toru emphasizing the word my and facing the direction of Setsuna, who just rolled her eyes. Girl, I'm going to steal her from you. Oh no you don't, girls. Come on, there's enough Mina for the both of you, Mina teased while trying to calm them both down. The two girls looked at each other, then at Mina. Nope, Mina cried, and the girls laughed. After a few minutes, this was the order they chose. Tsuyu would go next, then Kendo, then Yui, then Gyro, then Momo, then Mina, then Toru, then Setsuna, then Kinoko, then Pony, then Leiko, and lastly Ibara. Okay Frogo, enlighten us with a tale of romance, Setsuna said dramatically with a bow. Some of the girls giggled at her, while Leiko was annoyed a little bit, her eyebrows twitching. I somehow feel offended for some reason. I'm not sorry anyway. Zu started. I officially met my Doria-chan on the first day of school like anyone else. For me, he stood out like a sore thumb. Kiro, for a plain-looking guy he sure stands out a lot, Pony commented, but under that cute face is a body of a Greek god. Mina exclaimed, getting air from Setsuna. Yes, he's adorable and hot to the point it should be illegal. Zu commented, when we did the quirk apprehension test, I assumed that his quirk wasn't suited for the tests. Maybe his quirk was related to how fluffy his hair was. It's too fluffy. It must be pet. Screw petting. I want to bury my head on that hair. Yeah. Everyone just looked at Setsuna and Mina, agreeing with each other and pretty much becoming fast friends. Toru just crossed her arms and looked away. Fluffiness to the max. Kiro, she then put her finger beneath her lip. Anyway, imagine my surprise when suddenly he just throws a ball, launches it, and breaking his finger in the process. It seems like an Izuku thing to do. The girls agreed to what Momo stated. Yep, so that was the first time I could say that I had a sort of attraction to him, Tsuyu then added, but it's only interest or curiosity at that time. So, when did you fall in love with him? I'll tell you at the end of the story, but the next one would be when I had a crush on him. Ooh, juicy. Deets girl. Toru, Mina, and Setsuna said at the same time. Kendo and Momo just sighed and mumbled, dear God, now there's three of them. Sighs. Yeah, it was at the Yute honestly. 2A flinched a bit, while Toru just shifted a bit. Are you guys okay? Setsuna, her teasing grin gone and was replaced with a concerned look. I know that when heard of it we pretty much challenged you guys, but are guys truly okay? We're fine. Momo started slowly. Hound dog visits us from time to time to check on us. But, yeah, Akiko started scratching her arm. I guess it helps that we're not alone. We all sometimes talk about it. It helps make it feel like you're not alone in this. Some of the girls smiled, remembering a certain somebody helping them. So yeah, USJ. Flashback, USJ. Sure, let's crumble the symbol's pride in a blink of an eye. Tomura Shigaraki was in front of Tsuyu, hand outstretched and ready to turn the girl to dust. The girl just stood there, she couldn't move. She was scared. Is this how she dies? Is this how her story ends? All she could think about was her family. Her siblings waiting for her at home, her mother and father greeting her when they come back from work. Her life flashed before her eyes and suddenly stopped at specific memory. The Princess and the Knight is a storybook she once read when she was a kid. One of her favorite books. She loves the story of a appealing princess and meeting a knight that would protect and love her always. She hoped she would find her knight one day. But fate seems to not be on her side, and then she saw movement coming from her right. She saw Izuku in the air, arm ready for a punch with the angriest face she has ever seen on him. Get away from her, my 𝐤𝐤𝐲𝐷. Wind picked up that sent some of the villains hurling in the air. The water was violently splashed around and even the lights and the windows shattered. Smoke slowly started to clear as Tsuyu looked in Izuku's direction, face with anger still on his face, but was then turned to shock, and she knew why. The giant bird monster was in front of him and tanked his punch. The monster grabbed his arm, and at that moment Tsuyu snapped. She got out of the villain's grasp and shot her tongue out, her body and mind synchronized and focus on one thing: save him. Time slowed down, and by each passing second, the monster was inching closer and closer to Izuku. Then the doors of the USJ burst open. I am here. Flashbacking, after that, I stayed at his side right until I needed to get home. Tsuyu finished her tale and the girls had stars in her eyes. It seems as though you have found your knight, Leiko said fondly. It would seem so. Why didn't you go make a move then? Kinoko asked, and Tsuyu pointed at Okiko. Said girl had a blush on her cheeks and confusion on her face. Because she's my best friend. Even I knew at the time that she somewhat had similar feelings. Kero said girl was steaming right now. Okay, but something happened that made you want the greenie. What was it? Honestly. The same time with Okiko at the overhaul fight, but mine was different. How? Kendo leaned in, interested in how the friends differ. Well, flashback, overhaul fight aftermath, nighttime. It was the day that they came back from the overhaul case and the returning students were wide awake. One of the students was Tsuyu Asui, who was staring at her ceiling, sleep, unable to shake everything that has happened. What she went through pretty much shook her understanding of being a hero. Risking their lives, going home, saving people, failing to save people, fighting and watching your friends' fights that they might not come back to heal, kill Midoriya and escape. One of the things that was stuck in her mind was that one phrase. The moment she heard it, her body just went numb. She couldn't believe it. She didn't want to believe it. Izuku faced a lot of people, and yet he always comes back. But just the way she heard it, just how he was so sure it will happen. Her body just went on auto for the rest of the fight, hoping and praying that he would be alright. That he would win and smash that villain to the ground, and he will smile. Like he always does. Seeing him standing there, villain down and him still standing up, sent a sense of relief throughout her body. And now she's back at the comforts of her room, phrase still circling over and over and over again. He's alive, he'll kill Midoriya, he won, he'll kill Midoriya, he's still here, he'll kill Mida. She stopped that thought and closed her eyes to get some sleep. As sleep starts to finally go to her, she then saw a glimpse of Izuku on the ground. She sat up and started to hyperventilate. I need to see him, she tossed her covers to the side and walked out of her room. Careful not to wake anyone up, she walked to the elevator and went to the second floor where his room was. What was she doing? She was now standing in front of his room. He's alive, right? I should just go back. Whatever her thought was, it died the moment the door opened and saw Izuku himself, clearly awake. The moment she saw him, she rushed in and hugged him. And he whispered, yelled, startled by the sudden hug coming from a girl, but then he noticed how tightly she was hugging him. Oh, call me Zu, he chuckled weakly and decided to hug her back. Tsuyu felt hugs before. She felt parental affection, pride, and just overall love of a parent from the hugs she got from her parent, the love of a sibling from her sibling, a friend from Okiko. But she never felt this hug before. She never felt so safe knowing that this man can level a building and yet gently hug her as if she'll break any moment, made her feel safe around his arms. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, I just needed to see you. Why? I thought you were gonna die when you were fighting overhaul. Kero, well, I didn't, see. I'm hugging you right now, yeah? She then asks, are you okay? Yeah, I'm gonna be okay, but you're not right now. Yeah. Wanna sleep together? Kero Asui-san. Zu and I meant sleeping next to each other, then out of nowhere she then had the urge to tease him, unless of course, you want to. She put her finger at the bottom of her lip while Izuku was busy malfunctioning. She, of course, was also affected. Why did I say that? Mina, I blame you, Zu then continues, and besides, you and I need the company. So just this once, let's comfort each other. Tsuyu smiled and Izuku relented if he was going to be honest. He didn't want to be alone right now. Fine, both of them crawled on the bed. It was enough to fit 2 people, so they were fine. They were both facing the ceiling, Izuku impersonating a tomato as it dawned on him that he was sleeping next to a cute girl. And then Izuku yawned. Good night. He felt a kick on his legs. He looked at Tsuyu and saw her glare. Zu. Good night, Zu. She smiled, and soon sleep overtake him and he was slightly snoring. Zu turns to her side, now facing Izuku. She brushes Izuku's hair with her fingers, looking at how his chest slowly rises and falling. She didn't want to lose him. The princess has found her knight, and she will never let go of him. Sorry, Ocha, but I love him. Sleep soon overtook her as well, and before she succumbs to a peaceful sleep, her mind had one last thought: cute hair. Flashback in, and that's about it. Tsuyu finished her tale and looked at everybody, and just like before, some of them had tears in their eyes. Mina then points accusingly at her. No fair. You cuddled with him. I also want cuddles. Mina, you could just ask him, Toru suggested, and Mina looked at her suspiciously. You're speaking from experience, aren't you? Toru let out a small "ee." Now Mina, there's no need to kill your friends for the fact that you haven't hugged Izuku yet. Momo tries to calm her down. You hugged him too, haven't you? Mina pointed an accusing finger at her, and she also let out an eep. Has everyone already hugged him? Several hands were raised, and she balked. She then saw Yui and Ibara not raising their hands. Fine. Ibara and you guys are now my best friends. Hey, yelled Setsuna and Toru. The 2 looked at each other and nodded, forming an alliance as they tried to pry Mina from the 2 girls. 10 minutes has passed and everything was normal. I must say, Asuzu, your story is quite wholesome. Leiko commented, yeah, Asuzu, your story was like a fairy tale. Being saved by a hero and never ever want to leave him. Pony Asuzu, they could have imagined it, but they could see Zu holding a gun while saying that. Zu, that was quite a story. You and Uraraka basically are the same when you realized you don't want to lose him. Yep, so anyway, that was my story. Kendo, you're up. Kiro. Tsuyu stands up and heads back to her seat. Kendo coughed lightly and went to the confession chair. So, my story is a bit tamer than the first 2, Kendo confessed. I'll start with when we actually met. Frankly, a lot of 2B just met him in the sports festival, saw him take first place at the race, the cavalry battle, and then the finals. 2B smirked, remembering that was pretty much the only time they saw Izuku in full action and felt some sort of attraction. While the rest may have felt a crush or something, I only felt admiration for him. She remembers how he fought Todoroki. No matter how much his body breaks, he just keeps going, refusing to give up. When I saw him fight and break his bones in the process, I thought, this kid is crazy. 2A laughed. That was their Izuku, all right. I thought that was it. After shattering his fingers, then I thought he was done, but then he went plus ultra. 2A said simultaneously with a knowing smile. Yeah, he just keeps going, and that inspired me. Kendo's eyes changed to something akin to a determined look. No matter what, he just doesn't give up. No matter how much his quirk hurts him, he refuses to back down. It was at that moment that I wanted to be like him. That's our Izuku, all right. From shy boy to an inspiration to all, Mina said, all so knowingly, and the girls in the room agreed. So, Setsuna started with a grin that yells at, gonna tease you now. When did you have a crush on the greenie? Where is the juicy deets? We will. It's actually at the forest training camp. Flashback. Forest training camp. It was nighttime and the students were resting after a long day of fighting the beast monsters. Majority of the students were now in their rooms, some but not all. Itsuka Kendo was laying down outside surrounded by trees. She was close to the lodge, so she wasn't hard to find. She just needed some fresh air and to look at the stars for a moment. She couldn't help but feel she was kind of useless when they were fighting the beast forest. Sure, she helped like everyone else. She used her quirk and led her class to the lodge. But she couldn't help but feel that she kind of bland. Her quirk was John Fist. That's it. She makes her fist bigger and it helps her in a fight. She uses it in offense and defense and pretty much honed it to the point that she mastered it. But seeing everyone performed, she couldn't but feel like she wasn't enough. She shakes her head. What was she thinking? She was in UA, earned her seat, and is now training to be a hero. She deserved to be here. Right. Suddenly she heard rustling behind her. Years of battle instinct took over and she got up, turned around, and went to a battle stance. Out of the bushes came out Izuku Midoriya, concerned on his face turned relief. Seeing her stance he raised his hands to show he wasn't a threat. Kendo sighed seeing the 2A student. Hey Midoriya, what are you doing here? Oh. I was looking for you actually. She raised her eyebrows and he continued, I heard from your CC class that you went outside and I came to look for you. Kendo smiled. Well thanks, I was just thinking of something. I'll go back in a minute. Oh okay. He was about to turn around and walk back in, but he then looked at her eyes. Kendo raised her eyebrows a bit seeing that he stayed and just stared at her. Mido don't, he said one word and she closed her mouth. Don't belittle yourself. Her eyes widened at that and she shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about Midoriya, we should head back in. She took a step forward, but then he also walked towards her blocking her way. What does your eyes? He gestured to his own eyes. They're saying you doubt yourself. Don't. She stopped and looked at him. You doubt if you're enough. You are. You doubt if what you did was enough. It was. Don't let that tiny little voice in your head tell you otherwise. Why? Because you're Itsuka Kendo, a martial artist that honed her body to the arts of fighting with a quirk to back it up. Itsuka was so shocked, she couldn't speak. It was exactly what she was worried about, and yet this boy, this man just straight up murdered her worries and said F off. And he was right. She was Itsuka Kendo. Proud martial artist. But of course, Izuku was not done. Because he would ingrain in her mind that she was enough and no one can say otherwise. He grabbed her shoulders and made her look at him. Did he always have those freckles you? Ah. Enough. It was quite a sight truly, it was as if someone pulled a page from a romance novel. Here they were standing under a moonlight filled with stars in the sky, surrounded by trees all alone as the cold wind gently tickled them. Or at least they were alone. Both students stood up straight and turned to see Tiger and Ragdoll looking at them while having smiles. The two students just stood there silently hoping they won't be punished. You're not in trouble you two, but you do need to go inside now. Tiger said, and both students nodded, and they walked to their respective rooms accompanied by the two heroes. Tiger accompanied Midoriya while Ragdoll accompanied Kendo. They were in front of the 2B girls' room when Ragdoll suddenly says quietly while having a Cheshire grin. Here we are. Next time please don't run off with your boyfriend alone at night. She turns and walks away leaving Kendo with a blush on her cheeks at the word boyfriend, nor did she deny it. Flashbacking after that, I just couldn't stop thinking about him, told my mom and she told me that I have found my true love. Well turns out, she was right, Setsuna said with a grin of her own. Yeah, are we just going to ignore the fact that Izuku just smooth-talked Kendo without stuttering? Setsuna said, weird out that no one is pointing it out. It's Izuku. The majority of the girls said, the moment Izuku sees you're doubting yourself or someone harming you, he'll go plus ultra to cheer you up. Some of the girls agreed, remembering how they fell for Izuku. Breaking news. Izuku is one hell of a smooth-talking BS, a hot smooth-talking BS. What she said, so when did you fall for him? Momo asked, unless of course, that was the time you fell for him. No, I fell for him. After the Culture Festival deets. Well, flashback, end of Culture Festival, sunset. Itsuka Kendo is seen seating on a bench staring at the sunset. She was resting and reviewing what happened today. It was fun. She had fun. Sure, she was forced to do the pageant, but she had fun. Izuku was also there, so she stopped that train of thought. The guy was in her thoughts ever since the training camp and he just won't go away. Even her dreams are filled with him and her just laying on the grass and just looking at clouds. She sighed, she never thought she would have those thoughts. Her personality is more like a tomboy, girly isn't her forte. The pageant was the first time she was girly for once, and the fact that Izuku saw her made her heart skip a beat. She wasn't confident that she would get him. He might like girls that are a bit more girly or curvy, considering his friends were Ochiko, Tsuyu, and Momo. Girls who are pretty much hot, seki, and curvy. She was a tomboy and masculine. He wouldn't want her. She sighs and looks at the sunset. Oh, how she wished he was here right now. Fortunately or unfortunately for her, fate was of course a matchmaker sometimes and would proceed to be so, as suddenly in front of her was a treat. A candy apple. Following the arm to the owner, she found herself staring at the man she was wishing to be by her side. Want some? He smiled. Why was that smile so damn good? She nodded and grabbed the snack. Taking a bite, she smiled at the sweetness. Call her childish, but sweet will always be a joy for her. So, what's wrong? Was she really that obvious? Your eyes are telling me something's bothering you. Okay, maybe she could turn this around. What's with you and my eyes? Are my eyes that pretty for you to keep staring at them? She heard from Momo that he was easy to tease and turn into a blushing mess. Hopefully, this would get him to back off a bit. Yes. Yes, they are, he said without missing a beat and still with that DMN smile of his. Not expecting her teasing would backfire, she turned red and looked away from him and focused on her treat. Midoriya was just there waiting for her patiently while eating his candy apple. It's just girl troubles, she said weakly. How the hell do you say that you're having problems with your crush while talking to said crush? Oh, well, maybe I could help. Or not. He scratched his head, making his hair slightly move back and forth. I wonder if it's soft. I could always lend an ear. I'm not good with this stuff, but I just can't help it. Whenever I see someone sad, hurt, or in danger, I just can't help but do something. Why? She asked curiously. She wasn't prepared as Izuku turned to her with a gentle smile and determined look in his eyes. Because meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. Her eyes widened hearing those words from him. It was a cheesy line, but it fitted so perfectly for him. How the orange hue of the sunset just made him glow, and how the wind just makes his hair go side to side. Everything that was happening was just perfect. Was she falling for him? She looked away, face still stunned, and her mind was going haywire. Oh, I'm not, am I? Izuku just stared at her, waiting patiently. She then caved in. It's just, there's this guy that I like and I just don't think he'll like me back, trying to not give away that the guy she likes is currently seating beside her. Why? Snorts. Why? He asks. She looks at him with a smile. If you haven't noticed, Midoriya, I'm not that girly. Heck, in the pageant I just broke some boards. Not actually girlfriend material there. And what do you mean? And slightly annoyed as he was not getting the problem. Most guys, no offense, like girls that are girly, not someone who could break their back with one chop. Izuku was silent, probably thinking this through. Kendo was feeling ridiculous now, thinking her words were stupid and were about to apologize. I really don't see a problem. I mean, sure, most guys like girls that are girly, he said, girly with some air quotes that made her smile. But not all guys. If the guy doesn't like you because you're not girly enough for him, then he's missing out. How many times was she shocked during this conversation? He fully turns to her, looking at her deep in the eyes. Kendo, you're appealing. You're one of the most appealing girls I have ever met. So what, if you're not girly? Your eyes are so pretty that someone could get lost in them. Your hair, whenever the wind makes it sway, emphasizes the beauty. Your knowledge and experience in martial arts make you a formidable opponent. Not only are you a strong woman, but you're also appealing. That's a deadly combo. You, Itsuka Kendo, are appealing, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. If the guy that you like doesn't like you back because you're not girly, again with the air quotes, then he should get his eyes and his brains checked. After all, you are the real deal and no one should pass up. He was done with his rant. Not noticing mid-rant, he held both of her hands in his hands. Itsuka was, well, she died. Her face was so red and hot someone could fry an egg. Her brain was fried and was trying to calm itself down and failing. Itsuka Kendo. His eyes determined and with a smile that could rival 1,000 suns, asked her, will you be my girlfriend? Flashback. Interrupt. Bullshit. Setsuna, Mina, Gyro, Okako, Pony said the same thing at the same time, interrupting Kendo's story. Kendo blushed and Setsuna pointed an accusing finger at her. I refuse to believe that's what he said. That's what it felt like at the time. Kendo sighed dreamily and had a faraway look. Boo, tell us the truth. Fine. Flashback continuation. Itsuka Kendo, his eyes determined and with a smile that could rival 1,000 suns, smiled and said, a man will be lucky to have you, and if he doesn't appreciate you, then know that someone with enough common sense will. She looked at his smile, the same smile that comforted her. and find no lie to whatever he just said. He was telling the truth. And she, Itsuka Kendo. I fell for him, has fallen truly in love with Izuku Midoriya. Flashbacking, and there you have it. It seems that everyone is in a teary mood as the majority of the girls were holding tissues. That was appealing. Okako yelled, eyes watery and biting a napkin. It sounds like a fairy tale, Kinoko commented, drying her eyes. This just in. Izuku is a smooth-talking beat, is Setsuna wiping a tear from her eyes. Meanwhile in Dagobah, Izuku sneezed, stopping mid-push-up. Oh bro, you okay? Kirishima asked. Yeah, you've been sneezing all day. Oh yeah, just felt like someone was talking about me. Let's continue, right? It is seen that Izuku is doing push-ups while Tetsu and Kirishima were on top of him, trying to push each other off. Back to the dorms. I think we established that the majority of the girls agreed. Welp, you're next. Kendo got off the chair and you went and sat down. She then pulled out her phone and began to type. You ding. All of the girls' phones just gave off a sound. Inspecting it, they discovered that you made a group chat. The 𝐼𝐼 could I, so I fell in love with him while doing groceries. Wait, so you're going to tell your story through Discord? Mina asked. You nodded. She doesn't talk much. I mean, sure, she speaks some sentences, but I guess telling a story is quite long, so I guess I kinda get it. Setsuna added, assisting Kodai in explaining. Said girl nodded. Oh, well, go ahead, girl. The 𝐼𝐼 okay, so yes, I fell in love with him while doing groceries for the dorms. Tokage, wait, was it the time that you returned home with a smile on your face? Kodai, yes. Just like Kendo, I noticed Midoriya at the sports festival, but it was only interest and not actual love. Unlike your stories, I straight up fell for him there. Uraraka, we all have our own pace, so go ahead. But do you love him? Kodai, yes. I want to be with him, I want to support him, I want to see him smile. It's when he's there that I can feel Shiozaki safe. Komori happy. Yoirozu yourself. Kodai, yes. To all I mean Kendo, oh wow, what happened? Kodai, well, flashback, 3 months ago. Carrots. Check. Flour. Check. Eggs. Check. Coffee. Check. Mushroom mix soup. Check. It was a Saturday afternoon and at the grocery store was Yui Kodai of 2B. It was nearing the end of the month and it was her turn to get groceries. Normally Yui wouldn't like to have a lone student going for groceries, but the place was surrounded by heroes on patrols and the store was one of Yui's partners, so she was safe. But just to be sure, the staff of the store was notified that a student would be going to them, and to notify Yui when said student enters and leaves the store, she showed her badge and the staff smiled. And now here she was about to finish her list. All she needed was some cereals and she would be good to go. She went to the aisle and looked for the cereals she was looking for. Setsuna, why is your cereal so hard to find? Who names their cereal Denim XXX? While she was thinking of this, she didn't notice who was in front of her, causing her to collide with the person. She wasn't going fast, so the person wasn't in danger, hopefully, but she quickly recognizes her fault and about to apologize only to stop as she saw who she hit. It was Izuku Midoriya of 2A, her may or may not crush. Oh, sorry cousin, I didn't see you there. He laughs sheepishly. I'm sorry, it was her fault anyway for not looking. Oh no, I'm okay. Barely a mark. He showed his hand where the hit was and true to his word there were no marks or bruise anywhere. Still, I'm sorry. Hopefully she was giving him a look of concern. It's fine, he chuckles. So what are you doing here? Groceries, she said simply. Damn it, can't she say something more? Nice shirt, she inwardly groans. Oh thanks, he tugged the shirt a bit. At least someone finally liked it. She nodded and stared. Why can't she say something else? Okay, gotta ask why is here, right? She was about to open her mouth when Izuku suddenly spoke. I'm here for groceries as well, with you no end of the month coming and all we needed groceries. She blinked. Did he just understand her? No, that couldn't be, it was just a coincidence. He asked her and he just assumed that it. She nodded and began to search for Setsuna's cereal. Izuku did the same and he went. Oh, when he finally found his, she had to stifle a giggle to see it was an All Might cereal. She looked down to see his list, her eyebrows raised a bit. The cereal in his hand was nowhere in the list. She looked at him with eyebrows raised. He catches her look and flinched a bit. I know it isn't on there, my list, it more of a EP personal stash. And I'm using my own money, so, she didn't stop her giggling at that point and she covered her mouth with her hand to help muffle it. He just chuckled with her. Well, he did share his secret, might as well share mine. She shuffled a few things from her cart. Once she finds what she's looking for, she presented it to Izuku. It was a box filled with 3 shortcakes. Inside there was also a character on the box. The character had a sort of diamond on the center of its chest and the costume closely resembles Yui's costume. This is mine. Izuku looked at her and then the box and she couldn't help but cringe. She should say something. She was again about to open her mouth when Izuku lightly chuckled. Guess we both have a guilty pleasure food, he grinned, and at that moment it dawned on Yui. He could understand her. She didn't need to open her mouth because he understands her. How? Before she could ask, a shout was heard. Everyone hands up. This is a robbery. Asked a robber wearing a mask. There were 3 guys there too. One had pointy teeth, the other had tiny spikes on his fist, the other had claws for hands, and the last robber, the one that yelled, was relatively normal. Really? There are at least 4 heroes outside and this robber thinks they can get away. Plus her and Izuku were also heroes. They have their license already and can go on duty when the need arises. She was about to turn to Izuku to ask for his opinion but was shocked at what she saw. She heard rumors about this. Izuku Midoriya, shy and jumpy around women. At first glance he was nothing but a nervous child that would even stumble at his own feet. But beneath that side of Izuku was another. When the call for a hero was there, his eyes that were once full of anxiety and nervousness will be filled with determination and focus. His body that was a bit slouched will go straight, relax, and then be ready for action. Some call it his hero mode, some call it his feral side, like a wild beast finally unleashed to the world. But if Yui were to describe it, it was like a force of nature ready to tear everything down on its path. In a blink of an eye, Izuku vanished and was now in the air, black tendrils at the ready, and the robbers still hasn't noticed. With both of his arms he shot out the black tendrils, capturing the gunner on his right and crab hands to his left. He then pulled, making the 2 robbers crashing on each other, effectively knocking them out. The robber with the sharp teeth finally noticed and was about to shoot, but Izuku was already on top of him, arm at the ready. Izuku punched the robber before he could pull the trigger, knocking him out. The final robber was shocked that his friends were defeated by a kid, turned to run but was stopped as a tendril wrapped around him, pulled him back in, and was met by a fist courtesy of Izuku. All 4 robbers were knocked out. In 5 seconds. I think I need to buy some new panties on the way home. Everyone was shocked at what just happened. One moment they were being robbed and the next all 4 robbers were incapacitated by a green-haired kid. Then someone cheered, "Hell yeah." And everyone clapped. Izuku, not used to this attention, blushed and thanked all of them while bowing profusely. Yui smiled. "How are you adorable and hot at the same time." After a few minutes of congratulating Izuku, they were able to pay for everything and were about to head back to the dorms. If Yui wasn't wet already, well, she would be pretty damp now, because Izuku was literally carrying his and her groceries on his arms. And he wasn't even breaking a sweat. "Are you sure you could handle that?" she thought while looking at Izuku. He catches her gaze and chuckled. "I'm fine, I lifted heavier things than this. Teach, this is nothing to me. Plus we're close to the dorms, so it's not like I'm carrying them for long," he said, without her even saying anything. "Yep, definitely damped. How are you understanding me?" She once again looked and he understood. "Your eyes," he said simply. "Even if you don't say it, I can kinda tell what you're saying with your eyes." He tried scratching his cheek but then remembers where his arms were. She decided to be bold and scratched his cheek for him. He blushed. "Thanks. So anyways, yeah, I can kinda guess what you're saying if I look in your eyes. You don't think I'm weird?" "No, not really. You're talking to a guy who mumbles a lot and has a hobby of studying and analyzing quirks. If anything, I'm the weird one here." "No, you're not. I think those are adorable, really." She nods. "Thanks." So he could understand her. He doesn't find her weird. He's nice, smart, and strong. Plus he's cute. What else could a girl want? Is she in love? She just wishes that fate would give her a sign, and it was on that day that fate wanted to be a blessing and a beach at the same time. 2 were suddenly in front of them. One of them bumped Izuku. The kid promptly bowed and yelled, "Sorry, mister," and ran off with his friend. Also a truck then drove off exactly where there was a puddle and splashing her, making her lower half wet. It was wet before, but seriously. Are you okay, Kodai-san? She turns to Izuku to say yes, she was alright, but for the third or fourth time that day she wasn't able to say anything, not because of Izuku, no, his shirt was falling apart, exposing his muscles, abs, pecs, scars. Everything. She was now thankful for her lower half being wet. She was pretty sure something was trickling that wasn't trickling before. Yes. Yes, I'm alright. Izuku haven't noticed his shirt falling apart. He did keep asking why a lot of people were whistling at him or calling him handsome. She didn't answer and just shrugged. She was not going to ruin a front row seat at one of the best shows she ever had. They soon reached the dorms and Izuku dropped her groceries on the front porch and walked off still shirtless. She had a smile on her face. Someday, I'll make sure you take responsibility. She then felt something trickle once more down her thigh. I will make you take responsibility. Flashback in the Midokal Ultraman, and that's how I pretty much claimed him. Dynamo sure, but also screw you. Dynamo XXX is great big sis, it's bad for you. The amount of sugar in that thing would make even Izuku faint. Dynamish no it won't. He eats an All Might cereal, the amount of sugar in that thing is triple then. Dynamash and his still alive mom remind me to confiscate those from him then. Also, when did we get new nicknames? Ghost during the part of Yui noticing that Izuku understands her. Alienu, nice frog, why are we still talking here when we are literally 5 feet apart from each other? Also, Momo don't confiscate Izuku's stuff. The girls then looked up from their phones. They were at a speaking distance and yet just decided to talk on their phones instead. Fatokako tried to stop laughing, but the sheer ridiculousness of the situation was just too much. Soon the room was filled with giggles and laughter once more. I guess we got into too much in the story to realize where we were here, Kinoko stated, wiping a tear from her eyes. Also you. That was a wonderful story. It shows how much care he has and how much care you give to him. Even though some of them are lewd, Ibara commented, in which Setsuna snorted, oh please, don't forget I saw your close. Whatever she was going to say was cut off as Ibara wrapped her vines to her head with a huge blush on her cheeks. And you promised to keep it a secret. She released her from her hold and Setsuna just gave a peace sign. Sorry. Anyway, that was a good story, Kodai. Momo smirked. Seems as though you got a front row seat at Izuku's other side. Oh yeah. He just goes wild all the time. Just pretty much dominates everything once you get him all riled up. Mina agreed. She nodded. It was something. Next thing you'll know, Mina gets complimented by how exotic her eyes look. This turns Mina's face lilac. Oh my god, he didn't he? Hold on here, it's not my turn to tell the story, it's Gyro's, said Girl yelped, remembering that it was indeed her turn. Fine. Gyro sat at the confession chair. She fidgets slightly but continues. Oh okay, so mine is short, a bit tame than the others and short. Meh, not like we're complaining. This isn't a competition. So yeah, it all started when I overheard something. Flashback. 5 months ago, Gyro is going down the stairs after a long day of playing her instruments, tuning them and making new songs. It was a good day and no one was going to sour her mood. That was until she got down to the common room. I'm telling you, Mina has the hots for Midoriya. She raised her eyebrows hearing Mineta's voice. Mina. Hot for Deku? No way. Look, I just don't believe it. No offense to Midoriya, but how are you sure? Kaminari asked his friend. She was seducing him with her but shorts. And then one day she just went blushy when talking to Midoriya. That doesn't really help. Come on, you would know. Mineta yells accusingly at him. You have the hots for Gyro. There were a lot of oohs in the kitchen. Sparky. Sorry to burst your bubble, but the feeling is not mutual. She was about to walk down to reveal herself but stopped. What she heard next shook her insecurities awake. Gyro. Come on man, you know how I love my women. I want them curvy and big. Gyro is. Well not. She just stood there listening to this and without them knowing she was even listening. Kinda agree with you there. No one's gonna want that flat. She's too ugly to be in anyone's fantasy. I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but sure, there was now some not cool man. Seriously dude, that is not something you say about a classmate. She heard it and decided to walk away. The last that she heard was Kaminari, Mineta, then a crash and a thud. She didn't care, she just needed to get away for a while. She headed back to her room, slammed it close, and laid down in her bed. Feeling tired all of a sudden, then a knock is heard. She grunted, not wanting visitors right now. Who is it? It's me, Midoriya. What was he doing here? Probably to cheer her up. That's what he always does, goes to someone and helps them. but she doesn't want it. I'm good, Green. You and I both know that you're not good. She knows that, and you also know that I'm way too stubborn. She also knows this. Heck, the fight between him and Todoroki in the sports festival. Todoroki didn't want any help, and yet he basically just said, I'm helping you whether you like it or not. I know, but you're gonna have to do better than please to make me open my door. If I says, she could hear him take a deep breath. If I say serenade to you, will you open the door? If he would, what now? This got her attention to the point she now seating up on her bed. He could sing and play an instrument. This was news to her. She didn't think there was another person here that likes music she did. And yet here was Izuku telling her he would serenade to her if that's what it takes to open her door. Yes, she waited for a few moments, then she heard him walk away. After a few minutes he didn't return. Guess it was all talk. She was about to lay down when she then heard shuffling outside her door. What? Kofsu? Yeah, anyway, she heard him say. She could practically hear his heart hammering in his chest. Here's Wonderwall. She then heard a guitar being strummed. It was appealing. Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you, she gasped hearing him sing. His voice wasn't bad at all. It sounded deep but also inexperienced. Was she complaining? No, absolutely not. By now you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. She didn't realize it, but she was now in front of her door, ear pressed on the door to listen to him better. Backbit. The word is on the street that the fire in your heart is out. I'm sure you've heard it all before, but you never really had a doubt. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. His voice just sounded so heavenly. She didn't know how he was doing it, but she felt safe. In her mind, it was just him and her, and she liked that. She liked that a lot. And all the roads we have to walk are winding, and all the lights that lead us there are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. She could just stay here forever and she would be fine. What was she upset about again? Because maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me, and after all you're my Wonderwall. He then slowly stopped drumming. The sound of him breathing soothed her somehow. Hearing his heart beating was also another soothing factor. She glanced at her door. She blushed remembering her promise. He did sing, so might as well. She opened her door to see Izuku with a green guitar that had stickers on them. One of the stickers was a unicorn and a smiley face. Hey, he was slightly breathing hard, clearly out of breath. Hey, she leaned at her door. Didn't know you could play, didn't actually tell anybody. Well, I guess Kaken knows, she hummed. She then felt 5 sets of eyes on her. She saw Toru's door slightly opened and she could feel all of their glares. Why are they glaring at me for? She then grabbed Izuku and pulled him in, ignoring the intensity of the glares. She locked her doors and turned around to face Izuku, who was setting his guitar down. Okay, Green, what do you want? She honestly forgot why he was here. Are you okay? She feels fine. What was he? Oh. Kaminari and Mineta. And just like that her insecurities were back, not as strong, but they were there. I'm fine, Green. No, you're not. I'm fine. They're right anyway. No, they're not, he said stubbornly. Right, I'm just ugly. I'm flat and no one's gonna choose me over a girl who has the curves. The melon slam. She stopped as a hand slammed beside her head. She looked at Izuku and gasped. She has never seen Izuku this angry before. Listen here, Gyro, and you better listen. She didn't know what compelled her, but she nodded. You're appealing, and if you ever deny it again, I'm going to make you look into a mirror and describe to you how appealing you are, how the shade of your hair fits perfectly under the night sky, how your eyes just dart around whenever you talk about music, how your blush just basically highlights the beauty and structure of your face, how your neck is just exposed whenever you wear your deep dope shirts, how your hips would perfectly fit in someone's hands, how you're cute but is just grabbable while someone is kissing you, how your long legs just emphasize your features, and you Kyoka Gyro. His face then went closer to her. She tried to back away, but the door was just behind her, stopping her. He then held her chin and make her look up. He is practically looming over her. She never felt so helpless before. The fact that he could just take control and pretty much dominate her scares her and turns her on. Wait, what? Is just perfect, he finishes as they just stood there, him grabbing her chin as they stare at each other. His face then transitioned back to shock. He looks at his hand and the hand beside her when he just slammed it to shut her up, then back to her eyes again. He jumped away and bowed. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. She took the time to breathe. She was holding her breath for how long, she doesn't know. After calming down she looked at Izuku who was still bowing, she gulped. It's okay Green. I'm stuttering now. Seriously. You gave me one heck of a pep talk, so yeah, she twirled her jacks around her finger. Why? Sure. He looked up. Yes Green, I'm sure. He stood up straight and massaged his back a bit. So are you okay? Why, I guess it still bothers me a bit, but again you gave me one hell of a pep talk, so I think I'm good, she said reassuringly. He did well. She was feeling better than before, some still lingered, but she can bury it later. But of course, that was not enough for Izuku. He wanted to kill the demon thing. Then what's wrong? You can talk to me. I'm all ears, she chuckled. Relax Green, you healed it. My appearance and Melon's but they both blushed at that are now secure, so no worries. It's not like anyone would dream about me, she finished jokingly, but there was one problem there. She was talking to my Doria. I would Oh okay, I guess that would be wrong. I've fantasized about you. This broke her. What was he saying? Dream the F, she screamed, backing up to her door, ignoring the fact her heart was beating in excitement. Yeah, he scratched his head at that embarrassment clear on his face. She was scared to ask, but she asked anyway. What did you dream about? Using you, I fantasized about using you for my pleasures, breaking you to the point you wouldn't walk for weeks. He walked forward. Gyro felt trapped, scaring and 𝐭𝐸𝐺 hair. I would imagine you bending you over and just straight up P&D you, leaving you a screaming and gasping mess. He was now in front her once more. I would dream about lifting you in the air, grabbing that cute butt of yours and having my way with you. Okay. Who the F is this? This can't be Izuku. It just can't. Izuku is not this crazed, lustful, hot piece of hunk, damn it. And by sheer bravery or stupidity, she asked him a question. If you like that but so much, why don't you grab it? He stared at her and she stared back, and in a quick motion, his hands moved. She let out a loud eep, but she didn't feel anything. She looked down and saw that his hands were just simply hovering, as if asking permission or giving her a chance to back down. Mina, I blame you for corrupting me. She gently grabs his hands and gently placed them on her butt. She then snaked her arms around his neck and pulled herself in. He then squeezed and she snapped from whatever daze she was in, effectively pushing herself off of him. She opened her door and tossed him out, screaming, "Thanks 𝐒𝐿, and slammed the door close. Her breathing was hard and heavy as she leaned in at her door. Then he heard Izuku mumbled, I touched the butt. She blushes and returns to her bed, feeling tired from everything. She then glances at her desk. Seeing his guitar, I guess he forgot about that. Well, she did toss him out. It didn't help. She got out of bed and grabbed it. Went back to her bed and set it on her lap. Am I actually falling in love with that idiot? She then played a string. The sound echoes in her room and her mind flashes to earlier when he was serenading her. Yes, I am. What kind of sick fanfic SHT is this? Flashbacking, and that's pretty much it. She finishes her story with a blush. That wasn't tame at all, wasn't it? She looks up. The girls were strangely quiet. Both 2A and 2B girls were looking at her with wide eyes, unresponsive. Guys. Well, I guess this would call for a bathroom break or a snack break. Momo said frantically. Good idea, Momo. That was a lovely story. But I think a break would be good. Right, girls? Right. Kendo said also frantically, and instantly agreeing. The girls also agreed, giving their excuses except for Kyoka, who looked at them with her eyebrows raised. So be back here in like 15 or 30 minutes or so. Good, all right. And without waiting for confirmation from others, Momo just rushed out of the dorms, followed by some of the girls. Some excused themselves that they would need to take something out of their room or going to the bathroom. Kyoka was now left alone in the common room. What was that all about? She then looked at where Yui once sat. There was now a huge wet stain on the couch. If you were to ask Power Loader who is the brightest student he has, he would say it would be my Hatsum of 1H. Sure, the lad was reckless and prone to explosions more than he could count, but the girl had her goals straight and was pretty much sprinting like a madman to get there. There were some downsides though. As much as Mai is bright and pretty much a strong lady to boot, she was also a bit of an airhead sometimes. Social skills. Non-existent. Life outside the workshop. Pretty much nothing. She probably broke inside the workshop once or twice. Forgot to bathe, forget to eat, or even forget people. No matter how many times he tosses her out, she would just pop back in. Here's an example. 𝐼 approached Mai, and while her hands weren't busy he grabbed her shirt, lifting her off the ground and proceeds to toss her outside. He closes the door, locks it and turns around, only to see Mai back on her station and doing her piece. He pinched the bridge of his nose. 𝐻𝐈, it's lunchtime. Get to the cafeteria and get something to eat. I'll eat when I'm done. You said that before, and you were still here. I ate yesterday. And what was yesterday? Thursday. 𝐻𝐈, it's Tuesday. Even better. 𝐼 groaned. They could get on and on about this back and forth and it would be useless at that point. Luckily 𝐼 has a plan. He grabs a button and presses it. He sets up his phone at the table and waited. Not even a minute later someone came in. It was Izuku Midoriya of 1A. Hello, 𝐼-sensei. Is Mai refusing lunch again? Ye Izuku, said girl Glomps Izu. Are you here to test some babies? Izuku chuckled. No Mai, it's lunchtime. You need to eat. Ah, but I don't wanna. Izuku smiles. We can have a talk about upgrades for my costume while we eat, he suggested. This of course puts a smile on her face. Okay, and practically walks out of the lab. 𝐼 chuckled. Mai doesn't listen to anybody else than that boy. Sure, she listens to her sensei, but not like how she just listens to the boy. Why? Because the girl was in love. The problem was she doesn't even know. He once heard her mumble, "Why am I thinking about Izuku so much?" while doing his requests. Heck, whenever he has a request, she would get it and make it her top priority without even noticing that she did it. There were a lot of moments where the two acted like a couple, or Mai actually having some sort of humanity in her system. He smirked, remembering the gauntlet incident. One time Izuku was testing one of the gauntlets that he requested and Mai built. After a few test runs they were done for the day. That was until the gauntlets decided to malfunction and explode while being worn by Izuku. The smoke cleared and out came Izuku asking all of them if they were alright. 𝐼 was about to scold Mai but was shocked to see a worried expression in her face. That was new to him. Her eyes widen in Izuku's direction. Following her eyes he saw his hand was bleeding with small metals sticking out. Mai practically dragged Izuku out of the lab and to Recovery Girl's office. 𝐼 followed them and was treated by the sight of Mai being at Izuku's side while Recovery Girl was beating him up with her cane. Once he was healed the three of them walked back to the labs and Mai said sorry. This was surprising news to 𝐼. He never heard her say sorry after her explosions, and there were a lot of explosions before this one. With Izuku saying he was alright they split off and he and Mai went back to the labs. He was then treated to the sight of Mai fixing the gloves and following every protocol there was to testing, making, everything. It was pretty much the longest time he's seen her work on a specific project. And to his surprise, no explosions. Even after stress testing it or practically trying to destroy it while using it or not using it, there were no explosions, no accidents and no failures. And he then knew why. He heard her mumble, "Not letting this baby hurt him again," in the sincerest voice he heard her all year. He chuckles at that memory. He walks over to her station to inspect her work. It was an upgraded hood for Izuku. Shocker. Based on the notes, it works like a hood, but the fabric would toughen up to protect the user from bullets or any kind of blunt attacks. The notes also had, "This baby would protect him, head injuries are fatal most of the time, gotta protect him, make sure he comes back alive." He smiles. Mai is one of his brightest students, all right. Though he wouldn't say that to her face. Aizawa is paid enough for this kind of bullshit. His going to the students' dorms to check on them, only to see Midoriya and 𝐻𝐈 on a mumbling spree. He could handle the problem child's mumbling, he has gotten used to it and he gives some good points to it too, but two of them. Nope. He walked to the principal's office, resignation letter in hand. Here, he gives the paper to the principal who inspects it. What is this? My resignation letter. I quit. The principal then walks to the left and sets the paper down on a small table, and almost like a cartoon, pulls out a giant hammer and slams it on the paper. Grabbing the paper he gave it back to Aizawa. He looks at the paper and saw a giant denied at the center. Anything else? Asks the principal, in which he just grumbles and walks away. He then passes by Izuku carrying a sleeping Mai on his back. "Hello sensei." "Hello problem child." Izuku then walks away, presumably to the support course dorms. He sighs, he pulls out his phone and checks the teacher's group chat. Inside was a pole 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 𝐂𝐸𝐽 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 𝐂𝐸𝐽 Momo 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 Jiru 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 Toru 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 Mina 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 all 1A girls 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 1B girls 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 general course 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 my 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 every demon female. There was a betting pool on who would hook with who, and the problem child was pretty much the center of everything. He was the one that betted on the last one, and each teacher betted on their own choices. They could bet for more than one ship, but that would also cost a lot if you lose. He added his bet with the 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐺 my option. After choosing, he receives a text from the principal: good choice. Yep, is not getting paid enough. No matter how old Midnight would get, she would always be into romance, especially young romance. She would coo at the sight of two students being sweet at each other. Case in point, she is looking at two students right now. Izuku and Mai were in the cafeteria while both of them was having lunch. The best part. Izuku was feeding Mai while she goes on and on with inventions, suggestions, or anything at all, while Izuku would nod and say a few things, but he would primarily just feed her. Mai would pause for a second, giving Izuku the time to raise the spoon and feed her. It was so adorable that Nemirai couldn't help herself and coo at the sight. Izuku then took a bite of his food, but got some of the said food on his face. He was about to wipe it off when Mai beat him to it. Oh, you got something on your face. Grabs a napkin, holds his chin and wipes it clean. There you go. Izuku blushes but said thank you nonetheless. Nemirai just coos at the sight. Her co-workers just looks at her weirdly. Toshinori Yagi was an Izuocha shipper and is not ashamed to admit it. He has seen the interaction between the two students and firmly believes that they would end up together. What he heard early on made him question that he was trying to find young Midoriya and to inform him that it was time for training. He then finds him on his way to the support course dorms with Hatsune on his back. He was about to call out but stopped as he heard that they were having a conversation. You know, you don't have to finish all my requests. I'm not in a hurry, I know, but you got work studies right. You gonna need the gear. I'm fine Mai, I hope so, I don't want to lose you out there. This made Izuku stop on his tracks. Mai. It's weird you know. All the time I just can't help but think of you all day. How is he doing? Is he safe? Will I see him at lunch? Those thoughts invade my head all the time whenever you're just out there. Izuku looks at her over his shoulder, but she was just looking forward. Even though I'm so sure that I strapped your gear with enough protection and durability, I would always go worried that I will never see you again. She held his chest tightly. Mai, he looks at her and he smiles. I'll always come back, don't worry, promise. Promise, she smiles and relaxes on his back. He then began walking again to the support course dorms. After that, Toshinori just decided to wait for him to their usual meeting spot. With the time he has before Midoriya comes, he was faced with a difficult choice. Should he change his vote? Now that we're done with our short break, I believe we can continue with the stories, Momo oh so diligently said. Kyoka looked around. Considering that she was the only one that didn't leave the room, she was the only one that didn't change that much. Most of the girls' hair was disheveled a bit. Momo, Kendo, Setsuna, Mina, Leiko looked as if they just took a shower, while the rest just simply changed their clothes, like Pony who now wears some but shorts. Yeah, but let's get back on that story because first of all, Setsuna then places her hands in a praying motion, then brings it down. What the F? I know right. Mina agrees, never though Izuku would be that bold. Beach he fantasizes about Jiru and dominating her. The girls didn't notice Ibara twitching at the word dominate. What's next? He's good at making out. Momo blushed at this. Unfortunately for her, everybody noticed this. No thing way Momo, we had a deal. Okiko yelled, feeling betrayed. It happened before we made the deal. I didn't mean for it to happen, it just did. Momo tried to explain herself, while Tsuyu was trying to hold Okiko back. So, you started, is he a good kisser? They expected her to nod or say yes or anything that will give some sort of confirmation. They didn't expect for her to quietly Kendo, Mina, Toru were now trying to hold back Tsuyu and Okiko. It's a good thing you're next, because we need an explanation. Girl Setsuna smirked. Momo didn't say anything else and just sat at the chair trying to ignore Okiko, who has a rather terrifying aura surrounding her. I guess I should start when I actually had a certain interest or crush on him. She coughed slightly. When I met him on the first day of classes, I honestly nothing of him. He wasn't faring well with the apprehension test. Then he breaks his finger. At that point I just judged him as the weakest link in the class. Oh boy, you were dead wrong, Mina says cheekily. Momo smiles fondly. I was. When he was elected as the class representative and me as the vice, I thought that it will go downhill. I didn't see him as a leader that would pull the class together. Still wrong, Toru sang. Yes. I judged him way too quickly back then. Seeing him now, I just want to go back and slap myself. You got it bad, Pony sang. I do. So when did you have a crush on him? Kinoko questioned. It was around the time of the sports festival, after my battle with Tokoumi. Flashback, sports festival aftermath of Tokoumi fight. I'm a failure. This was the thought of Momorozu as she walks away from her fight. There was no fight. Just me standing around stupidly. Do I even deserve to be here? She was smart, sure, but academics can only take her so far. She was trying to be a hero. Being smart was not enough. You would lose and die, just like what happened in her match. Maybe I should transfer to the business course. I can help with the family business. Her mother and father were quite supportive of her decision to be a hero. The majority of her father's friends assumed her to continue with the business and fully inherit everything. While that was the plan, her parents wanted her to be happy. If her happiness was to be out there as a hero, then they won't hold her back. Her mother did say that she needed to bring home a boy someday or grandkids to spoil. What boy would want me? She knew that her suitors were just out for her family's wealth. It was obvious really, they didn't want her, they wanted was her wealth. And now with this failure, no one would want me. She was about to turn right when she suddenly collided with someone. Sorry, the person apologized loudly. She was about to apologize also but was shocked to see Midoriya there. I'm sorry as well, Midoriya. She stood up and Midoriya followed. Well, I must be going now. Again, I apologize. She was now walking away when Midoriya shouted, good fight by the way. He must have meant it as praise, but to her at that time just felt like mockery. Here was a boy who can't even use his quirk without damaging himself, who also won his match, mock her for having a good fight. There was no fight, she said with a hint of anger. She turns around and walks towards Midoriya. There was no fight, Midoriya. In case you didn't see, I just stood there making useless shields while being pushed off bounds. There was no fight, just me being useless. She finished her rant. She could feel tears threatening to spill out of her eyes. Are you done? She looks up to see Midoriya smiling at her. Because I got something to say to you. She was blinking slowly. This Midoriya was confident, head held up high. First of all, you weren't useless. She was about to retort, but he continued, you were able to block his attacks, didn't you? That's something at least, but I lost. She countered. So? What do you mean, so? This is the sports festival. This is an important event to have pro scouters out, and yet I failed. You didn't fail, you just lost a match. That's F-ish. You made a cannon, right? Her shocked by the sudden question, a cannon. She did make that in the race. Why, yes, I did. So what? Dash, you also made a blanket, so that you wouldn't get electrocuted in the cavalry battle. She did make that as well. She nodded. Sounds to me you showed your stuff. He smiled. You made a cannon that could destroy a robot and a blanket that wouldn't let the user get electrocuted. In the field, I might add. Sound to me you stood out from the rest. She did, didn't she? Nobody could do it the same as her. No one she knew could just make things on the fly as she did. So what if you lost this round? We all fail sometimes. He then gives her a thumbs up. It's what we do after that said failure that counts, what we do after the failure. What was she doing? She was looking down on herself. She was berating herself on how she was a failure and that no one would want her. What should she do then? Learn from her failure, and improve. That's right, she did lose, but that wasn't the end. She could learn from this experience and improve. She smiled, feeling a bit better from before. She was about to thank him but found him no longer in front of her. She tried to find him, but after looking down she saw a bottle of water with a note. Looks like you figured it out. You look better without that sad look you had. Not that you don't look good ever. I'll shut up now. Anyway, I hope you feel better, Yarozu-san. I am. She looked down at the note and smiled. Izuku Midoriya, you surprised me today. Thump thump. Her eyes widen, hearing her heartbeat at the mention of his name. Is she? No, it must have been a mistake. She walks away, bottle in hand and blush on her cheeks. Flashbacking, turns out, it wasn't a mistake. After his fight with Todoroki, I was so worried that I wanted to contact my father to get an ambulance. You would do that? Mina giggled. Newsflash, the moment you talk bad about yourself he just appears out of nowhere and cheers you up. If that isn't a Midoriya way, I don't know what is. You aren't feeling bad still, right? Ibara asked. Oh yes, I've come to terms with my weaknesses and I improved. It helps that Midoriya is leading us. Oh yeah, we don't know when it happened, but he just became a pseudo-leader for us. Toru agrees. Every time Izuku would go out there, may it be fighting a villain or doing schoolwork, he would just put himself in front of everybody and began to drag them with him. Yeah, the fact that he just takes charge sometimes is really surprising, Jiru states, remembering the license exam. After setting back the child to the base, he went to the commander role and started giving out orders, suggestions, and things that would help them. It was quite a sight to see. He was in his element and smiling at everyone. Sure, it's not because you would like for him to take charge of you, Setsuna teased. Jiru blushed but then countered with, what, and you don't? Setsuna balked at that, also blushing, remembering certain things that Izuku said to her. Shoo, shut up. Good job, Jiru, you made her stutter. Kendo and Jiru high-fived. So, what happened next? Leiko inquired. Next would be, Momo gulped, blushing, the kissing part. The girls then leaned in. Okiko was now calm. For now, flashback. 8 months ago, Momo was on her room's balcony staring at the moon and stars in the sky. A couple of days ago, her mother informed her that there was another suitor that requested an audience. They talked, but her mother noticed her speech pattern was off. She basically squealed with delight, screaming, "My baby girl has found her man." Momo blushed at that, denying anything related to that. Her mother passed the phone to her father, and after her mother told that she finally found her man, which she still denies, of course, her father had just asked, so, are we preparing for a wedding soon? She wanted to end the call there, but she knew that her father was just teasing and had told her to be well and come home soon to visit, in which she agrees. And now here she was lost in her thoughts, finally found a man here. There was only one man she could think of, one that was stuck in her mind ever since the sports festival. Penny for your thoughts, said a voice. She jumped and looked left. It was Izuku Midoriya, the boy that had been plaguing her mind ever since he cheered her up. Who also was upside down, his black whip making sure he doesn't fall. Can I land here? He asks, and she nodded. He landed gracefully on her balcony. So sorry for dropping on you like this. I got carried away with training. Training? At this time? SSO, what's the matter? What makes you think there's something wrong? Well, I was upside down on your balcony and you didn't even notice me, so what's up? He asks, waiting patiently. Ever so helpful, even when he doesn't need to. What did he say? Because meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero, is such a cheesy line but fits him so well. Just, girl troubles, she heard him mumble, not again, but chose to ignore it. Have you gotten your first kiss? Izuku balks at this and blushes. He scratches his head but answered, yes. She was going to ignore the hurt she felt in her heart. Oh, how did it happen? The romance novel lover side of her wanted to know the magical moment of a first kiss. She never had her first kiss stolen yet and wonders if everything she read about was true. Well, he was visibly uncomfortable as he just starts fidgeting and looks down. Momo was of course human and saw this. You don't have to tell me, she smiles gently. I was just curious. He looks at her but then he took a deep breath. It happened because of a dare, or I guess a prank also. She now understood why he didn't want to tell the story. She sends him a sympathetic look but he continues, basically back in middle school. There was this girl who told me that she liked me and I had to go to the tree that was close to the entrance. I was excited at that time. A girl noticed me and actually liked me, but I guess even that is just a dream for me. I like you, she said in her mind as Izuku leaned on the railing. She then came and kissed me. He had a bitter smile. I enjoyed it at that time, but then she pulled away, backed away a bit. Next thing I knew, paint was being poured from above and onto my head. The girl just laughed at me, saying that no girl would ever want a useless moron like me. That beach, what was her name? She asked while smiling innocently at him. I think it was Tokoro Naomi. Why? Oh, nothing. She made a mental note to destroy this girl. That wasn't a good thing to do to you. Are you alright? She asks worriedly. She was not expecting that kind of story from him. Having that kind of situation happen to you would certainly leave an impact. I'm fine, it was a long time ago anyway. She sets a mental reminder to give this boy all the love he needs. So how about you? How was yours? I haven't had my first kiss yet, she admits. She looks away as blush then began to creep up. I have many suitors, but they never seem to ever want to be with me and just my family's wealth. So I never had the luxury to experience such things. Oh, they were then quiet for a moment until Izuku asked something that set Momo off. Do you want to? She looked at him as if he grew a second head. He realizes what he just said. I'd just mimiment that you know. If you want to I'll shut up now. Izuku looked away, doing an impressive imitation of a tomato. It took her a moment, but she calmed herself down. Midoriya, are you asking if I want to kiss you? He gulped. It doesn't have to be but yes, she gulped. This was it. This was her chance. Okiko, I'm sorry. But I want him. She walked forward, cupped his cheek, and leaned down. She was taller than him after all. When their lips met, it was magical. The novels didn't do this experience justice. It was as if you were floating in an endless void while also having something sweet in your mouth. Izuku put his hands on her waist and deepened the kiss, and after a moment they pulled away. She was slightly breathing, and so was Izuku, but both of them looked at each other's eyes and knew they wanted more. Their lips met once more, but this time Momo let her instincts take over her as she asked permission with her tongue. He paused a bit, but he opened his mouth and they were now making out. Tongues battled for 𝐷MNs and Momo won. For a moment, once Izuku got used to the situation, he was now the 𝐷MNT1. His hands traveled to her thighs and she purred at his touch. She tried to take control once more, but he squeezed her thigh, making her MMM and him gaining the upper hand. He surprised her once more as he lifted her using her thighs and pinned her to the wall. She gasped in pain slightly, but that didn't let it hinder their session. They pulled away, saliva trailing, but the look in his eyes said that he wasn't done yet. More sheamed out and he happily obliged, carrying her to her bed. He dropped her and took of his shirt. Momo purred, seeing his shirtless chest, all those scars from his battles, all those muscles. It was hers for tonight. He leaned down and captured her lips once more. Try as she might, she can't get back the control. Izuku was in control and she wasn't complaining. His hands then explored her back, but he then growled, "God, that was hot," he commanded. "That's even hotter." Following his command, she took off her shirt and leaving her bodice out in the open. She was still wearing a bra, but she was almost naked. He growled and leaned down once more, capturing her lips and continuing her makeout session. She didn't want this to end. Knock knock. Fu fate. Hearing the knock snapped the both of them back to their senses. Izuku panicked and jumped out the window. Momo frantically grabbed a shirt and put it on. Opening the door, she was met by the sight of Jiru. "Hey, can I borrow? Isn't that shirt a little too tight?" Momo looked down. In her haste to grab a shirt, she didn't notice she grabbed Izuku's shirt. Yes, I was just reorganizing things and I found an old shirt. I just wanted to see if it would fit me. No offense, but it is kinda small." Jiru blushed. "I agree, so what was it that you wanted?" "Oh dang, I forgot. Oh well, I'll tell you tomorrow once I remember. See you tomorrow." She then waved goodbye and shut the door. She leaned on the door until she remembered something. Izuku. She went to the balcony only to see Izuku gripping the side of the railing. "Hi. Is it safe to come inside now?" She nodded as Izuku climbed back in. "So that happened." He was scratching his head and blushed, remembering what they were doing. She knows because she was also blushing. "Well, it's getting late, so might as well get some sleep." He walks out of the door and Momo accompanies him. He was now outside and turns around. "So, how was it? The kiss, was it fine for you?" "Oh, fine. It was more than fine. It was fantastic. It was everything I hoped for and more." But she wasn't going to say that. Good. Well, just tell me if you want to do it again," he said nonchalantly. It took him a second to realize what he just said and he sputtered, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Momo slammed the door close and she began to slide down. "Why did I do that? Now he thinks I'm a weirdo." She looks down, noticing that she was still wearing his shirt. She brought the collar up to her nose and took a sniff, making her sigh. "Smells just like him." Ring. Her phone began to ring. She stood up and approached her phone, looking at the caller ID. Her mother was calling her. This late at night. Picking up her phone, she answered the call. "Yes, mother." "My mother senses are tingling. You've fallen in love." She could practically hear her mother's muffled squeals. "Mother, I don't dash." She stopped herself, remembering what just happened a few minutes ago. How are you sure?" "Ask yourself this, my dear." Her mother sways to a gentle motherly voice. "Do you see yourself without him in your life?" Without him? She tries to imagine herself without him, getting married to someone else, comforted by someone else, having kids with someone else. Everything felt wrong. Now imagine yourself with him. She did, and each image in her mind just brought a smile to her face. She could see herself walking down the aisle with Izuku waiting for her, smiling at her all the way. "So, my dear," her mother's voice snapping her out of her daydream, "have you fallen in love?" Has she? Yes, yes I have, you better take responsibility 𝐒𝐻𝐲, she said that out loud didn't she? Flashbacking, and that's my story. Momo finished with a slight blush on her cheeks. She would admit that the story was not that romantic at all. 𝐤𝐸 excused herself to go to the bathroom followed by 𝐼𝐵ARA. The girls were just staring at her and Momo fidgeted a bit under their stares. So what happened to the girl? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 asked, her bangs shadowing her eyes. To Koronu, what happened to her? I eventually found her. She's a single mother working as a janitor for a small company. I know it's not heroic to wish bad for people, but good riddance, Kinoko said with pony agreeing sigh. Yes, unfortunately, Izuku found me looking her up, saw what I found and said that can't leave her like that, so now she works as a promoter in one of our small companies. Leave it to Izuku to defend other people, even though said people did horrible things to him. Toru commented, a bit annoyed that the girl got off easy. Well, it wouldn't be Izuku if he was selfish. At this point 𝐤𝐸 and 𝐼𝐵ARA came back. So, the story is good and all, but here's the most important question. Mina stood up and pointed at Momo. How good of a kisser is he? At this Momo blushed. Oh wow, he's that good. It was magical, no, just out of this world. Just being in his arms just makes you feel safe and lowers your guard. The girls leaned in, cooing at the description. Then when he takes full control, it was nothing like it. Like a predator looming over you, you can't help but just feel powerless, helpless, and no matter how much you try to fight him, he will always come up on top, she finishes, and 𝐤𝐸, 𝐼𝐵ARA, and Yui had to excuse themselves. Demon girl, Setsuna whistles, kinda jealous you got your hands on him first. I'm still annoyed about that. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 then sighs, but I guess it was before we made a deal, so I guess it's fine. Dibs on his virginity, Tsuyu said bluntly. TSU no fair. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was now crying. We were supposed to be each other's first. Tsuyu then let out a chuckle with a few Kiro. The others began to laugh at the dynamic of the two, but seriously, the guy would just help anybody here. If they need help, he will come to their aid even if he breaks his body in the process. How does he keep going after that? Pure adrenaline mostly. The girls giggled at that. So, who's next? Leiko asks once everything was calming down. Mina energetically went to the chair. Excited are we? Setsuna teased, well, mine goes a bit differently than you guys. I didn't actually have a crush on him. When I saw him the first day, I immediately looked at his hair. Mina pointed at her own hair. We're basically the same, so I thought, floof buddies. That's pretty much how I got him stuck to my head. So what made you want him then? Well, she chuckled, scratching her head, I planned to stuck him, then break his heart so that he would go to 𝐒𝐿𝐼. The girls stared at her for a long time. Mina, that's mean, Toru stated, and Setsuna agreed. Considering how he got his heart broken the first time, you're just abusing him. I know that. It was a good plan at the time, so I went for it, but you still shouldn't have done it. Wait, you said tried, what happened? Well, see, here's the thing. She smiled innocently at them while her cheeks turned a shade of lilac. It backfired. Flashback, 7 months ago, it was the perfect plan. Make Izuku fall in love with her, break his heart, sorry Izuku, then have 𝐒𝐿𝐼 save the boy and they would live happily ever after and have cute kids. Mina shook her head. First thing first is to stuck Izuku and get his attention. Thanks to Kirishima, she knew what the boy likes. Oh sure, Izuku likes melons, but he likes butts even more. She overheard Kirishima, Kaminari, and Izuku talking. The subject of course were what did they like in their women. Kaminari was more of the curvy one, Kirishima was Amazon's, and Izuku admitted that he likes butts. The boys talked it over some more, but she just left after that. Step 1 was to get his attention. Easy. She would wear but shorts and bend over in front of him. Surely he would at least stare at her, giving enough time for her to catch him and invite him to her room to apologize, but as she turns around and saw him walking away. That was unexpected. Her second attempt was during one of her lessons. He asked her to teach him how to breakdance, saying that he was trying a new move. She agreed. Of course, this time she would be stretching, giving him an ample view of her, but she would catch him and then proceed to ask for an apology. But as she turns, she saw him stretching while facing away from her. Okay, this is starting to get annoying. She was done with her 20th attempt and she was so tired. She was so busy getting his attention that she forgot about a test that was going to happen in just a few days. She was then terrified knowing she would fail, but fate seems to be on her side that day as Izuku, the shining knight that he is, offered to help her study. This is it. She agreed, and here she was wearing some but shorts while also wearing a loose undershirt. She still had her sports bra, so she was not completely naked. She was going all out to get his attention, make him fall for her, and go to 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Shaking her head, she reruns the plan on her head. Study for the exams for a bit, lean over to give him some view, make him embarrassed, ask him out seductively with her awesome stucked powers that she knew existed somewhere. Then a knock was heard and she went straight for the door. Seeing Izuku in his famous shirts with puns and some shorts, he blushed looking at her outfit, perfect, but then just smiles. He went inside and she began her perfect plan. The plan crashed and burned the moment that they actually studied. They had so many to go over that she was tempted to just say screw it, but she needed to pass, so she at least needed something to remember. Thankfully, Izuku helping her study actually helped her understand the lessons. He would be patient when she wasn't getting anything at all. He would explain things to her that even she would understand. Heck, he even uses old movies as his examples. She liked how he used the Alien movie, like if the alien were to get launched out to space, how fast or how far it would travel would actually make sense to her. She hate to admit it, but she was learning. By the time they were done, they finished about 80% of the things they needed to study for the exam. She was actually confident for once. Izuku said goodnight and walked to his room. She was tired herself. Who knew studying would actually be this exhausting? Not even bothering to change, she crawled to her bed, went under the covers, and closed her eyes with one last thought in her mind: Izuku was kinda cute and helpful, plus he was patient with me. Wouldn't mind dating him. Sleep soon overtook her and she finally rested. Her eyes snapped open in realization, a flashbacking. Oh, is right, Setsuna laughing maniacally. That backfired on you so hard. I do admit that I find it funny. Mina Momo tries to stifle her laugh. You went through all that effort and you ended up falling for him. Yeah, it still irritates me how he's so lovable. Oh, we know, the girls agreed. So hisn, but man, they turned to see you looking at Mina. He likes butts, you said, or thighs, said Tsu, noticing the look. She simply explained, I noticed him looking at my thighs when we were training Kiro. Well, but if it's butts then you got you beat. Setsuna pointed at you. This girl has a butt that Greenie would like. You think you got a better butt than me? Mina challenged and you smirked. I don't think. I know I have better butt. Leiko coughed. I believe I also have a better butt. Didn't Izuku said that Jiru had a cute butt? Said girl blushed remembering her time with Izuku. He did. But Tsuyu has the butt, hips, and thighs. So clearly she's the best. True. But 𝐒𝐿𝐼 has the butt that would be comfortable to sleep on. Kendo just rubbed her forehead at the conversation. If it's the best but then it's mine. He pretty much kept grabbing it whenever we trained. She looked up and saw the girls staring at her. I said that out loud, didn't I? When did that even happen? I think we should let Mina continue. Kendo tries to make an excuse. We're not done yet, woman. So anyway, after I realized that I had a crush on Midori, I tried to just deny it or like bury it, because I really wanted for 𝐒𝐿𝐼 to have him. Mina explained, while 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was just staring at her. So 2 days after the exam, which I totally passed by the way, I told Izuku that I would teach him ballroom dancing. Ballroom dancing? Why? Momo asked surprised. Well, I kinda just wanted to talk to him while we were close to each other. But I told him that it was so that his body would relax and not actually be in the middle of the stress of breakdancing. He fell for that. Yep, if you tell him that it was key to being a hero in some way, he would go full steam ahead. Anyway, this is how it went down. Flashback, 6 days after Mina's realization, she wasn't going to fail this time. She would make sure that Izuku would notice 𝐒𝐿𝐼's love and make them an official couple. Her making Izuku fall for her backfired, making her having a crew. She shook her head. No, she was not crushing Izuku. She was just grateful for teaching her. She passed the exam after all. That was it, just her being grateful. And no, the pain in her heart was not her being upset that 𝐒𝐿𝐼 would get Izuku and be happy with him leaving her alone. It was not that at all. She sighed and looked down at what she was wearing. She was just wearing a simple black dress, with her shoulders exposed and the dress just going slightly above her knees. Hopefully, she could make Izuku realize 𝐒𝐿𝐼's feelings, otherwise. She didn't know. Hearing the doors of the stadium opened and she turns around, expecting Izuku to just wear a plain white dress shirt with jeans and his red shoes. What she saw made her jaw drop and a blush went to her cheeks. He was wearing a green dress shirt and over that was a black vest and a red tie. The dress shirt was folded showing his forearm and his scars. He was wearing black slacks and black shoes. His hair was also slightly combed to the left. Overall, he looked hot mood. Why are you doing this to me? She whined in her head as her heart then began to hammer. Hey Ashido. Sorry, this is what I only had in my closet. He rubbed his head and chuckled weakly as fine. Let's just start. She pressed play on the boombox she brought and music filled the stadium. She began instructing him on what to do, where to step, where to hold, etc. But something was bothering her. Do you know how to dance? She asked. She expected that his moves to be sluggish or amateurish, but even as she instructs him, it almost feels like he already knows what he's doing. No, not exactly, he admitted, and they continued dancing with his hands on her hips and hers on his shoulders. My mom used to be a CH champion in ball dancing. I saw her watching her old videos and she taught me when I was a kid. Mina giggled, imagining a kid Izuku just trying to dance, so I guess I kinda picked it up from her. But it was so long ago that I danced that I don't even remember some things. Well, you seem to be a natural at this. Care to take me up for a spin? She challenged. She was a dancer through and through, and hearing that a classmate was also a dancer. Well, he just pushed all the right buttons. Izuku gulped but smiled. Any chance you watch DJ Ice? Her eyes widened hearing that. She absolutely loved that. Letting go of her, and ignoring the side of her wanting his hold back, she watched him go to the boombox and chose a song. He pressed something and then Cheap Thrills began to play. No Fing Wei. He approached her, smiled. Wanna dance? His grin was not out of nervousness but full of confidence. She grins. They then danced to their heart's content. She smiled seeing how Izuku just swung his feet and how just expressive he was. She laughed when Izuku just basically danced to get to her other side. She was just having fun. No matter how she swayed her hips, how excessive she kicked, or even how she would be spinning the whole time, she would just be smiling the whole way. She was nervous when she was going down, but there was nothing to worry about because Izuku just catches her. She just keeps laughing how he just expresses when he dances. It was a side no one got to see, and yet here she was. Everything just felt right, the way he holds her, the way they just synchronized with each step, the way he smiles, the way he laughs, the way his eyes just shine so bright. I can't. What about Okiko? She loves him. I can't also be in love with him. They finished their dance as they each held each other, breathing. For a long time they were just staring at each other's eyes, holding each other in their embrace. And then, she kissed him. Flashback. Interrupt. Bullshit. Let me have my fantasy, damn it. Flashback continuation. They finished their dance as they each held each other, breathing. For a long time they were just staring at each other's eyes, holding each other in their embrace. Her eyes are so exotic, he mumbles, not realizing she heard him, but she didn't care. She just wanted for this moment to never end. Clap, clap, clap whistles. They jumped out of each other's embrace and looked at the entrance where there were a large group of students and teachers. All of them were clapping and cheering. Aizawa was to the side holding a phone, obviously recording them. Midnight was over there wiping a tear out of her eye while also clapping and yelling bravo. Bravo! Present MIC was yelling but was unheard due to the claps and cheers. Your time was up when the song began, Aizawa explained, pocketing his phone, but we didn't stop you, as Aizawa said, and I quote, it would be illogical, Present MIC chimed in. Then the general course came and we just pretty much watched you two perform, Midnight explained, then gushed, but you two were appealing, just seeing how you two were in sync with your movements made it look so good. Then the general course came and pretty much told the same thing. After a few minutes they were able to walk out. Izuku's tie was gone and he pocketed it, while his vest was now open. They were walking back to the dorms. Mina was lost in thought. She planned to get him closer to Okiko, and yet like the other plan it didn't happen. She just realized that she loves the guy, which shouldn't even happen. And yet, it did. She fell in love and she doesn't know what to do. She wanted him to be with Okiko, it was destined, she knew it. They would be the perfect couple. But what about her? She would be alone, she might find some guy in the future. But they weren't Izuku. This was not those average crushes that you could just move on when you say F it, no. This was love. Pure love. She loves him. She wants him. But what about Okiko? She would be happy, but she wouldn't. Something on your mind, said the man who was in her mind. Yes, you're on my mind, you big idiot, she sighs. She made a decision. She would make him happy. She skipped ahead and looked at the sky, seeing the moon and the stars. Hey Midori, she heard him choke on the nickname. She giggled. Doc, what if there was a girl that liked you? H here. Me. I don't think that's pure possible, Ashi. Mina, she interrupts him. Call me Mina, you basically swept me off of my feet earlier, so might as well. She smiled gently at him and he blushed. Okay Mina, she smiled, ignoring how her heart just basically fluttered hearing her name. But you didn't answer the question. I just don't dash. But what if, she insisted. Izuku looked at her and sighed. I guess I would also like them, kinda depends I guess. What if it was Uraraka, she asked, finally turning to face him. What if Uraraka likes you? He blushed but thought it through. She patiently waited for his answer. I wouldn't mind that. I guess I can see us being together. I don't know. I want to see her happy, I guess, so if she likes me then, I'll make sure that she's happy, he finished with a gentle smile and a slight blush on his cheeks. Okiko, you're so lucky. She just wanted to end it there, finish with tease and call it a day. But against her better judgment, her mouth didn't listen. What if there was someone else that liked you, she said, staring at him with a blush on her cheeks. What if Okiko likes you, but someone also likes you? Who would you choose? She wasn't looking at him anymore, just the stars above while she waited for his answer. He's going to choose Okiko. When he does, maybe I can try to move on. Both, eh? She looks at him. I'll choose both. She still stares at him. She was about to yell he can't just choose both, but he then continued, I know it's such a DJ move, but I just can't see myself choosing just one. If I know that someone other than Ochako likes me, then I can't choose one and let the other be unhappy. He stares directly at her eyes. I will try my damnedest to make the both of them happy, no matter what it takes. They stare at each other for a long time. Then suddenly Mina laughed. Ha! Izuku just blushed, realizing what he just said. I'm sorry, she said while laughing. It's just, you were so serious. She didn't know why, but she felt lighter. So you'll choose both, she asks after calming down. Mina just smiled. Well, you better live up to that promise and make the both of them happy. She grabs his hand and pulled him towards the dorms, both hair. She looks at him and smiles. He returns the smile with his own. I'll be waiting. Izuku flashbacking, and that's about it. She finishes and stares at the girls, which they just stared at her, gals. She was then tackled to the ground by a crying Okiko. I'm so sorry you went through all that because of me, she said while tears were falling. It's okay Ocha, no harm done. That was very appealing, Ashido, Leiko stated while Ibara nodded. Gotta say, didn't expect that from you, Pinky, Setsuna teased. Pretty sure you would have stuck with the seducing plan all the way. If she did, she might need a lingerie next. Would you believe that I actually considered that? They then laughed, imagining Mina in lingerie trying to stuck Izuku. But seriously, you went through all that trouble just so Izuku and Okiko would get closer, which then backfires to you falling in love with him. Tsuyu summarized. That about sums it up, Mina said. While getting up from the ground, he then said that he would choose both if there were some other girls that would be interested in him. Newsflash, there are a total of 13 girls that are interested in him. Tori chimed in. Wonder how he would react after knowing that all of us are interested in him. Pretty sure he would flood the whole dorms from crying. They laughed. Kendo looked at the time. We pretty much have a few hours left before the boys come back from their outing. Let's continue with the stories. Who's next? Me. Toru shouted, then sat on the chair. It all started with an online dating app. Toru shouted, then sat on the chair. It all started with an online dating app. Wait, you were using a dating app? Why? Mina asked curiously as to why her best friend would use something like that. Well, I kinda wanted to meet someone that's, not actually in our university or class. Toru then continued. After a few weeks of using the app, I finally got matched with a guy. We talked and talked until we decided to finally meet at a mall. Normally you're not allowed to go alone, but Midnight volunteered to come with me as she planned to buy something in the mall anyway. So, did you know what the guy looked like beforehand? No, the app doesn't let you see each other, doesn't let you give or take photos, so the identity of the person will always be a mystery unless you two decide to actually meet. Got all that, Mina? Setsuna teased and Mina pouted. I'm not that dumb. Anyway, after all the stressful schoolwork, it was finally time for my date. The girls could feel the joy in the Toru's voice slowly disappear. I went there, I saw him and he saw me. Oh, the majority of the girls finally realized the problem. Toru was invisible. The majority of people would instantly go for looks, and Toru. I'm fine, don't worry. They can hear her voice slowly returning its joy. There's a happy ending to this. Flashback. 6 months ago, she was a fool to hope that her date would actually like her. He was probably expecting a cute girl and not, as she sighed, She had hoped that the people she would meet in that dating app would like her for her personality and not just her looks or lack thereof. It just seemed perfect. Nobody knows what they look like, giving them time to get to know each other. I guess that's why he wanted to speedrun everything. He was kind of too flirty now that I think about it. It was probably her fault too. She didn't mention what her quirk was, so the guy would have gotten his hopes up and was excited to meet a cute girl. Welp, looks like I'm uninstalling that app now. She now had to wait for midnight to finish her shopping and go home, so for now, she would sit here on this bench. 𝐤𝐵𝐿, someone called out to her. Looking to her left, she saw two as golden boy, Izuku Midoriya, dressed in jeans and an all-might hoodie. Midoriya, what are you doing here? She questioned. Why would Midoriya be here? Did he have a date too? Or was he just shopping? Oh, Aizawa-sensei told me to come with him to the mall to grab some stuff, but then when we got here he just gave me some money and just said go do what you do best and walked away. So I've just been wondering mostly. How about you? I had a date today, came here with Midnight Sensei. Right about now I'm just waiting for her to come back. So how was your date? He asked casually. It was fun. She hesitated, but she didn't need to bring down the mood. We talked and got ice cream, and that's it. She finished slightly sad. Her date wasn't enjoyable at all. The moment her date got here and looked at her, she could feel the disappointment in him. He pretty much just wanted to get out, but was not trying to be mean. She gave him an out when she said that there was an emergency and he just agreed, saying he had something to do also. This seat taken. Izuku pointed at the empty spot next to her while giving her a gentle smile. Nope, go ahead. He sat down and leaned back, enjoying the noise of the busy mall. They just sat there for a moment, until Izuku opened his mouth. If you want to vent, I can listen. To what? Was she that obvious? I know you're lying. He pointed at her shoulders. Your shoulders are a bit slump and you're not as expressive as you are when we're in the dorms. He paid attention to her. Toru was shocked that Midoriya was able to know when she was lying or happy. She thought she was able to fake her mood considering that no one can see her face, and yet here was Izuku looking at her eyes. Wait. She looked at his eyes and noticed that they were looking at her. Yes, not through them, but actually looking. Can he see me? Izuku seemed to have taken notice of this. Why must be wondering how I can. He gestured to his eyes. She nodded. Well, during our FI first year I kinda took the effort to know where you are. I guess you can call it training when I face a villain with a quirk like yours. But during those time I kinda developed a sixth sense, and when I look at you, I would imagine a shape of a face and guess where your eyes are, he explained. This was shocking news to her. Somehow she felt warm inside. She decided to test his skills and she moved her head and his eyes followed her. You're full of surprises, Midoriya. I mean, it's not that much trouble really. My date just pretty much came in, we talked. Now that I think about it, even our talks were a bit bland, almost as if he wasn't trying, and so she began her rant. She was just to keep it short, but her feeling began to surface and she just went on and on. After her rant she was out of breath. How long was she talking? 5 minutes. 15 minutes, said a voice. Looking to her right she saw Izuku Midoriya smiling gently at her with 2 drinks in his hand. While you were mumbling, he handed her a drink. It was a caramel-flavored drink. You might be thirsty, so I bought you some. She took the drink and drank him. Caramel, how I love you so. So, you had a bad date, Izuku summarized, and now, you're just waiting for Sensei to come back, pretty much. She was feeling better after ranting her feelings out. It's a shame though, I was really excited for this date. She did wait and imagined that this day would be fun. It wasn't all bad. Midoriya cheered her up. It doesn't have to end, Izuku stuttered, and Toru raised her eyebrow. What do you mean? Your date? You can still enjoy it, he said, blushing, and she frowned. Midoriya, if you weren't listening, my date is gone and pretty much ditched me. I'll be your date, he said suddenly, and this got her to shut up. What? He coughed and began to impersonate a tomato. Pretty sure she could see steam coming out from his ears. Whoa, would you like to go on a date with me? She was shocked, to say the least. A date? A proper one? She smiled. I know that I'm not a good date, so I dash. He was interrupted as Toru grabbed his hand and began to drag him. Let's go. -2 hours later, what was she upset about again? She couldn't remember. She was having way too much of a blast with Midoriya to remember. First, they went to a cafe and chatted a bit. Midoriya mostly talked about heroes and his time in his work study. There was an incident in the office that they call the curry incident. in which someone brought a curry mix of what Endeavor was selling. They then tried it and half the people in the building was chugging milk after one bite. The only survivor was Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya. She was surprised at that. Turns out he had a sort of immunity thanks to Bakugo's mother, who specializes in spiciness that would make you breathe fire at some point. While Toru just told about all the funny shenanigans that happened in her life. She told about when she was a kid she would hide from her mother after taking a bath. She would open the front door but hide inside the house. She would get scolded but she would still laugh at the memory. After the cafe they went to an arcade. After winning a few games they finally exchanged their tickets for a few prizes. She now has a new stuffed animal to her collection and Izuku now has an All Might thumbs-up glove. She turned to her left and saw a punching machine. "Hey Midoriya, wanna try that?" Izuku looked at the machine and it was an All Might theme. He smiled like a kid in a candy store and nodded. The machine was titled Punch the Villain. Go Plus Ultra. On the side it said that the machine was designed from a fight that All Might had all those years ago. Which according to Izuku was true, because instead of a normal red bag it was a grey chest. Based on Izuku it was based on a villain called Tough Skin. The villain's quirk was able to handle one of All Might's punches, making it one of the top 5 longest fights that All Might had. The machine was free to use and anyone can go whenever they want, but considering that this was based on a villain that even All Might slightly struggle with, the odds were not in the player's favor. But to make it even more unfair, quirks were not allowed. She looked at the prize and it was a 130 centimeters green stuffed bunny. She would admit that it was cute and would be her favorite in her collection, but she also knew the odds were not in their favor. It's not like Izuku is strong as All Might, right? Then the whispers began. You think the guy would try the machine? No way, that thing is impossible. Even if he did he would break his hand in the process. Yeah, I mean look at him. He's probably skin and bones. You think that's his girl? But what does he see in her? Her personality. She could hear the snickering and can't help but be annoyed. If only they knew how strong Izuku was. She was about to tell him that they should go but he turned to her and pointed at the prize. You want that? Ay. The stuffed animal. I know you like those things, so do you want it? I do. Izuku it's impose. He wasn't listening as he just smiled and took off his hoodie to reveal he was wearing an undershirt, showing his muscles and scars from all those fights he had. She could probably hear the jaw drop from the staff and the people that were whispering before. One of them even wolf whistled at him. Back off. Here's my date. One green stuffed animal, coming right up, he then went to a stance. Raised his fist, and punched, his fist blurring in a blink of an eye and wind slightly picked up. She felt her hair move due to the wind and she was shocked at the result and so was the spectators behind her. She expected the thing to not move at all. What she didn't expect was for the chest to cave in and be sent back to the machine and be embedded to said machine. The machine burst to life with All Might's voice plus ultra. Congratulations. Here's your prize. The machine dropped the stuffed bunny and Izuku caught it. He went to her and presented her the stuffed animal Toda, he said, simply blinding her with that smile of his. She took it and hugged the toy as if it was the most precious thing she has. Come on, let's get some ice cream. He grabs her hand and pulls her away out of the arcade and here they were back to the bench they once sat at and were enjoying some ice cream with her 2 stuffed animals. She enjoyed her date. Heck, this was the best date she ever had and it was all thanks to the green-haired boy who was enjoying his All Might special ice cream. She giggled. You really like All Might here, she said. Obviously he did. He has a room filled with merchandise of said hero. He's my hero, he said simply as if it was just a fact. He inspired me to be a hero, to smile, to save people. He was the reason I wanted to become a hero. I wanted to be like him. I wanted to save people with a smile and make those people smile. He then scratched his head. I guess that's also the reason why I couldn't just let you be sad. She stared at him after that. Why she would ignore that her heart was trying to hammer itself out of her chest. Because how can I call myself a hero if I can't even make one cute girl smile? He smiled at her and Toru could feel the heat rushing to her face. Cute. She might have said that out loud because he then turned into a blushing mess. Hi Emi, you're not cute. No. You are cute. Adorable even. No, wait. But you're also appealing. No, I meant he was just spitting words while flailing his arms. It was amazing that his ice cream hasn't fallen yet. But Toru was now focusing on what she was feeling right now. There's no way, right? There's no way I'm falling for him. He cheered me up because I was his friend. Nothing more, nothing less. Then why do I feel disappointed at that? Her mind then went to a talk that she and her mother once had when talking about relationships, learning to love. Kid Toru asked, "Yep, you're not just gonna fall in love at first sight, there are times where you just have to learn to love them first. Then if you're sure, commit yourself." Back to the present, she was still staring at Izuku, who was trying to form a sentence. She smiled. "All right then." She leaned in and kissed his cheek. "You're cute to Aizu." It was at this point that he shut up and his ice cream finally fell. He then stared at nothing while also blushing crazy. She turned and saw Midnight in casual clothes. "I think it's time for us to get you home," she smiled knowingly. Toru then stood up and picked up her stuffed animals. "Okay." She then saw Aizawa behind Midnight with a wheelbarrow. She raised her eyebrows but shrugged. She and Midnight then began to walk out of the mall. "Had fun?" asked Midnight. "Yes, sensei," hugging her stuffed animals tight. One day Aizu, she turned around and saw Aizawa putting Izuku on the wheelbarrow and proceed to carry him to the other exit. "I'll love you." Flashback. In the end, Toru finished, her arms wide and joy in her voice. The girls clapped. "Wait, was it that same day that I informed you of my plan?" Zu asked, finger at the bottom of her lip. "If by informing me, you mean you knocking on my door and playing the Russian anthem, then yes." "I'm not sorry, Kiro." "Okay, first off, Kendo started whoever your first date was. He was a PP and I'm glad Izuku came to the rescue." The girls nodded in agreement. "Second, he punched the machine without a quirk." "Yeah, his usual lightning thing didn't appear, so I guess he didn't." Toru thought back. But Setsuna jumped in. "Okay, I'm with Prez on this one." "Setsuna, you're telling me that Broccoli pretty much destroyed a punching machine designed from one of the longest fights that All Might had, but then Kinoko butted in with her counter and you're surprised?" They couldn't see it, but they could feel the girls' eyes were raised. "Are you forgetting the joint training? AKA the day that you fell in love with him, AKA the day that I realized I have Dom and Daddy 𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐾." "Too much information, Kinoko." Kendo scolded, but she had blush on her cheeks. "Don't 𝐭𝐴𝐽𝐾 shame me, woman." Kinoko pouted but then pointed an accusing finger at Kendo. "And don't lie, Ms. Harder." "Harder? Oh God. Break me. I could practically hear you from my room. And I'm 4 doors away from you." It was at this point that Kendo lunged and Kinoko yelped and ran away. Kendo then gave chase at the mushroom girl, while the rest of the girls just laughed. It took Kendo 5 minutes to catch Kinoko. All through that time, the redhead was laughing and was just having fun. "Did you really have to call me out like that?" Despite calming down, Kendo was still blushing. "The truth will set you free." Setsuna, Mina, Toru, Pony, and Kinoko sang. "Fine." Kendo huffed. "I want to be dominated. I want it rough to the point I'm just a gasping mess." "They're happy." She looked away. Some of the girls cheered, while some just said mood. "I mean, if we're confessing, then I guess I'll go next." Setsuna raised her hand dramatically. "I used to be a dom, but after meeting Green the first kinda had an epiphany." "How so?" "Well, I still like to be a dom, teasing and just taking control, but now I guess I like it when someone puts up a fight and wins. It's weird, like I want to be a dom, but I'll turn to a sub if the said partner was, would put up a fight." "That is interesting, but I do not know what the right term for that." "Momo, maybe a SW6. Maybe." Setsuna then made a dismissive motion. "But enough about that, how about you guys?" Silence. "Nothing would leave this room, correct?" said a low voice, but can still be heard. They looked at Ibara as she just fidgets in her chair. "Of course, Kendo, nothing will leave this room, Ibara. Whatever you confess, it will stay right here and no one will speak of it outside of our group." She smiled gently. "Look, if this is about what I walked in on," Setsuna said, making Ibara blushed. "Don't worry, I'm not judging. It was surprising, sure, but I'm not going to judge you for that, correct? But don't take this as peer pressure, Ibara. Feel free to share this with us when you want to," said Leiko. And the ghost girl just gave her friend a thumbs up. "Yeah girl." Okiko gave her 2 thumbs up. "Don't worry, we'll keep it a secret." "Right, Mina," said girl balked. "Of course. I love gossip, but I know where to draw the line." The rest of the girls nodded and waited patiently for Ibara, who gave them a look of thanks. She whispered lowly. The girls weren't able to hear it. "We didn't quite catch that." Ibara took a deep breath. The girls blinked. Ibara fidgeted. "Wow, that Kendo was not able to form words. The majority of the girls were in the same boat. They didn't expect this from the Christian girl. "It's disgusting, I know." Ibara looked away and the girls panicked. No. It's not. It's just, surprising is all, Pony admitted. Yeah, it just wasn't what we expected. Mina chuckled. Didn't know you were into that. I'm not into public humiliation, or being hurt physically. Ибара clarified, taking a deep breath. I'm just interested in, being tied up, BLNDFLD, edging, dirty talk. Spanking. Ye had to wipe a drool that was coming out of her mouth while also feeling safe that my partner wouldn't go far and would know my limits. I still would like to feel the touch and warm feeling of his arms around me, as a man that can break me can still love me with his gentle kindness. Ибара looked up and the girls were just slack-jawed with blushes on their cheeks. Did I say something wrong? Ибara blushed. Oh my, I shouldn't have said any of Tijdash. Ибara, that was appealing. Kinoko cheered. Hell yeah, girl. Pony also cheered. Well, that escalated quickly, said Setsuna with a drink in hand. I think you pretty much described Izuku there. Okiko stated, her hand on her chin. A man that can break you and yet still gentle. That's Izuku right there, the majority of the girls agreed. Don't think it's weird? Ибara questioned. Nah girl, as long as you're not hurting anybody then it's fine. The girls nodded. Thank you. All of you. Ибara sighed, a massive weight off her shoulders. Anybody else wants to tell their 𝐭𝐴 𝐿𝐼 raised her hand. Cosplay, she said simply, and the girls nodded at the simple word. She then smirked, and using the back door the bit Okiko started but stopped herself and just looked at her, and so did the girls. 𝐿𝐼 just smirked wider, making the girls blushed at the implication. You brave woman, Zu said. I hope you have a wheelchair ready because you're not gonna walk after he's done with you. That's even hotter. And 𝐿𝐼 said at the same time. Wait, Setsuna realized something. How do you know that? Zu just stared at her, but they could all feel the smug smile she was surely giving. Wouldn't you like to know? She teased Zu. Have the two of you? Momo was breaking down while Okiko was looking at her best friend, and if you look closely you could see that her eyes are going from betrayal to how to hide a body. Relax, I slept with him, remember? It took the girls a second, but yes, they did remember now. In her story, she and Midoriya cuddled to comfort themselves after the overhaul fight. I knew because, well, morning wood is a thing, she just explained simply. Okay then, that I can accept. Setsuna then leaned in and gave a grin. How big? The girls just blushed but leaned in as well. Tsuyu just gave them a grin of her own with her eyes half-lidded. Let's just say that if we ever did with him, don't expect to walk or feel your legs for a while. The girls blushed, while Juru excused herself once more. Kendo then began whispering something to Momo. Whatever she was whispering made the raven-haired girl blush to the point there was steam coming out of her. Yui was wiping drool. Ибара just flinched with a faraway look. 𝐿𝐼 then began to mumble that if she had enough lube. After a few minutes has passed, everything calmed down once more. The thirst levels are off the charts. Setsuna fanned herself. With all this talk you have to wonder if any of us are still versions. I mean, we are, right? Everyone just nodded. How about Izuku? What about him? Is he still a version? He is, right. The turn to Okiko, who blushed. Yes. Maybe. I don't know. If he wasn't, who took his first? Mina wondered, as so did the rest of the girls. Somewhere in the middle of the woods, inside a lodge, a certain pussycat sneezed. You okay, Mandalay? Asked Ragdoll, who was busy typing on a keyboard. Yeah, I think someone was just talking about me. Mandalay sniffed. Was it him? It has been a long time since I've seen him. Maybe it's me. Duo where Ragdoll sang and Mandalay blushed. Maybe not. Surely he's busy. Ragdoll hummed, giving her friend a Cheshire grin. Shush you, you're thinking of him too. You see, the difference between you and me is that I fully admit it. Back at the UA dorms. Well, there's no point in worrying, Kendo stated, then looked at the clock. We have about 3 hours left before the boys come back. So how about we take another break and finish later after a bite to eat? Yeah. I'm starving, Mina whined, and Toru just giggled. Don't laugh at my misery. Well then, I hope pizza is good enough. Extra sausage please. Don't make me get the batu. Endeavor hooks Deku up with Fuyumi. Enji Todoroki is a horrible husband and also a horrible father. He knows this. This was now a fact for him. No matter what he does, nothing can change that. Nothing can change what he did. But even so, meow, even if he has done so many horrible things, mainly to his family, did he deserve this kind of torture? His cute isn't he dad, the voice of his daughter. Fuyumi Todoroki came from the video she sent. Out of all his children she was the only one that kept in contact with him. Sure, he contacted his son Xiaoto, but it was more for work reasons. The boy did not want anything to do with him, and considering what he has done to the boy, he didn't blame him. I'm gonna call him 𝐒𝐿. But even so, does he deserve this kind of torture? Endeavor rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming in. This was the 5th cat this month, and this is the third time in a row that she named it after the previous number. He opened the messaging app and began to type to his daughter, Todoroki Fuyumi, you need to get wedded soon. Todoroki too busy with work, plus can't seem to find the perfect guy. Todoroki surely your co-workers are suitable for you. Todoroki they're not my type, some of them are just way too rowdy. I want a family man. Todoroki how about from online apps? Or something like that. Todoroki the moment that they see I'm a Todoroki, they'll get scared. Plus I don't trust those kinds of apps. Right, his status and reputation were carried out to his children as well. But he didn't want to give up. Surely there was a man for her, one that would stop making her have cats and naming after All Might. Okay, at the very least stop naming them after All Might. He then heard a ping. Looking at his phone he saw that his daughter messaged him again. Todoroki look dad. If you can find me a guy that's strong, smart, caring, protective, good with kids, a family man, can cook and is not scared of you, I'll marry that person in an instant. He blinked seeing the message, so that was her type. That was who she was looking for. He looked up and saw the students of UA that were doing work studies in his agency, but his focus was on a sole person. Strong. Check, he saw the overhaul fight, he was definitely strong. Smart. Based on 𝐿𝐿, he was one of the smartest guys in class, so check. Caring. 𝐿𝐿 said he wouldn't hurt a fly if he knew it would hurt its feeling, plus he seemed to care for his friends, so check. Protective. 𝐿𝐿 said he once beat up a whole street of gangs with knives and guns, just because said gangs called a child he was caring for a freak. So check. Can cook. 𝐿𝐿 said he was one of the best cooks in his class to the point that he has been assigned for dinner duty every day. Check on that one. Not scared of him. He remembers the sports festival and also the fact that his hair means he was not scared of him. He smiled and got up from his seat and went towards the students. Some of the interns went to the side as he walked. Meanwhile, the students were busy arguing. While the blonde boy was yelling, his son was just listening, and the boy he had his eyes on just simply tried to calm them down. This got them to stay quiet, and said boy stood straight and his intern stayed quiet. I have a few questions for you, answer them honestly. Yes sir, the boy responded stiffly. Are you good with kids? He asked, crossing his arms. The boy faltered but regained his composure. Why sir? His taking care of Eri, his son pointed out. At this point, his pretty much his daughter. The brat is pretty much attached to the nerd. The blonde boy, Bakugu, commented. So he's good with kids. Check. Next question. Are you a family man? Again the boy faltered a bit but regained his composure. Why sir? I enjoy my time with A and will love and support her always. He declared, staring at the pro's eyes, while he could hear how moved his intern's employees were in his declaration. Family man. Check. That's everything, which means that he was perfect for Fuyumi. Midoriya, stand still, I need to take your picture. He held up his phone and opened the camera app. His son looked at him weirdly but didn't question it. He took the picture and sent it to Fuyumi. He then typed, found your husband. Pocketing his phone, he put his hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Midoriya, I have a task for you. This task is of grave importance and you are the only one I can trust that can fulfill this task. Midoriya swelled with pride hearing his words. While Bakugu was just steaming in anger, his son raised his eyebrow. Why yes sir. I will do my best. Excellent. Your task is this. He then pulled out a picture of his daughter and showed it to Midoriya, and everybody else leaned in. You are to marry and impregnate my daughter. The echoing sound of it was heard from Fuyumi's room, who was staring at the picture her father sent her. I mean, he is cute. Kamu Woods hooks Deku up with Mount Lady Shinji Nishia aka Kamu Woods knew some great things about his friend's co-workers. His friend Death Arms funnily enough, was scared of the dark, which was also ironic considering most of his missions fights consist of abandoned factories or warehouses. His other friend though was something. Now don't get him wrong, he respects Mount Lady to some degree, but her antics and her choices in life just made him question her sometimes. To the majority of the people, she was a hero for the fame and money. To some of him perverts of him she was a hottie and had a nice piece of butt, but he and her friends knew better. She was just acting, sure to the public she was that, but she still had the will to be a hero, a caring nature, and some professionalism, for the most part. No, one of the things that made him question her was her love life. There was a rumor that he and she were dating, but that was that. Just a rumor. They were friends and co-workers, nothing more and nothing less. Besides, her eyes were set at a younger age. Specifically a certain green-haired hero in training. It all started at the sludge incident. If the said event would be questioned or brought in any way, then she would go into a rant about how he just stole the show, but in private she would go in a blushing mess while mumbling 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐬𝐽. Next was the sports festival where his fighting side was shown. He could still remember the drool she had that day, making him shudder. Her crush on him was evident, and only he was the only one that knew because of their sort of partnership. Why hasn't she made a move yet? Well, as much as she likes to tease men in front of the cameras or how much she flaunts her body, she of course, when the said hero in training is nearby, will transform into a shy schoolgirl constantly hiding in alleyways, dumpsters, or would just simply run off. It annoyed him to the point he just wanted to bind them together until Mount Lady herself would ask him out. But until that day comes, he would just have to tolerate her antics and rants about how cool he was. He sighed as they turned the corner. Right now the two of them were asked by Endeavor to look out for some UA students that were interning at his agency. They were sent here to do patrol, and the two pros were tasked to look out for them because they knew the area. Can't believe we have to babysit some kids, whined his partner. He sighed. Hopefully they are capable, so we don't have to hold their hands for each patrol. Maybe they are interning with the current number 1 hero after all. Hopefully, it's just a drag that we have to look out for them. Can't someone else do it? We're the ones that know the area best, so it was obvious that we're the right choice. Still, it's she stopped herself as her eyes widened in panic. He knew that look. It was his here, I need to hide. But what's he? No way. Kamu Woods turned to the meeting point and found a blonde boy yelling at another boy with a scar on his face, and of course Mount Lady's Prince Charming at the center. He turned to where his partner was and found no one there. He sighed and turned to the corner they were before, and he saw her pressed against the wall and mumbling 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. He pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Wait, this was his chance. He looked to the meeting place and his partner. Under his mask he smirked. Hey guys. Over here, he called out, and the students looked up. He could see the blonde boy say finally, and the green-haired student turned to Joy, seeing who called to them. Meanwhile, his partner looked at him with betrayal and tried to run away. He acted quickly and trapped her with his quirk. He knew she could break it if she went big, but doing so would make her stand out, and he knew she didn't want that. He saw the students jogging towards them and released his hold. Sorry we're late, we got held up by a villain, he explained. His partner slipped on her professional persona. It was as if she wasn't a blushing mess earlier. Anyway, I'm Kamu Woods and Mount Lady, the green-haired student gushed out. You two made your debut on the same day and the same place. Kamu Woods specializes in capturing villains and making sure they don't get away. He then turns to his partner. You specialize in big villain fights, and using your size you use the strength that comes with it as an advantage in fights that would benefit you size. He then produced a notebook out of thin air. Can you sign this? If he had a camera he would picture this moment, because the boy was literally fanboying and his partner was a blushing mess. After a quick introduction, they then walked around the neighborhood explaining the ins and outs, the most area that's full of villains and the area that have fewer villains. They were now taking a short break before going on a real patrol. Look, the areas here are big, so we need to split into 2 groups. His partner flinched and looked at him. You'll thank me later. So I suggest that Bakugo and Todoroki are with me, and MT Lady and Midoriya would be the second group. Can I ask why? Todoroki asked, but he was prepared for this. Easy. While the two of you are skilled fighters, most villain fights require capturing villains or making sure that the civilians in the area are not harmed during a fight. That's why we're going to the area in which there are more villains. He then looked at Do while you Midoriya, SEK at social practices. The kid balked but didn't deny the statement. While some heroes are just for fighting villains and you just like these two excel at that. The problem is your interaction with people. You stutter and blush and can't even form a coherent sentence. Civilians won't feel safe with a hero they can't even interact with. This got the boy's attention. You don't have to talk to them, like have a conversation. A simple smile or thumbs up would be fine. My partner here, he gestures to Mount Lady, excels at that. Mount Lady decided to butt in. Hold on here, Deku here has those black tentacle things. Wouldn't those actually work well with capture? She countered, but she's not going to chicken out on this one. While yes it is, but Endeavor already trains him in that department. While I can teach him, I don't want to distract him with something else if is already being taught by someone. Mount Lady sighed in defeat and accepted her fate. With the group finishing their break, they began their patrol. Before he even managed to swing away, he heard his phone go off. Taking it out, he saw a message from his partner. Mount Lady, I hate you but thanks. He smiled and pocketed his phone. Hopefully, you'll ask him out soon, because I got the strangest feeling that you're not the only one that wants him. 𝐒𝐠𝐲 gives her boss a piece of the Deku. Her boss needed a boyfriend. This was the thought of 𝐒𝐠𝐲 Hado as she walked the halls of UA. While she respects her boss in dedicating her time to hero work, she needed someone to love and hold her. How was she sure of this? Well, one time when she was scouting the area around the agency, she decided to surprise her boss by flying to her window and knocking at her window. What she didn't expect was her watching soap opera on her large TV and whispering about how she wished a man would sweep her out of her feet and take care of her. She didn't see much because 𝐒𝐿 turned and saw her. She got scolded and told to never tell anyone about what she saw and heard. She kept her promise, but it was still in her mind, so she decided to do her boss a favor and try to find a boy. There was only one problem: there was no boy she knows that would actually fit 𝐒𝐿. Sure, there were some handsome boys in her class and other class, but being handsome was not enough. 𝐒𝐿 needed someone to understand that she wanted to be a hero, meaning dates and times when they were alone or see each other will be rare. She didn't need someone who would hold her back or make her think that being a hero was a burden. The second would be the guy had to truly care for her. 𝐒𝐿 was appealing, rich, and famous. She was the whole package. Meaning some guys wouldn't care for her and actually just want the fame and money that came with her. No, it needed to be a guy that would actually care for 𝐒𝐿. And try as she might, there was no guy. Are you alright, 𝐒𝐠𝐲-senpai? Asked a voice. Turning to her right, she saw Izuku Midoriya, one as Golden Boy. Yes, I'm just thinking of something, she said as she got into a thinking pose. What about? It's Abo dash. She then realized who she was talking to. Izuku Midoriya. The rumored guy that can make any girl fall for him. She knew because she was one of them. And Yu was one of them. She practically has a shrine in her closet. Then the gears in her head turned and then clicked. She grinned. 𝐒𝐲-Deku. What do you think of 𝐒𝐿? Do you think she's appealing? Do you think she's a fantastic hero? If you were given a chance to date her, would you take it? If you two were to have children, would you name them after me? Say, what kind of women do you like? She gave him a list of questions, but she knew can answer all of them. His hands were flying everywhere, but he still answered, I think she's a fantastic hero. She deserves the number 10 spot despite what she said that she didn't earn it. Why yes? Absolutely. Why yes? And maybe. I don't really have a preference. If they're nice, then I guess that's good enough for me. That's what she loved about Deku. He could answer all her questions no matter how many and how fast they were. Hey, are you free this Saturday? Don't worry, 𝐒𝐿. Deku is here. At the 𝐒𝐿 agency, the pro-heroine sneezed then shuddered as if someone was planning something behind her back. Yo, you good? Asked her visitors. I'm fine. She then sat straight in her chair. So what brings you here, Miruko? 𝐒𝐿 challenges Miruko. I'll run if I were you. Oh, I was just in the neighborhood, she said oh so casually. 𝐒𝐿 squinted her eyes. You and I both know that's bullshit. So cut the CRV and tell me why you're here. Normally she would be elegant with her words, but she was in the presence of a friend so she could let out a few curses here and there. Oh, I just heard from a certain someone that you're trying to get a certain student to intern with you, she dragged on as she walked around her office, and I was wondering if you get him as your intern, that you and I should team up. She said the word team up as if it was forced, which knowing her was teaming up. Miruko doesn't do team-ups. A certain student. Does she mean that? Her eyes widen as she figures out who she was talking about. No, what? Why? Miruko faltered a bit then tried to bring back her composure. See, come on, we could do so well. And I don't normally do team-ups, remember. So this is a great opportunity. Bond exercises and what? She smiled innocently as if she could try and persuade the other pro. She stood up from her chair and approached her. First of all, that's just it. You don't do team-ups, so that right there is a huge red flag. And second, she jabbed a finger to Miruko. Ah. Not taking him away from me, Miruko looked at her and then her eyes widened. Oh. You want him too, she smirked, sparking a challenge. Right, I do. Well, sorry girl, but in case you haven't heard, Miruko gestured herself, I'm a total babe, oh yeah. Well, so am I. What do you have that I don't? Miruko then lifted her leg, these thighs. You sound so sure that he'll want you over me. Girl, I know for sure. Have you seen our fandom? Both women shuddered. Point is, I'm wanted and people are obsessed with me. Okay then, let's have a deal. Aho, this I like. If by somehow Deku interns with me, let's team up. Ryukyu smirked. Aho, and what's the challenge or deal you're talking about? Miruko now pumped up. She loves a good challenge and getting the greenie. Bonus. First one to leave a hickey on him gets to have him. Miruko's eyes widened at that but then grinned. You're on. -1A dorms. Izuku shuddered as he felt as if he would be in grave danger. He reached out to his neck almost expecting something. He shrugged and looked forward. In front of him was the principal of UA himself, Nezu. So what's the big news, sir? Izuku asked, looking at those unblinking eyes of his principal. Oh, nothing big. It's just that Ryukyu herself has extended an invitation for you to intern with her. I am honored, sir. Yes, the documents will be sent to you if you ever wish to say yes, and don't worry with your current work study. I'll handle the paperwork if you decide to go to Ryukyu. Thank you so very much. Izuku bowed deeply. Think nothing of it, and the principal then walked away along with Eraserhead. But before reaching the doors he casually said, oh, I think Miruko herself would be teaming up with Ryukyu. I'm not sure though, it is just a rumor after all. Then proceed to walk out of the dorms, leaving Izuku staring with bloodshot eyes at the news. After walking a few minutes, Aizawa spoke. Sir, didn't you just have a call with Miruko earlier? Pretty much informing her of Midoriya's offer. Oh yes, I do remember that conversation. May I ask why you told her about the offer? Oh, it's all so simple. Aizawa leaned in waiting for the answer. Because it's Monday. Okay, so I hope everybody's satisfied now and we can continue with the stories. They were now done with their snack break. There was a total of 20 boxes of pizza on the floor and 6 boxes in the kitchen for the boys when they come back. Momo insisted on paying for all of it, even though the girls were willing to share. But Momo was insistent and the adorable face she was making was way too hard to resist. Yes, said Momo, who was wiping her mouth with a napkin. I believe it's 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐻's turn to tell her story. Using her quirk, Setsuna flew and assembled in the chair. So I got a crush on the greenie after our first joint training with you guys. Then, as Kinoko said, pretty much fell for him in our second joint training. You mean Izuku pretty much dominating his match? Pony asked. Because I fell for him that way too, although as I was a spectator during the match. Wait, Gyro interrupted. So Kinoko, Setsuna, and Pony fell in love with the greenie at the same event. Looks like it. So are we going to hear the same story 3 times? Mina added, with just, different perspectives. Seems like it. Kendo contemplated. I know. Pony said excitedly, why don't me, Kinoko and Setsuna tell our story at the same time? That way we don't waste time and tell our story with just different perspectives. The girls looked at each other, mainly Setsuna, Pony, and Kinoko. Then Setsuna grinned. Hell yeah. That does sound like a good idea. We won't be wasting time and we could still tell our story. That is, of course, if you guys agree with it, Kinoko said. Plus mine is actually quite short, so this actually helps me. Yeah, I agree with Pony's suggestion. Plus the boys will come soon and I don't want this to be continued. Setsuna agreed. And then it was decided that they won't be changing the order, but Setsuna will stop her story after her telling when she had a crush. Then Pony will tell her story how she developed her crush. Then Kinoko. After that, the 3 of them would SWCH on telling how they fell in love in the second joint training. So, anyway, I was still feeling a bit shitty about losing to Bakugo, and let me guess, Izuku came into the rescue and cheered you up. Jiru smiled, and so did the rest of the girls. Yep. Flashback. Aftermath of the first joint training. I feel so pathetic, Setsuna thought as she walked alone at the hallways of UA and heading back to her classroom. It was probably an hour or so after their joint training with the 1A. A lot of things happened and a lot of students managed to show off. Heck. The green-haired guy, Deku or something, pulled a tentacle things from his arm, wrecked the training area, but still managed to take a win. It was a sight to see, she would admit. Seeing the guy in action, all serious and diamanty, made things stir in her. Gonna have fun teasing him, she joked inside her head, making her laugh lightly. But no, her mood was soured due to her loss. Their plan was perfect, her plan was perfect. But it crashed the moment that Bakugo decided to be a team player, and now they lost because she was too confident in her plan. Her teammates forgave her and so did her class. Monoma was his usual dickish self but was still sympathetic towards her and her efforts. But still, they lost because of her. That's a feeling she couldn't shake off. Excuse me, 𝐭𝐽𝐽-san. Someone called out to her. She turned around and lo and behold the green-haired kid she was thinking about earlier jogging towards her with a smile on his face. Wonder what he needs. She looked down at his tie. And who made that abomination? The boy stopped in front of her, slightly breathing, then produced a notebook out of thin air. Where the hell? Can I ask about your quirk? He asked with stars in his eyes. She did hear from Kendo that there was a quirk genius in class, and now that I think about it, she had this light blush on her cheeks when she was telling about the guy. A grin formed on her face. Oh, I think I found her, boy. Sure, we can walk and talk, okay? He smiled, and it was so bright she had to close her eyes. Too bright. Your quirk's name is Lizard Splitter, and there he goes. She has to admit his questions were something. There were some good points and most of his theories were right and some she needed to test. But that will not happen because, Midoriya, calm down. I can't understand most of what you're saying. It was too fast for her to completely understand. Sorry, he scratched his head. I just get excited when I talk about quirks. Yeah, I noticed. Anyway, why your quirk is really cool. The fact that you can detach yourself and yet still able control and feel your limbs is a great quirk to being a hero. And there he goes with his fanboyness once more. Didn't do much for Bakugo though, she grumbled. What are you talking about? You and your team were amazing. Yeah, but we still lost, she countered, and she noticed that his eyes changed a bit. It wasn't shy anymore. And your team pulled off a good strategy to counter Kaken. If he was still what he was before, then you would have won. His shoulders then relaxed and he stood up straight. The fact that you made the plan to counter Kaken and use Gyro's quirk against her proves how amazing you are. He smiled and she could feel heat rush to her face. Is this what Prez feels? Then the bell went off, signaling the end of the day. I forgot my bag. He was about to run off but turned to her and bowed. Thank you very much, 𝐭𝐽𝐽-san. Standing up straight, he then ran towards his classroom. She then turned and looked up and saw that she was in front of her classroom. Didn't even notice I was here already, a voice said. She looked down and saw Kendo staring at her with a slightly annoyed look on her face. You two were just standing there and looking at each other for like 5 minutes, she said with slight annoyance. Oh right, she has a crush on him. Setsuna then grinned and leaned to the side. What? Jealous, she teased, and Kendo blushed. As if. She crossed her arms and looked away. Don't worry, I won't steal your boy from you. She walked past Kendo, who sputtered once more. Not like I have a crush on him, right? She would soon know that yes, she did have a crush on him, as she spent her nights staring at her ceiling, unable to sleep due to a certain boy in her head. She only uttered one word. Flashbacking, and that's about it. Setsuna then chuckled. Who knew the greenie was good at words? I think we established that Izuku is pretty much, and I quote, a smooth-talking beast. Mina said, I mean he made Prez fall for him with just words alone. Setsuna gestured at said girl. But who knew you were a jealous type? I was not jealous. You couldn't stop looking at me like you were going to chop my head off. Cough anyway, it's my turn. Komori yelled out, lifting her chair and setting it aside next to Setsuna's. So I think it happened during our first years as well. I was going to the cafeteria when suddenly these guys just started bullying me. Meanie, what a bunch of jess. You should have told me. Kendo said. I would have beat them up and told a teacher. No, it's fine. Kinoko smiled. Izuku was there to help. Flashback. 1 year ago-ish. Look at the freak. Bet her eyes are so ugly she has to hide them. Dude, her quirk is so weird though. I know, right? She was so obsessed with mushrooms back in middle school. This was what surrounded Kinoko Komori as she just stood there. She was about to head to the cafeteria to join her friends, but suddenly she was cut off by a group of general studies students, mainly her old classmates when she was in middle school. Man, if freaks like her are in the hero course, the standards might be so low, said a boy that was surrounding her. Then another voice came. Please stop saying those titch things to her. She looked up and so did the other students. She saw a green-haired student standing there, arms raised, and had a look that was very, very nervous. Who's he? Why, shouted a boy, we ain't doing anything wrong. The boy shrugged. Why were you bullying her? You're calling her n names, stuttered the boy. She was glad for the help, but she doesn't think stuttering is going to help. Why, mocked another boy. Guy thinks is tough when he can't even say a sentence right. He and the other boys laughed. Besides, we're just showing her place. The green-haired balled his fist the moment he heard that. Ain't that right, Komori-chan? The boy flicked her forehead, making her yelp in pain. When she opened her eyes, she was surprised to see the green-haired kid was in front of the boy who flicked her, fist raised. Ready to give a punch, and in a flash, his fist made contact with the other boy's nose. She heard a crunch as the boy fell, clutching his nose. "Ah, damn it. That SHT hurt," said boy as he clutched his now broken nose. The green-haired kid had an angry look on his face, which then changed to shocked and then concern. "So sorry. Are you alright?" said the green-haired boy. Then a boy raised his hands in defense. "Oh, we're sorry." "Yeah, we were just having fun," said another boy, while the rest helped the other boy up his feet and drag him to the nurse's office. Once the boys were out of sight, the green-haired kid turned to her. "Are you okay?" he asked. She gave a smile of gratitude. "Thank you for that. So sorry for intruding like that, and my body just moved on its own," he admitted. "Well, still, thanks for standing up to me like that." She gave him 2 thumbs up. "You're a shroom guy." She had to admit that she cringed herself hearing that. Gotta be good at those things at some point. She then heard him chuckle and she smiled. "Kinoko Komori. You are. Might as well know her savior." "Izukami Midoriya," said a gruff voice, and Izuku stood straight. The both of them looked in the direction of the voice, and they saw a man wearing black clothes and a strange scarf with a tired look on his face, as if he didn't get any sleep at all. She saw Izuku started to sweat a bit. Hopefully he's not in trouble. 10 minutes detention. "Why, sir?" Izuku saluted and the man walked past them. But before he could pass Izuku, the man leaned in a bit and whispered. Thankfully she was close, so she could hear the man whisper, "Go for the jaw next time." After the man was gone, Izuku sighed in relief. Kinoko laughed a bit but then noticed the time. "Hey, wanna go to the cafeteria together?" she offered. She wanted to talk to her savior for a bit before they split off and never talk again. Sure. They walked to the cafeteria together, talked a bit. But once they got their food, they split off and went to their respective friends. Izuku Midoriya. What a cute name. Flashback. And that's it for my story. Okay, so whoever those bullies were, they need a good butt kicking, Mina said with an annoyed look on her face. "I agree, but I think Izuku got it handled." Based on the story, his nose wasn't safe from his fist, and that was before he got total control on his quirk. Toru yelled out, "Imagine if he just punched him with one of those. I don't think he'll survive that." "Anyway, Pony," said girl, hopped off her seat and placed it next to Setsuna, making Setsuna in the middle. "Okay, so you guys know that my Japanese is not good. Minoma was the only one that actually helped me." She air quoted the word helped. As much as he was a J, he did know English. "Still mad that you guys didn't point out that I was basically badmouthing one again. We're sorry about that." Kendo said apologetically, "It's in the past, so no use in actually bringing it up again." Pony sighed. "Anyway, after we all took our license, Izuku approached me." Flashback. 5 days after Class 1B provisional license exam, Pony Tsunotori was walking to her dorms after a long day of school. Can't wait to take a hot bath and watch anime. Yes, she was a weeb. What about it? She would cherish and fight anyone that would dare to make her stop watching anime. "Tsunotori-san," someone called out, making her turn around, only to find one as golden boy, Izuku Midoriya, jogging towards her. "Wonder what he wants." "Yes, Midoriya. Something you need?" she asks. Though her Japanese wasn't good, she was improving. "Oh, I just need to ask a few questions. If that's alright," he asked nervously, but she could feel the fanboyness radiating out of him. "Is this what I am when I talk about anime?" "Sure. Lay it on me," she said happily. Hopefully, she could answer his questions. "Okay, so, are heroes in America different from the hero we have here?" he asked. "In perfect English." Her jaw dropped hearing him in English. She couldn't believe it. There was another student she could talk to and can understand her. "Well, I know about the current top 10 there, but honestly I'm not that familiar with them. I'm more interested in their goals, stories, and things like TK." He couldn't finish his sentence as Pony gripped his shirt and pulled him closer to her, making him lean down and staring at her eyes and happy smile. "Why, I watched a lot of shows when I was a kid. Most of them were English, so I just picked it up there," he said sheepishly. He then began to blur as Pony began to shake him. "Can you teach me how to speak Japanese? Please, please, please." "Oh, okay, so please stop shaking me," he said, and so she did. She could see swells appear as he was dizzy. "Oops, so sorry." She then released him from her hold and he bent over a bit to stretch his back. "It's okay, but yes. I can teach you Japanese." Many days went by as Izuku began to teach her Japanese. Sure, some of their lessons were come and go. Considering that the two of them were busy people, they didn't mind it. Since some of their lessons were a bit too much with so little time, Izuku suggested they go with the way he knew English, through shows and movies, and this is what got her excited. Because they are also going to watch anime. Learning and enjoying herself at the same time. Hell yeah. The plan was to watch a movie, episode, or even a part of a show in English and then watch the same thing but only the voice or language was in Japanese, that way she would understand what the characters were saying even though if she couldn't understand it. It wasn't the perfect plan, there are flaws here and there, but it was the quickest and efficient way for both of them. Right now, they were watching a movie about a guy with cancer who then became a hero with regenerative abilities. Technically he's an anti-hero, clarified Izuku sitting beside her. He's a mercenary who kills people, does it for money, and is entirely selfish but is still somewhat a good guy. Pony argues, of course, I'm not saying he's a villain or anything. He gestures the move they were watching on her laptop. He is selfish, but sometimes his selfishness is for the right reasons. The movie was now showing said guy trying to rescue a girl, his goals and reasons. Well, some reasons does give him the light as being a hero, but what he does during that is what differs him from other heroes. Pony just stared at him while the movie was playing. You're so into this, he blushed. I guess he's my second favorite anti-hero. He admitted. She hummed as they finished the movie. Right. Now they were having a free day. Her handling of Japanese was going well, so they decided to have a day off with the lessons. She then looked at Midoriya, who was busy stretching. He was wearing a black t-shirt with a spider logo on the chest. He was a fan of those. Something about how he relates to the character. She then looked at his face, his adorable face. Okay, fine, she may or may not have developed a crush on Izuku during their time together. But that is a big maybe. Oh yeah, Izuku mumbled. He took out his bag and was looking for something. He cheered and fished out a piece of paper. What's that? She asked curiously what the piece of paper was. This is. He then presented it to her face. Your certificate. Congratulations, Tsunotori-san. You're now able to speak Japanese fluently. He cheered, and true to his word, the piece of paper was a homemade certificate. It reads, this certificate is awarded to Pony Tsunotori for being able to speak Japanese under the guidance of Izuku Midoriya. There was also a drawing of her on the left side, and the right side were people talking with the chat bubble filled with Japanese words. Then her mind processed what he just said. She was done. She didn't even notice it, but she was speaking Japanese more fluently. Heck, her friends even commented on it. She was done, finally, but why couldn't she feel happy for some reason? Is this too much? Izuku asked, his cheerfulness dropping a bit. I thought of making you something to congratulate you, and this was the only thing I thought of. So he scratched his head in nervousness. That's why if they were done, then she couldn't see him again. Well, Tsunotori-san. Oh right, the certificate. She turned to him smiling. It was forced, but she couldn't show him that she was sad. To thank you, just shocked is all. It just feels like yesterday when you agreed to help me, she said with a bit of sadness in her voice. Time flies when you're having fun, he chuckled. God, she gonna miss his laugh. And we were having fun, yeah, she said, accepting the certificate. We did. He then sat back down and Pony wanted to lean on him. Okay, fine, she had a crush. So what do you want to watch next time? He casually asked as he stretched once more. What? Hey. What do you want to watch next time? Now that we're not watching them for your lessons, we can actually get to enjoy ourselves. He smiled at her. What? Tsunade, you're not gonna leave me? No, why would I, unless you want me to, of course. No, she said that a bit too loudly than she liked. I'm just surprised that you still want to hang out is all. Of course I do, why wouldn't I? It's just that, I thought we were only doing this because you were teaching me, she admitted, pushing her two fingers together. At first, yeah, he scratched his cheek, but I do enjoy hanging out and watching things with you. Really? Yep, he said and smiled. She gets to see that smile again. In a sudden burst of joy, she tackled him to a hug, sending them to the ground. And then her door burst open. Pony, I heard you shout. What? Setsuna was standing there looking at the two of them. On the floor. With her on top of him. They blushed as they realized their position. Wait, it's not. Both of them tried to explain but was once again interrupted. What going on? Kendu then peeked around Setsuna to look at what was happening, only to see the both of them still on the floor. She then gave the both of them a cold stare but was saved, kinda, by Setsuna. Just wear protection, you two, she teased as she closed the door. They just stayed there staring at the door in silence. So, same time next week. Why, flashbacking, and that's my story, or the girls cooed. You sure you're not a jealous type, Prez? Setsuna teased and Kendu just chopped her neck. I forgot that Izuku knows English, said the invisible girl. Isn't he like the most fluent we have in our class? Yep, him and Momo. Mina pointed at the rich girl. Yes, it surprised me when he sang one of the songs that I watched, Momo confirmed, remembering when she was singing absent-mindedly in English and Izuku suddenly joined her. All I see is Izuku watching All Might shows. Okiko chuckled. Most of All Might's shows are in English, so it's no surprise that he knows English. You're right, enough about that, it's time for our TSM special. Setsuna cheered and Kendo groaned, so when did this happen again? Momo asked while also blushing lightly. Oh, during our second joint training. Second, wait, during the 1v10 matches. Yeah, Kinoko and Setsuna sighed dreamily and Pony just looked at them. Yes, said Pony simply, so how did it happen? Well, I guess I'll start, so I'm going to start after the teachers announce the event. Flashback, second joint training. Pony P 1v10 matches, screamed the boy with purple ball for hair. He wasn't the only one that was shocked. All of the students were shocked at hearing the event. Yes, Aizawa nodded. Most fight out there aren't fair. Sometimes you fight with a group or with partner. Midnight stepped in and continued, but some also have you against groups that are far too many to handle. It is in this exercise that you get to experience that. Some of the students grinned while some looked scared. Aizawa then continued, with that being said, some of you might be going again after you already went in, so I suggest you finish the fight quickly and efficiently. A lot of them gulped while the purple-haired boy cried. But don't worry, said All Might, stepping in. Each match is not centered in a fight alone, even a hero runs away sometimes. Present MIC then chimed in. That's right, listeners. In this exercise, there are two winning options for the lone hero. Fight or escape. Pony then hoped she would at least be in a team. As much as she trained hard, she isn't sure that she can survive a fight with 10 other students. I wouldn't be so confident if I were you, said the principal, who suddenly popped out of Aizawa's scarf. Even if you are going in with a team, the lone hero might surprise you. She didn't know why, but Pony looked at Izuku of all people and seeing him calm. Well, he wasn't totally calm. He was still fidgeting, but his shoulders were relaxed and his eyes were just full of determination. With that being said, the principal clapped. Let's draw lots, shall we? The first match was Todoroki, Bakugo, Kendo, Awase, Ojiro, Soto, Kirishima, Ida, Monoma, and Kamakiri versus Mineta. Mineta's soul left his body seeing his name. The students went inside the training grounds, which was the fake city ground beta. The students were given 15 minutes to plan. The students could hear both sides as the 10-man team was just stretching and chatting a bit. Well, Bakugo was yelling while Mineta was on the floor crying. 2A groaned while some chuckled. Pony slowly gravitated towards Izuku. Hey, she greeted in English, getting a greeting in return. You nervous? Kinda, but this is an essential part of being a hero. Even All Might fought over 20 villains in one fight. He said, going to his hero mode. She would always be fascinated seeing this side of him. Then she noticed something. She was slightly looking up a bit than she was before. Hey, are you getting taller? Am I? It's true, said Okiko. I'm slightly looking up unlike before. She then pouted. No fair. Saying, are you going to get even taller? Oh god, yes, said someone. Everyone looked around to find who it was, only to find no one. Might have been the wind. Well, it was bound to happen at some point. My dad is quite tall. How tall? I guess about almost at All Might's shoulders in his muscle form. God, that's hot. They again tried to look for the origin of that voice but found nothing. Mineta has been captured. The 10-man team wins. Present MIC announced. Pony looked at the screen only to sweat drop. Mineta looked like he was slightly burned, has a bruise on his 2 cheeks, and looked like he was punched in the guy before he was then frozen. Talk about overkill. The team was now walking out with a Mineta popsicle being dragged by Kirishima. Congratulations. Next up is. The teachers picked the names Setsuna, Kinoko, Kaminari, Shiro, Kamakiri, Kirishima, Tetsu, Ojiro, Shoji, and Soto versus Midoriya. Pony looked at the boy and then she saw his other side fully taking over. His eyes were now focused and determined, his body went relaxed and he stood slightly straighter. She could hear Kaminari and Shiro muttered, "We are so fed, yo nerd," yelled Bakugo as he stood in front of Izuku and then lightly punched Izuku in the chest. "You better not lose," then walked away. Well, good luck, Izuku. She walked away, going back to her class. Had fun. Setsuna teased. When she came back she blushed and looked away. "Hope you did, because I'm going to win. So sorry if I get some dirt in your boyfriend's face." Shut up, he's going to wipe the floor with you. Yeah, Setsuna gave Kendo a high five. Wish us luck. Setsuna and her team walked away and Monoma just screamed, show that 2A BS that W. Kendo chopped his neck of course. Pony then looked at Izuku's back as he walked to his side of the training grounds with 2A cheering him on. They then watched as the screen went black, then showed the two groups, the 10-man team on the left and Izuku on the right. The 10-man team was talking then, arguing. They couldn't hear anything because the speaker was out for a moment. It seems as though 2A was looking quite worried, while 2B was almost annoyed. Looking at Izuku, he was just stretching. Then the speakers burst to life. I'm telling you, that beating is impossible. Kaminari's voice was heard through the speakers, almost sounding scared. Oh please, Kamakiri said, there's 10 of us and only one of him. What's the worst that could happen? Bold of you to assume that numbers matters to him, said Kirishima. Pony could hear. Mina gasped, and Mud even Kiri is scared. And did you seriously just jinxed us? Zero said, also looking quite worried. Look, I know he's your classmate and all, and you know him far better than us, Setsuna said, trying to convince 2A, but we do have the number on our side and a balanced team to counter him. How so? Ojiro asked. We have Kirishima and Tetsu for the defense, Zero, Kaminari, and Kinoko for trapping him, me and Shoji for scouts, and the rest are fighters. We're completely balanced and a perfect match for him. 2A was still looking doubtful. Look, I'm still not sure about this, but I want to try, Kirishima said, and Tetsu yelled manly. Well, might as well go down like a man. Kaminari then stretched. Agreed. It's a huge disrespect to an opponent if we just sit by and watch, Ojiro said, adjusting his gloves. So what's the plan, Tokuji-san? Asked Shoji. They then began to talk with the remaining 10 minutes. Pony looked at Izuku only to see that he was now mumbling so low that the speakers won't even pick up. She did hear him muttering about taking out Zero first. The nerd's gonna dominate this match, said Bakugo. Everyone turned to him. Oh. What makes you say that, young Bakugo? Asked the principal. Bakugo just pointed at the screen. His eyes are the same as All Might's. All Might just smiled at the team, then looked to the screener and start. They then saw the 10-man team get ready and watch for any movement around them. They turned to Izuku, who stopped his mumbling, put his foot behind him and slowly reared his fist. Is he? Aizawa wondered. All Might laughed as if knowing what Izuku was about to do. Bakugo joined him. They asked what was so funny. Told you. He looked up and grinned. He's gonna dominate this round. Okay, maximum effort, they heard Izuku say, and Pony snorted, knowing the reference. God, I love this guy. Wait, before she could finish her thought, Izuku punched. Flashback interrupt. After that punch, seeing the result, him just standing there. At that moment I knew, we were fed, Setsuna admitted, then sighed dreamily. It was something. Kinoko cheered. 1 minute he was there and the whoosh. Hey, come on, no spoilers, Pony sighed, and Kinoko muttered a sorry. It was a sight to see, I must admit, Momo commented, remembering that day. So what happened next? Well, flashback continuation. Kinoko P. After the announcement of the start of the match came, all of them got ready and waited. The plan was to lure Izuku to her, then Kirishima and Tetsu would keep him busy, Kaminari would then use his quirk to stun him, and Zero would capture him. If that doesn't happen, then the backup plan would be for the fighters of the team to keep him busy while the others ran away and regrouped somewhere with the help of Setsuna. But all that crashed and burned when he happened. Hey, what's that sound? Kamakiri questioned. They could hear it too. It was almost like a building exploding one by one, and it was getting louder by the second. What's that? Kamakiri shouted, pointing up. They looked up from a building to see debris flying everywhere. They could hear Kaminari curse under his breath. Get down. Kirishima shouted, and the others followed suit, but that didn't help because an explosion happened and smoke and debris came flying towards them. The wind knocked her out to the ground. A minute passed and everything else cleared up. Opening her eyes, she could see Kamakiri in front of her, also on the ground, trembling as he stared in front of them. She couldn't see as the smoke was still blocking her sight. She looked around and saw that most of her teammates were laying on the ground except for Kirishima in his unbreakable form slowly getting up, Tetsu in his steel form on his knees, Ojiro in his defensive stance. Shoji was on his knees protecting their teammates behind him with his arms. What kind of monster is he? Muttered Kamakiri, terrified. She looked in front of them once more and she could feel her eyes widen. They were in a fake city, but the materials were real, courtesy of Cementos. And yet, Izuku Midoriya just destroyed 3 entire blocks with a punch. Why in God's name was she aroused? Everyone get up! Yelled Kirishima, going in front of Kamakiri, and Tetsu will hold him back. Kinoko, can you please try and cover him with mushrooms? She was slightly scared and slightly damped, but she nodded. Good. Zero, get Kamakiri and the rest out. Izuku just stood there and stretched his right arm, the arm he used to destroy the buildings. I wish he would destroy me. She shook her head. This is not the time to be corny. Then Izuku smiled, and all he said before all hell broke loose was pizza time. Then he vanished. Setsuna cursed Zero. Kaminari. Run, take Kamada. She stopped and Kinoko turned to her only to see she was shocked. Why? Because Kaminari and Zero was gone. Where? Setsuna sounded so defeated. Kaminari and Zero have been knocked out. 8 remaining. Oh well, as a okay. Tetsu and Kirishima. You two run and we'll follow you. Shoji, you stay behind and see if you can hear him coming. He nodded and produced ears on his multiple arms in every direction. Setsuna turned to the first two only to see that they weren't moving. Kinoko was confused. Why weren't they moving? She approached them. Guys, she touched both of them, only for the two of them to fall to the floor. Clearly unconscious. When did he? He can do that to the two of them without anybody noticing. Imagine what he would do to. She shook her head once more. Not the time. Oops. Tetsu and Kirishima seem to have been knocked out. 6 and everyone form a circle. They did so. Their plan was in ruins and they were in the open. Splitting up is a bad idea. He would just pick them one by one, so it would be better to fight him with a group. What's the plan set? Asked Kamakiri after getting his SHT together. He finally uttered a word. He seems to be doing a hit and run tactic, so our best bet is to not split up. We have Shoji who can hear everything. I'll use my eyes to see where he is right now. Just don't leave the circle. Kinoko nodded and looked to her left where Shoji was, and found no one. Sets. Yeah. Where's Shoji? His right. She could hear her voice just stopped as she stared at the same empty spot where Shoji was. Shoji is out. 5 remaining. Duck. Kinoko then felt someone push her to the ground. Turning around, she saw why greenish tentacles came out of the alleyway and wrapped Kamakiri's limbs. WhatIf he couldn't finish as the tentacles pulled, dropping him to the ground. The remaining 4 then watched helplessly as he tried to get the tentacles off. Even his knives had no effect. He then just resorted to embedding the knives in the ground in hopes of slowing the process of him getting pulled. Soto woke up and helped Kamakiri. It worked as the tentacles released Kamakiri and retreated to the alley. They all sighed in relief. Soto helped Kamakiri up. Thank you, no problem. Soto then turned towards them. I suggest we retreat, find a building to hide, and think of a proper plan. Agree, come one before he comes back, Setsuna said, dusting herself, her remaining eye widened. Look out. But it was too late as Soto and Kamakiri was wrapped with tentacles and then pulled to the alley. Their screams were all they heard. They stared. Why did this suddenly turn into a horror movie? Holy smokes, Kamakiri and Soto are out of here. 3 remaining. Shota, what the hell are you teaching this kid? That's the fun part. I don't teach him anything. His smiling, Setsuna muttered, almost terrified. What? Questioned Ojiro. He's looking at me, and smiling, she explained. She then uttered one word. Run. What? Run. F scatter. She literally did as her body parts detached and fly away. They then run in separate directions. Kinoko ran until her legs were tired. She stopped. She looked around and saw no green hero in sight. Then she heard a noise to her left and she walked back towards the ally. Not looking at where she was going, she just kept walking and waiting. The noise was getting closer and closer. And then she saw a trash can lid roll and stopped at the entrance of the alleyway. She sighed in relief, but then her back hit something solid. Please be a wall, please be a wall, please be a wall. She used her hand and felt behind her to the thing she hit, only to find that yes, she did hit a wall of muscles. God, he's behind me, isn't he? And against her better judgment, her hand went lower. Holy, she wasn't able to finish as Izuku grabbed her waist and pinned her to the wall, her back taking the burnt of the impact, and she was now staring at Izuku's predatory eyes staring right at her soul. Yes, daddy, pin me to the wall and do whatever you want with me. Her corny brain said, you know what, I agree. That was her last thought before everything went black. Flashback interruption. Izuku pretty much went to town on all of you, Himina said cheekily, and Setsuna and Kinoko sighed dreamily. Yet Gyro growled, but blushed when everybody looked at her. Oh yeah, you wanted to be dominated as well. Gyro sputtered and Leiko coughed. I understand that attraction. I must admit that seeing that display from where I stood was exhilarating. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 sighed dreamily. Seeing and hearing our friend's screams of terror and Izuku was the cause just made my heart flutter and itch, and 𝐒𝐿𝐽 bit her finger and closed her eyes as she rubbed her thighs together and she shook. Everyone has their eyes widen at what they were seeing. Did 𝐒𝐽 just? She opened her eyes and she had this hazy look on her face. 𝐒𝐿𝐽, did you just? Even Setsuna can't even utter a full sentence after that display. 𝐒𝐽 then looked down. Our eyes seemed to have released once more. When did you orgasm the first time? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 shouted. It was during Kinoko's story. When Kamakiri and Soto was pulled to the alley, she then put a finger to her lips, but I also came during the actual training. Seeing that in action turned me on. She then stood up, which reminds me, I need to change. She walked away. Let's wait for her to come back, and so she did. 4 minutes later and Setsuna continued the story. Flashback continuation. Setsuna stopped in front of a bank. She was breathing hard. She heard the announcement of Kinoko's capture, so it leaves her and Ojiro left. They were right. The 2A guys were right. Izuku is a thing monster. They said that ever since the start of their second year, Midoriya just kept training harder and harder to the point that he even gave Bakugo a challenge. What was worse was the guy was being trained by All Might himself. The thing. Previous. #1 hero. And that was not all. He was being trained by Aizawa. Pretty much honing his fighting abilities, his technique, his offense, defense, and his capture. She was and the way that he looked at her, it was as if he was staring at her soul. And then he smiled. Oh, that demon smile. He looked like a predator coming to his prey. To his helpless prey, no matter how much it fights, he will fight back and he will come out on top. So why the F did that turn her on? She was a dom. She knew this was a fact. She loves to tease, she loves being in control. She wasn't forceful, no, she just likes to be in control. If her partner says stop or is uncomfortable, she will stop, but that's not the point. She was a dom, but seeing Izuku in action, seeing him just wreck her teammate up, made her question that. She then heard footsteps coming out of the alleyway. She got into a stance prepared for a fight, only to see Ojiro limping out of the alleyway, clutching his stomach. She then jumped over the metal railing and tried going to him. Ojiro artist says tuna, he said weakly. He looked up at her. Run. He was then pulled back towards the alleyway by green tentacles. 𝐿𝐽. She jumped to action and split herself into 20 pieces, but her head remained intact. She flew into the alleyway and tried to find her teammate or Midoriya, and Ojiro is out. Only Setsuna Tokuge is left standing. Would she pull off a win? She then flew up in hopes to get a better view, but once she did, what awaited her was Izuku himself waiting for her on top of a rooftop. They stared for a while and he smirked. Hey, she didn't know why, but she yelped and could feel the blush on her cheeks. She assembled herself on top of the opposite wall and she waited, and here we are, the two of us. Alone. Did she forget to say that he was also being tutored by Midnight? How about you and I have fun? He smiled suggestively and she could feel her blush getting hotter. She shook those thoughts out of her head. You think you're cute? Beach. He then disappeared. She was about to look for him, but she felt him hug her from behind with one arm pulling her in and his other arm snaking to her neck, and then whispered in her ear, I'm adorable. Then everything went black. Flashback interrupt. After that, I woke up in the nurse's office. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 excused herself to the bathroom, as did Kinoko, Kendo, Ibara, and Tsuyu. I think I killed them. They're fine, said Mina. But didn't girl, you literally got the full feral Izuku experience. She leaned in close. How did it feel? God, she sighed. It was like he had total control, and the fact that I just witnessed him knocking everyone out by himself did not help build my confidence. The way he just pulled me and grabbed my neck. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 came back. I was so ready for him to just take me there on that rooftop. Consequences beaten. And 𝐔𝐬𝐽 left once more. Soon the girls returned and Pony said her final piece. So after we witnessed Setsuna's team get absolutely wrecked, me and the rest were just shocked. Flashback continuation. Pony. To say she was shocked would be an understatement of the whole year. Her jaw didn't even close the moment Izuku just made Kaminara and 𝐿𝐽 disappear. She could hear the principal laugh joyfully as his tea was spilling everywhere. She looked over to Class 2A and saw that they were calm, shocked sure, but much calmer than her class. She could even see Todoroki handing Bakugo some money. Momo was imitating a fish with the way her mouth was opening and closing. The rest just stared at the screen as they saw Izuku carrying Setsuna in his shoulders and picking up the rest of the team with his tentacle things. She then looked at her class and she could understand their reaction. Kendo had a huge blush on her face, Yui was taking very breaths, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 was trembling a bit, Ibara had her eyes widen and in closer inspection she was staring directly at the tentacles, Monoma's face and body were stuck, while the rest just had a defeated look on their face. Izuku was a monster. And she was in love with said monster. There she said and admitted it. Thank you, young Midoriya, for carrying the teams here, but it would seem that Recovery Girl called and she told me to tell you that the moment you come to her office she would give your head a good hit for making so many students unconscious, said the principal, and Izuku just chuckled and began to make his way to the nurse office. The principal then clapped. With that being said, since we have lost 10 students today, we will be changing the fight to a 3 vs 1 many student side. Coming next would be Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya versus Mineta. The boy who was now free stared at the principal. The principal looked back with a glint in his eye and just said, "Good luck." It was not a fun day for Mineta. Flashback E&D. And that's the end of our story. The three of them bowed and the girls clapped, some even whistled. That was a fantastic story indeed. Seeing Izuku going is something. Imagine what is like in bed, you suggested, and everyone then stopped and thought, and all they could imagine was a smiling Izuku looking down on them. Some imaginations went to extreme levels. They all shook their heads. I mean, no one would know how Izuku would be right. Yeah, nobody. Somewhere deep in the forest, inside a lodge too. Mandalay sneezed. Are you sure you're alright? That's the second time you sneezed today, asked Ragdoll, who was peeling potatoes. Yes, I'll take a medicine later just to be sure, said Mandalay as she whisked some eggs. I have a question. How good was Izuku that night? Ragdoll teased and Mandalay sputtered, almost dropping the bowl. Back at the dorms. Yeah, nobody, Kendo said dismissively. It's not like anyone actually knows how good and rough he is, right? The girls just looked at each other, right? At a certain agency, a certain pro-hero sneezed. Someone came to her worried. Are you okay, Ryukyu? Asked Nejaya in her hero costume, and Ryukyu just nodded. Yes. It just feels like someone's talking about me. Ryukyu wondered who could be talking about her at this time. Maybe it's Deku. You two did have said. Nejaya couldn't finish what she was saying as Ryukyu lunged at her from her office chair to cover her mouth with her hands. Ryukyu looked around. They were in her office so no one would be able to hear it. Even so, she had to make sure. Sighing, she let go and looked at Nejaya with a blush on her cheeks. Oh, how did you know that? She was so sure that they did it without anyone in her agency. Oh, I came back after I forgot my bag. I didn't see anything, but I heard you though. Nejaya then opened her arms wide. You were so loud too. You were like, God, yes, Izuku. Darling, that's it. Keep going. Yes. Harder. I was like 2 floors below you and I could still hear you screaming, Nejaya pointed out, smiling innocently. Ryukyu was embarrassed at this point, but she knew Nejaya won't tell a soul, so she was safe. Oh, don't be embarrassed. Nejaya tried to help. I scream his name too when I am disturbing. It did not help. Back at the dorms. Anyway, who's next? That would be me, said 𝐒𝐿𝐾 as she stood up and sat on the chair. Unlike the rest of you, I did not give any sort of interest in him during any school event. No, I had an attraction to his character when I was attending at an event. Translation, I had a crush on him during a convention, Setsuna said with a grin on her face, and 𝐒𝐿𝐾 gave her an annoyed look. I hate you. I'm not sorry, but yes. I had a crush on him during an event. Flashback. 1 year ago, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 was about to have the time of her life. Okay, that was an exaggeration. She went to these conventions ever since she was 6, but she couldn't help herself and be excited. Not only are there so many things to do, but the pro-hero was here to put on a show, but it was one of her favorite heroes, White Lady. She was going to get an autograph, and no one would stop her. Well, someone did. It was a green-haired kid with a blue and red hoodie. He was wearing shorts as red shoes. She remembers him, back in the sports festival. Izuku Midoriya was his name. Why was he here? Don't get her wrong, anyone can be here, but he just stands out like a sore thumb. Everyone was like her, a bit gloomy or wearing something that would resemble the paranormal. He was the only normal one here that would actually make him not normal at all. But she just shrugged. She has places to be, a convention to enjoy, and a pro-hero to meet. She was walking away, but she then turned towards him when she heard him mutter, okay, White Lady's show starts in 3 hours. I got some time to kill, might as well wait. He was a fan. Looks like she just found her best friend. Flashback interruption. Hey, yelled Okiko, I do not mean any disrespect, I have not stolen him from your clutches. Flashback continuation. She did not have many friends that would enjoy the things she does. Even her new friends in Class 1B would not like the paranormal as she does, they would say that it was scary or creepy. She longed for a friend that would enjoy the things she does. And seems as so that fate was giving her a blessing. She walks forward to Midoriya-san, said boy jumped but still looked at her. Oh, you're 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 from Class 1B, he said in recognition. Correct. May I inquire why have you come to these haunted lands? Okay, she really has to tone down how she speaks, it was cool but a stranger wouldn't understand her. Oh. I heard that white lady is here, I wanted to get an autograph. From her after her show. Her quirk is so cool. Tragedy sense is a cool quirk. Being able to identify what happened, where it happened, how it happened, who caused it, what caused it, and able to identify and describe a murder is a great quirk for a hero and a detective. The boy gushed and 𝐻𝐿𝐼 was amused, it reminded her of herself when she talks about the paranormal age. So sorry, I gushed way too much there, think nothing of it, I find it amusing. She smiled, do you have company with you? No, I came here alone. I don't really have that many friends, to be honest. He laughed as he scratched his head, she could sympathize about that. Do you wish to accompany me? She offered her. I also have come alone, and since you and I have the same interest, I wish for us to enjoy the event together, that is if you want to of course. It took Izuku a moment as he just stared at her, but then he smiled. Was -2 hours and a half later, how many times has she smiled? She couldn't remember. She and Izuku were just having a blast, it took some time for him to adjust, but he was enjoying the convention as much as she did. They went to a haunted house, she thought he would run and be scared a lot but no, sure he was jumpy but he didn't run away from everything at all. Ironically she was the one that kept trying to run away but she didn't, and the most embarrassing thing she has done during the haunted house was to jump into Izuku's arms and tell him to run to the exit, which he did. After exiting she sighed in relief and noticed their position. They both blushed and Izuku put her down. Next would be some shops here and there. Right now Izuku's cheeks were adorned with cute ghost stickers while her cheeks had witch stickers. They both laughed seeing each other. She wasn't even doing her normal pose anymore, she was standing straight and kept pointing at things and began to drag Izuku with her, and they laughed along the way. They then remembered the show and decided to head to the area. They were seated at their designated chairs, which coincidentally was right next to each other. It was almost as if a god was trying to keep the both of them together. A thought for another day. The show began and it was a small play of course, about a girl who crashed and died then began to haunt a highway. In the story the girl would be asking for help in the road and people that would ignore her then look back would die. The show ended with applause and the people lined up to get a short talk with the hero. It wasn't that many people. White Lady wasn't a popular hero, to begin with, but was still known. Once it was their turn, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 gave a picture of White Lady for her to sign. You seem to hold a deep conflicting feeling, White Lady said, and she hummed, not expecting for her to say anything. What do you mean? Oh sorry, my quirk lets me sense tragedies, but they also make me feel thoughts, feelings, and the likes that linger in the mind and soul of someone. White Lady then grasps 𝐻𝐿𝐼's hands. Right now I'm sensing as if you have some troubling thoughts about a boy. She chuckled, and it seems even you haven't even realized it yet, a stranger turned lover, she said, staring at 𝐻𝐿𝐼's eyes. That's so cool. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 heard Izuku mutter from behind her and she looked behind her, which was a mistake because now she could feel her heart hammer in her chest, and she couldn't stop staring at his eyes, then his freckles, his nose, and then his, what am I? It seems as though you've realized it. White Lady smiled. Good luck and make sure you wear protection. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 blushed but nodded after bowing a thank you. She moved so that Izuku can get his autograph once he was in front. White Lady's eyes widened almost in horror. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 could see that she took a deep breath and exhaled shakily. Young man, White Lady said gently, are you alright? Here. Oh yes I am. Your demons speak otherwise, she said, and Izuku flinched. I am glad that you didn't follow his advice. But know this, she grasps Izuku's hands, you don't have to live in his shadow. You are enough. With that she released Izuku and signed his notebook and handed it over to Izuku. He bowed and thanked her, then joined 𝐻𝐿𝐼. They walked to the exit and were ready to go to the train station together and head to their respective homes, but 𝐻𝐿𝐼 has her mind stuck on two things. What she felt earlier when she stared at 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼's demons, the first one she could easily identify. She was crushing on 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼. Hard. She inwardly groaned. This was the only time they even interacted, and yet she was getting feelings for him already. The only thing they did was have fun, which then resulted in her having the best time of her life, with someone she could easily talk to and be herself for once, who also brought a smile to her face. She had a crush. She then focused on the second one, his demons. The fact the white lady looked horrified meant that whatever demons 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had was serious. She looked towards him. He might have sensed someone staring at him and looked at her and smiled. A mask. He hides his pain with that mask. I wish for us to be in contact, she says as she fishes out her phone. Okay, he also fished out his phone. They then exchanged numbers, and after sending a smiling winky, she was then treated with a malfunctioning 𝐒𝐿𝐼. She laughed, grabbed his hand, and began to pull him to the train station. I'll just have to bring that mask down and make you truly smile. Flashbacking, and that's the end of my first tale. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 finished and the girls clapped his demons. Toru wondered, it seems as though he had some troubling thoughts. Even when we were just simply texting, it would feel like he had some hesitance. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 explained, I noticed that too. Okiko said, it was like there was this wall between us. I can go through the wall and hold his hand, but he can't. Everyone in agreement in making 𝐒𝐿𝐼 give a session with Hound Dog say I said all the girls in the room. So what happens next, 𝐒𝐿𝐼? Well, after that, we did keep in contact. We texted from time to time and I recommended a few movies that he would watch. And he would do the same. Then she smiled. It was 2 months ago that I fell in love with him truly. Flashback, 2 months ago 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was sad. No, maybe a bit. Today was a special day for her because every year on the same day she would go to a festival and enjoy her time under the moon. It was the annual ghost dance. It was not a real festival or tradition, it was just something her parents made up when they were dating. They would dance under the moonlight, and sometimes they even said that ghosts danced with them, hence the name. She would go with her family every year and just sit by a tree, have a small picnic under the moonlight. Her mother and father even said that it was the place her father proposed, so even in her family it had a sentimental value. But she wasn't able to go today. Both her parents suddenly got overloaded with work. They apologized and she understood. But it still made her sad though. Might as well just go to the rooftop later and enjoy myself. Then her phone pinged, notifying her of a message. Opening her phone, she saw it was from her crush, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 Midoriya. She smiled. He would always make her smile. Greenbush, hey, excited for your ghost dance festival? Oh right, she told him about that too. Smiling sadly, she then replied, Ghost Girl, unfortunately, there will be no ghost dance this year. My family got overloaded with work so I cannot go. Greenbush, oh, sorry Ghost Girl, nothing to apologize about. There's always next year. Greenbush, but you sounded so excited though. Ghost Girl, I was. But I'm not that petty. I can just go to the rooftop and see the moon. It's no problem. Greenbush, okay, if you say so. Gotta go, need to do something. Ghost Girl, okay. She put her phone down and went to sleep. Tick. She then woke up to a noise. Getting up, she noticed that it was now night time. The moon must be out now. Tick. There it was again. She looked around to try to find the noise, but found nothing. She was confused now. Tick tick. Looking to her right, she discovered that the noise was coming from her window. Walking over it, she tried to find what was causing the noise. But she didn't need to look for long, as she found 𝐒𝐿𝐼 Midoriya in front of the 2B dorms waving at her while holding a piece of cardboard. What is he? Her thoughts were interrupted when he raised the piece of cardboard. It reads, 𝐿𝐼𝐼, will you go to the ghost dance with me? She was never a fan of cliché romance drama, movies, novels, or anything like that. But seeing him there holding the sign and smiling at her, she understood the attraction. This guy, with a burst of energy, she changed her clothes to something that would help in the chilly night, then burst out of her room, almost knocking Kendo to the ground. She yelled a sorry as she went down the stairs with a huge smile on her face. She was now outside and she could see 𝐒𝐿𝐼 still holding the sign. Going to him, his smile widens. So is that a yes? She laughed and nodded. He then put the sign down, grabbed her hand, and pulled her to the deeper in the woods. This is the first time he held my hand. They stopped at a clearing. She looked up and the moon was directly above them. This is my favorite spot to train. He then pointed up. It's also a good view. Yes it is. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 then grabbed something behind a tree, pulling it. To view, it was a picnic basket and a blanket. I hope this is enough, he said, unsure. It's more than enough, all of this, for me, she smiled. Zuko, any more and I would actually fall for you. They then put the blanket down and brought out some of the food. Inside were pies, sandwiches, and a thermos. They relaxed under the moonlight while chatting a bit. She was enjoying herself. She never thought she would get to experience this. She remembers the story her mother told her. Her mother and father would dance under the moonlight with slow music in the background, and when they stare at each other's eyes, they then leaned in and kissed, sealing their eternal love under the moon. She sighed. She knew that wouldn't happen to her. She only told Izuku about the picnic. It was outside the realm of possibility for a dance and a kiss to happen. It's time, Izuku suddenly said, making her visible eyebrow go up. Time for what? She gasped as she got her answer. Soft music surrounded them. No way, can I have this dance? She didn't notice him stand up. Now here he was in front of her, offering his hand. Was this happening? Yes. Yes, it was. She didn't trust her voice and just chose to take the offered hand. He pulled her up and scrayed her to the middle. Then they danced. It was a slow dance. Her hands were on his shoulders and his hands were on her hips. She just kept staring at his appealing eyes as they swayed in the beat of the song. It was only the two of them, under the moonlight and deep in the forest. She didn't want this moment to end. She wants him to hold her close forever and just be lost in each other's embrace. She just wants the man that she loves to stay with her love. Yes, she loves him. She loves Izuku Midoriya. The music began to die down and they slowed to a stop, but hands still firmly attached to each other. She decided to be brave. So, she leaned in for a kiss. Flashback interruption, bullshit. Mina, Tokage, Toru, Kendo yelled out, but Leiko didn't even flinch and just smiled. No way. Flashback continuation. So, she leaned in for a kiss. Her lips made contact with his left cheek. Pulling back, she could see Izuku turn red. She giggled. Thanks for tonight, Izuku. I really enjoyed it. Why, you're welcome. They then sat back down, ate some food. She took out her phone and took a picture of both of them and then sent it to her mother. After finishing the food, they walked back to her dorms. After saying goodbye, she went inside with a smile on her face. Setsuna was the first one to notice. DMN girl. Who got you smiling like that? She yelled, getting the attention of everyone. She didn't say anything and just sighed dreamily and walked back to her room. She then heard her phone go off. Opening it, she saw a message from her mother. Mama Ghost, I want grandkids, little ghost, after I graduate. Mother, Mama Ghost, I'll give you until the start of your third year or else I'm taking matters into my own hands. Little ghost, what do you mean? Mama Ghost, smiling face. Leiko just sighed and put away her phone. She touched her lips and smiled. Love you, darling. Flashbacking. And that's my tale. Leiko smiled and the girls clapped. Leave it to Izuku to give that much effort. Tsuyu commented, never thought he had it in him. Well, if someone is in trouble he just barges right in. Toru excitedly said, he just keeps saying that his body just keeps moving on its own. Let's hope that his hips move too, he commented with a faraway look. Bonk. She looked up and saw Kendo holding a bat labeled corny but meanie. So anyway, I think we only have one more story to tell. They all looked to Ibara, who jumped but still stood up and sat down on the chair. Come on, girl. Take it home. You know it's weird, Jiru started. We all started this whole thing to know how we all got into a situation where we're pretty much going for the same boy, which then evolved to us just confessing and telling stories about how we fell for said boy. Yeah, it's strange, Kinoko said. We've only talked today and yet I feel like I know all of you for much longer than that. All of them nodded. Then Kendo's phone went off. Opening it, she saw a message. Well, we better wrap this up quick. Tetsu sent me a message. They're almost home. Go ahead, Ibara. Finish this with a blast. Preferably a blast from Izuku. Smiled and wiggled her eyebrows. Bonk. Oh, so I had a crush on him after the second joint training, but I didn't act on it. I merely thought that it was just in the heat of the moment, but it actually got confirmed and I fell for him when he visited my club. Your club? Ibara nodded. My gardening club. Flashback. 3 months ago, Ibara was humming a tune as she waters her plants. Gardening was always a joy for her, keeps her calm and relaxed. As a child, she always loves taking care of plants. Even if said plants tried to eat her once or twice, she would still take care of them. Right now she was in her club. She had permission during her first year to make a club like this and it got approved. Sadly, she was the only member. Normally that would be a problem, but the principal just said that as long as the club doesn't endanger the students or be a bother to some other clubs, then the club can stay. She then heard a knock on the door. Strange, no one ever bothers her here. Excuse me, is this the gardening club? Asked a voice from the other side. Not wanting to be impolite, she went to the door and opened it. She was surprised to see Izuku Midoriya, monster of 2A, her may or may not crush. "Oh, Midoriya-san, what brings you here?" she asked, smiling. He returned her smile with a smile of his own. "I'm here to get Nezu's flowers." Under his request, he then pulled out a piece of paper and a receipt, confirming that he was indeed under Nezu's instructions. One of her patrons was the principal. He would order a specific bouquet of flowers, and yet she never noticed the same flowers in his office. She didn't question it and just kept working. Reading the order, he was now requesting a bouquet of daisies. "All right then, you can sit down while you wait, Midoriya, and I'll get the order sorted out," she says as she walked to the section of daisies and began to pick the flowers with her tool. "You got her appealing garden here, Ibara-san," came the voice of Izuku. "Why thank you, Midoriya. I've been taking care of them since our first years." She then remembers the time she was only taking care of 5 plants and 1 plant that was trying to eat her. Now she had over 30 plants and flowers alike. It was a joy for her to see her hard work pay off. "That's amazing," he sighed, and she blushed. She distracted herself by getting the flowers. She then walked to her personal counter and began to tie them together. "Ibara, watch out," she heard him shout, and suddenly she felt something wrapped around her and then got pulled. Next thing she knew, she was in Izuku's arms with her back against his chest. And she was blushing. So this is what Kinoko meant by a wall of muscles. "Ibara, what is that?" He pointed something on the counter. She looked and she shot an annoyed look at it. It was one of the plants that tries to eat her. Though they are harmless, even if they did manage to get her, they would just leave some marks here and there, nothing fatal and major to worry about. "Oh, that's just Mido," she answered while blushing. It was pure coincidence that Izuku's last name and her plant's name was somewhat the same. Pure coincidence, nothing more, nothing less. "Don't worry, he's harmless." She felt him let go of her and she had to smack the feeling of missing him down to the ground. She went to grab a spray bottle and began to spray the plant. "Bad, Mido." But the plant hissed and backed away, crossing its leaves as if it was crossing its arms. Ibara tied the flowers together and put them in a container. "Here you go, Midoriya." She handed the flowers to the boy, who bowed and then left. Once she was sure he was gone, she ducked under the counter and covered her face with her hands. She could practically feel the steam that was coming out of her. "The way he just held me like that." It wasn't a secret that Izuku Midoriya is a force to be reckoned with. Everyone in UA saw and knows of his amazing feats, defeating a villain to save a little girl, taking care of said little girl, taking care of robbers during one of his grocery runs. And of course, the latest news of him pulling a win against 10 students against him. He was the hot topic of the school, and also the most popular. He even has his own fanbase and admirers, though it amazed all of them that he was unaware of this fact and even denies its existence. She sighed. She then felt a nudge on her arm. Looking to her right, she saw Mido looking at her. "What is it?" she asked the plant. "Maybe I am growing crazy." The plant then gestured to her with its leaves and then used the leaves to hug itself. The hug was enjoyable. "Yes. What's your point?" Then a second plant that tried to eat her a month ago joined its brother. The 2 plants connected their heads and their body began to curve, forming a heart. "I'm not in love with him." The 2 plants looked at her and she could feel the deadpan look they were giving. "Yes, she's definitely crazy." "Okay, fine, I might have a crush on him." She emphasizes the word might, but the plants just shook their heads. A third plant joined them and Mido gestured the door and then to them. Mido and the second plant were swinging their arms as if to illustrate them having fun. Then the third plant nudged the second plant, gaining its attention. The third and second plant then began to hop off away from Mido, who then has its head down looking sad. "Midoriya might like me back, but if I miss my chance, someone might steal him from me." The plants nodded to her and she sighed. "If someone gets him before me, then I'll be happy." The plants tilted their heads. If the girl would make him happy, then it's fine. If she loves him and he loves her too, then it would be fine. He wouldn't pick me anyway. I'm just the weird Christian girl. He would pick someone so much better than me. Mido then nudged her cheek, wiping something wet. She was crying. Who knew love would be a pain? "I don't think you're weird." Ibara jumped, hearing a familiar voice. She looked over the counter to see Izuku himself leaning on the counter. "How much did he hear?" "I don't know who the guy you're talking about, but if he thinks you're weird because of something you believe in, then he's not worth your time." He jumped over the counter and joined her on the ground. Sitting beside her, Izuku looked at her straight in the eye and she had to stop herself from kissing him then and there. "I honestly think your belief is admirable. The fact that you believe in something so passionately is something I actually admire about you. He smiled. He admires me. I don't passionately believe in the same way you do, but I do like some of the lessons that are taught in your religion. I'm not gonna lie, I use some of them in my daily life. He smiled. So don't think that you're weird. Whoever that guy is completely missing out. H. How so? Because you're a wonderful person, Ibara. He grabs her hand. You're kind, you're smart, you're appealing, and you'll be a fantastic hero. She giggled at the last part, always about heroes' hair. They stare at each other's eyes, and she could herself getting pulled by those eyes. She could feel her plants nudging her to go for it. Just one push and she could feel his lips on her own. Should she risk it? I am here, yelled a booming voice from the door. Young Midoriya, are you in here? Izuku jumped and stood up, releasing Ibara's hands. Why's All Might? She never thought she would hate the symbol of peace to some degree. She also stood up and saw Izuku and All Might talking. Well, Izuku was bowing repeatedly while All Might was laughing. Her gaze then went higher and she gulped, seeing 10 of her man-eating plants ready to jump at the symbol of peace. She decided to do something as she also jumped over her counter. All Might Sensei, what are you doing here? She asked while looking up a bit, keeping an eye on her plants. Apologies, young Shiozaki. The principal sent me to fetch young Midoriya because he was taking too long to get the flowers, he explained. He then turned to Izuku. Why have you taken so long, young Midoriya? Oh, he then fished out a card. I forgot to give you this, Ibara. He gave her the card. Reading it states, Izuku Midoriya, you a personal helper and has a phone number attached. Nezu assigned me as a personal helper for the clubs in UA. Right now I'm just assigned in the gardening club. So if you ever need any help then just contact me. He smiled. She blushed knowing that she could now see Izuku again from time to time. Thanks, and with that, they said their goodbyes, leaving Ibara alone once more. She sighed and looked at the card and then turned it. Here. She could that some water got into the card, probably from her hands because she was watering earlier. She wiped it off with her shirt. Looking at it again, she saw that the card now had marks and a letter K was now visible. She raised her eyebrows and began to wipe the card with a wet rag, and words were formed, good luck, with a smiley face at the end. Ibara blushed. Was the principal planning for this to happen? No, it can't be. It was probably a custom and she just happened to find it. She pocketed the card, but then felt a nudge on her arm. She looked and saw Mido smirking at her. I don't have a crush on him. She could practically hear the groan Mido was making, but then she smiled. I love him. Happy. Mido and 10 of her man-eating plants nodded vigorously. What is her life? Flashbacking, and that's my story. Ibara finished and the girls clapped. So let me get this straight, Setsuna started. Your plants pretty much gave you a pep talk and comforted you. Yes, Setsuna simply said. Normally that would weird me out, but honestly that's probably the sanest thing I ever heard. Probably because our principal is a rat bear thing, Toru pointed out. That too, can't believe that All Might blue-balled you, commented you, and the girls laughed. So, Kendo started. That's everyone, so what happens next? Zoo raised her boombox. Russian anthem begins to play. That doesn't actually answer my question, Zoo. 5 months ago Zoo invited us to her room, said Momo. She then asked if we have feelings for Izuku. After a few denials here and there we said yes. Toru then stepped in. Then she played her boombox and played that anthem and said bluntly, our boyfriend Tsuyu finished. Wait, so we share him? Kendo asked, her eyes wide at the implications. Just like in Mina's story, Izuku won't choose if he knows that another person also likes him. It's not in his nature to hurt someone like that, explained Okiko. Plus he doesn't seem to be the type of person that accepts that someone actually likes him, Mina said. Probably because of that chick in Momo's story. She's a beach commend pony, and the girls agreed. That's why we have a plan, and that is, we make Izuku comfortable with the idea that someone can like him and is willing to like him. Momo said, there are rules of course, no one makes a move on him, Okiko said and looked at Momo briefly. We need him to be comfortable first, otherwise he'll just think you're just being nice. Everyone will confess at the same time, Kero added Tsuyu. This way he'll know that everyone likes him, but we don't force him, Toru added. Izuku can't say no. But that doesn't mean that it's an excuse for us to abuse his kind nature. He has to like us because he wants to, not because he feels an obligation to. The 2B girls nodded. And lastly, he can say no, Okiko said while being sad a bit. There is a possibility that he doesn't love us in that way. And we have to accept that. Even if it hurts, asked Pony. Yes, the girls were now silent as they slowly digest the information. I have a question, said Ibara. What if someone confessed to him, outside of this group I mean, and he says yes? Is that all right for us? Yes, answered Okiko. If someone confessed to him then, it would be fine, we just have to make sure that he's happy. If the girl makes him happy then that's fine for us. Man, who knew loving someone could be this complicated, whined Setsuna, and the girls laughed, clearing the heavy atmosphere. So we share him. Yep. Kendo looked at her classmates. Is everyone all right with that? The girls looked at each other but nodded. Might as well, the guys have so much love to give anyway, and just like I said, Setsuna showed her sharp teeth, I ain't giving him up. Me too. Me 3. EA. Welcome to the Midori Culet. Yelled both Mina and Toru. Is that really the name? Deadpanned Kendo. Heck, it's better the name for the green. Jiru snorted. We're home. I smell pizza. The girls jumped as they heard the voices of the two B-boys. Oh, didn't know you guys had visitors, said Tetsu, seeing the 2A girls. Are you here admitting that 2B are better? DK. Monoma couldn't finish his rant as Kendo chopped his neck. Miss you too, you blonde idiot. And with everything was said and done, the 2A girls said their goodbyes and walked to their own dorms. Toru was carrying their share of the pizza to give to their classmates. Momo and Gyro were talking about what's for dinner, and Mina and Tsuyu were talking about something that concerned about whose but was better. That went well, commented Okiko. I kinda expected that we would have to fight them, to be honest, Jiru said, clearly exhausted. I thought they wouldn't agree, Toru added. Well, it turned out fine, and now we found people that love Izuku just like us. Gotta wonder how many people love Izuku. I bet it's not that many. What they didn't know was that a lot of women just sneezed at the same time, wondering who was talking about them. But that was a concern for another day, as the girls seized their dorm coming into view and they could pretty much hear the rowdiness of the boys inside. They entered and the boys noticed them. Hey guys, where have you been? Asked Kirishima, who had Kaminari slung to his shoulders trying to make the electric boy puke, and based on the face he was making it wasn't long. Oh, we hung out with the 2B girls for the rest of the day, Mina answered. How was your outing? It was fantastic, exclaimed Kirishima. We had a lot of fun and got to meet with some people. Well, mainly he got to meet them. They pretty much went to him the moment they saw him, interjected Zero, who had a bucket, who asked Toru. Oh, and I'm here too, exclaimed a tiny cute voice. They turned and saw Eri beside the couch. I yelled the girls, and Toru basically just slid towards her and hugged the cute unicorn. We missed you so much. Eri giggled. What are you doing here? Papa and Uncle Zora told me to come here, saying they have something to tell me. Izuku basically told us to watch over her while he takes care of something, added Soto. It's true, though I believe it's not bad news considering that Midoriya was smiling, Tokomi said with a plate of apples. Dark shadow popped out of Tokoyami and grabbed the plate and placed it on the table. Here you go, said the quirk. Thank you. As she then grabbed a slice and began to munch. Well then, I believe it's my turn to cook dinner, Momo said, and she kneeled to Eri's height. What do you want for dinner, Eri-chan? Afwe Effie, she said with a mouthful of apples. All of them laughed at the adorableness. Even Ida just let it slide. Don't talk when your mouth is full, kid. Bakugo lightly scolded while he was playing video games. Eri then swallowed apple pie, she repeated. It was a sight to see that Bakugo doesn't curse when Eri was around. Heck, he wasn't aggressive at all when she was around. He was still angry, but not violent again. That can't be healthy for you, Eri, said Sot. Be quiet and make the diamond pie, commented Bakugo, whose eyes are still on his game. Soto sighed and gave in. Momo then suggested making some curry for dinner, in which no one disagreed. But before they could even begin to cook, Izuku walked in with All Might, Aizawa, and his mother in tow. The girls then began to panic. Alert. Alert. They hastily tried to fix themselves properly, seeing the parent. What's going on? Asked Kaminari. Midoriya has an announcement to make, Aizawa said. His eyes then went everywhere, then stopped seeing his target. Can you come over here please? The little girl did so, and Izuku crouched to her level. Heying, he gently smiled. Hello pose, she corrected, and Izuku smiled. You don't have to be shy or correct yourself anymore. You wanna know why? He said, gripping the piece of paper in his hand. Inko was about to tear up, but she stopped herself. All Might wore a proud smile, and Aizawa, while you couldn't see because of his scarf, he was also giving a smile to the teen and little girl. Why? Asked Eri as she nervously gripped her dress. Izuku then brought the piece of paper and folded it open. Because from this moment forth, Izuku Midoriya is now the father of Eri Midoriya. He showed the paper. It was an adoption paper Izuku was now officially adopting Eri. Everyone was silent as they stared at the duo. The guys were shocked and their jaws were open. Kirishima had to hold back yelling manly. The girls were shocked and happy at the same time as they watched and waited. "Why you're my papa now," she said, staring at the paper and then at 𝐒𝐿𝐴. "I'm now your papa and you are now my daughter." His smile widens further as 𝐴 lunged and hugged 𝐒𝐿𝐴, crying on his shoulder. The two 𝐴 yelled in celebration at the now father and daughter hugged. The girls squealed and Mina grabbed Toru and began to shake her. Okiko though grabbed Tsuyu and began to shake her, making the frog girl blur a bit. Kirishima was so happy that he grabbed Kaminari and slammed him to the ground, then proceed to yell out manly. Bakugo just crossed his arms but had a smirk on his face. It was a joyful night for the two 𝐴 as they celebrated the now father and daughter. Nezu then dropped by alongside midnight and lunch rush, pushing a cart full of food. Okiko took a picture of Izuku hugging Eri while the both of them had smiles on their faces. She then sent the picture to the newly made group chat. As the celebration began to die down, Izuku's mother had to go back to her apartment after saying goodbye to her son and now grandchild. She was sprayed by All Might. Nezu also had to go and pull the rest of the staff with him. Eri was now tired. The day for her was a fun and exhausting one. Seeing her yawn, Izuku decided to put her to bed, which was in his room. Saying goodnight to his friends, he began to carry his daughter to his room. It was currently 9 p.m. and the rest of the students said their goodnights and went to their rooms. Okiko was in her room, was wearing her custom mittens. It was an eventful day and a tiring one. She couldn't wait for what tomorrow would bring. She laid down, but before she could sleep her phone gave off a notification. She groaned, clearly annoyed. Opening her phone, she discovered that Kaminari made a group chat. "Don't we already have a group chat?" She then just read the messages Kaminari made for the boys group chat. Kaminari added 19 people to the group. Kaminari, isn't it kinda weird that Midoriya is not a version anymore? That made Okiko wide awake as she stared at the message with bloodshot eyes. "Bakugo, you dumb F." Kaminari, what? I didn't mean like it's weird that he ain't a version, I meant like it was kinda unexpected, you know. I mean I'm no version either. But if I say it then it's not actually unexpected. Bakugo, what girl would be dumb enough to F you? Kaminari, bold of you to assume it's a girl. Bakugo, what? Kaminari, what? Ida, Kaminari, we agreed that everything that was said in our trip would stay with us. Kaminari, yeah. It's not like I added the girls here, just 2A and 2B boys. Kirishima, dude, look at the people you added. Kaminari, fine fine. Oh Bakugo, you dumb F. Okiko stared at the messages as if it was holding a knife to her throat. Then another ping went off. This time it was the girls' group chat. Midway cult frog, but we have a problem. Itsuka Kendo was frustrated, to say the least, and it was all because of a green-haired student of 1A named Izuku Midoriya. She didn't know how it happened. If she was being honest, he suddenly just can't stop appearing in her head. No matter what she does or what gross thing she tries to think, he always crawls back with that stupid, adorable, cute face he has. She groaned. How did it start? He got her attention at the sports festival. The fact that he finished first was pretty much how she knew his name. Then his fight with Todoroki, time and time again he broke his bones and just didn't stop no matter how it hurt. She was impressed. After that, the name and his face were pretty much in her head ever since. Then the stain thing happened and she wouldn't lie, she got worried for the guy. Facing the hero killer. There's no way he got out of that without any injuries. Then after the whole camp fiasco, she heard that he beat a villain, broke both of his arms, and still kept going. She didn't know why, but she wanted to just barge in his hospital room that day and just chain him in his bed until he fully recovered. Then the overhaul thing happened. She watched it on the news. The moment they described a green blur was beating up a huge monster, she knew it was Midoriya. Then the cultural festival happened. She joined a pageant show, not her style but she joined nonetheless, and then she saw him standing there holding a kid and smiling at her. She wasn't gonna lie, it felt nice when she felt his eyes on her. Then the joint training happened, and she was both terrified and impressed. The fact that the whole tentacle thing happened and he still managed to pull a win, left an impression on her. After that, he pretty much approached her and asked if she could teach him martial arts. She agreed. It has been so long since she had a decent sparring partner. This then led to Setsuna teasing her that they were close, and the fact that she didn't deny it added fuel to her teasing. It was a common thing now that whenever she got back from a training session with Midoriya that one of the girls would sing Itsuka and Izuku sitting on a tree. Keii's Setsuna kept suggesting that she had it bad, and she was head over heels for the guy. Which was not true. She was not in love, she just admires him. Who wouldn't? He's good with academics, he's a skilled fighter, he was nice, he was patient, he was cute, he had nice freckles that makes you want to connect them with a marker, he had a great bod. She shook her head at that thought. No, she was not in love, she will never be in love. Nope, not gonna happen. You seem to be in deep thought, Kendo, said 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼 in her gym uniform. Oh right, they had training today. May I ask what makes you seem troubled? Kendo sighed, but before she could answer, Setsuna beat her to it. Probably thinking about her boyfriend, she teased, and the girls reacted. Kendo, you got a boyfriend? Kinoko yelled, congratulations. Congratulated Pony, and 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼 groaned. For the last time, Izuku is not my boyfriend, she said firmly with a blush on her cheeks. See, the thing is, I didn't say his name, Setsuna cheekily replied, and 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼 realized her error. You just assumed that I was talking about Midoriya. Shut it. Kendo stuttered. Of course he's the one you're talking about, he's the one you keep talking about. I mean, I don't blame you, that guy is a catch. Setsuna grinned with a blush of her own. 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼 then saw this as an opportunity for revenge. Well, if you think he's a catch, why don't you go after him? Kendo suggested with a smirk, which then backfired as she saw Setsuna just blush even more and went to a thinking pose. You think I should? I don't know, I don't seem to be his type, you know. It took a moment for 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼 to process what her friend just said. When it did come to, she blushed and pointed at Setsuna. Hold on. Are you for real? Setsuna seemed shocked but nodded. I mean, yeah, I wasn't lying when I said he was a catch, she admitted, and Kendo could feel her jaw drop. Agreed. Pony cheered. He's like super cute. Kendo then looked at 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼 and saw that she was also blushing. You too, 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼, said girl, flinched a bit. I do admit that he has captured my interest. Kendo then sighed. Is everyone here having a crush on Midoriya? She asked rhetorically. She looked up and all the girls raised their hands. Seriously? Yes, said Yu. The quiet girl now finished changing. Unlike you, we fully accepted that we are in love with Izuku. Why should I accept that? Yelled 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼. I'm not in love with him. The girls looked at each other. Girl, you should be honest with yourself, said Kinoko. Yeah, it's kinda obvious, added Setsuna, and before Kendo could say something there was a knock on the door. Girls, came the voice of a waist from the other side of the door. Are you okay in there? You're taking a long time to change. All of us are in the gym already. You guys are the only ones we're waiting. After yelling an apology, the girls then changed quickly. Before Kendo could walk out of the locker room, Setsuna stopped her. Listen, I'm not going to force you. All I'm saying is, to be honest with yourself, and with that Setsuna walked away, leaving Kendo staring at her friend. Be honest with what? She was being honest. She wasn't in love with Izuku. That's it. Welcome, students. Today we will be having a 1v1 fight. No quirks, announced Vlad. As much as that would have excited Kendo, her attention was set on a particular boy who was on the other side. Turns out, they were having another joint training with 1A, this time no quirks. Hooray! She couldn't find in herself to be excited, she was just frustrated. Right now she was staring at the source of all her frustration, Izuku Midoriya. The boy must have felt someone staring at him. Looking around, he saw Kendo and he smiled and waved at her. And just like that, her frustration was gone and was replaced with a happy, fluttering feeling. She could practically hear her friends groaning at her. First match. Vlad then took out a piece of paper from a box. 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼 Kendo versus, said Aizawa tiredly as he took out a piece of paper as well. Izuku Midoriya. There were some oohs and cheers from her class, with Setsuna yelling, "Go get your man. She would strangle that girl later." Right now she was looking at Izuku, who was on the other side of the ring. Okay, this was it. She was going to prove that she wasn't in love by beating Izuku with her martial arts. After that, hopefully, this would her friends from telling her that she was in love with the boy. She heard the starting signal. She lunged, and now she was staring at the ceiling. She blinked. What happened? 𝐻𝐻𝐿𝐼 Kendo is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins. She heard the announcement, but she was still confused about what had happened. One moment she lunged at Izuku and the next she was staring at the ceiling. What? Then his sweet, adorable face came to view, with the concerned expression of his that he always wears whenever he saw someone get hurt. Are you okay, Kendo-san? He asks while she just stared. She could see from behind Izuku that the principal was sitting in one of the support beams. He looked at her and waved. Her attention then went back to the adorable boy that was above her. Was he always this handsome? Not even a second after she thought that she screamed, "Kia!" the sound of her scream would forever haunt her and would forever be ammunition for Setsuna to tease her and tell her again and again how she realized her feelings for Izuku. She then began to crawl away while having a huge blush that covers her face. Her girlfriends then began to comfort her, while Setsuna was smiling smugly at her and Ibara was telling her that, "Don't worry, I screamed too when I realized it." At the corner of her eye, she could see Vlad giving some money to Aizawa, but that was the least of her concerns, as right now she is now focusing on the big issue that she, in fact, was in love with Izuku Midoriya, and all it took was for him to slam her to the ground for her to realize it. Shino Sasaki, aka the pro-hero Mandalay, stared at the device in her hand with a mix of joy, terror, and anxiety. She expected this, but it still hit her hard. She lied to him that it was a safe day, she lied when she said that she was going to take a pill the next day, and she lied when she said it meant nothing to her. On her hand was a PRGNNCY test. And it was positive. She was PRNNT with his child. She smiled at that thought and she sighed. She remembered that day. It was his graduation, and of course, she and her team and other more pros were invited to the graduation party that night. After a long night of dancing, singing, and just chatting, the two of them talked privately outside of the building where the party was held. She had to admit that she giggled a lot seeing the man still blush and be a fanboy even though he was now an adult. After a long talk and a confession coming from the both of them, they decided to go somewhere more private. They went inside his dorm and for the whole night they just made love. She had to admit that even though she was the mature one there, she didn't know what to do, because at that time she was still a virgin. And so was he. That night she completely surrendered herself to him and the both of them just got lost in the pleasure, and when he was about to burst, she told him to come inside. He was hesitant but she insisted. That night, it was just her and him. And now, the price has shown itself. Did she regret it? No, absolutely not. Will she keep the baby? Yes. Will she tell the father? No, as much as she wanted to. The baby was her responsibility, she couldn't trouble him with this, he was on his road to being one of the greatest heroes that ever existed. It was his dream, and she wasn't going to take it away from him. She was going to tell the news to her team though, they're going to find out eventually, and she needed all the support she needed. Taking a deep breath, she tossed the test in the trash and walked out of the bathroom. The next problem now was how to tell her team. As much as the direct approach would work, this kind of news needed to sink in and needed to be gently given. Walking to the kitchen, she could hear her team chatting and someone cooking. Heading there, she prepared her best smile and was ready to tackle the day. "Hey guys," she waved. Her team then looked up when she entered. Tiger or Yawara Chatura was sitting beside Ragdoll or Tomoko Shiotoko, and they were reading a magazine. On the stove was Pixibob or Ryako Tsuchikawa. "She's here," shouted Ragdoll excitedly. She then jumped towards her, grabbed her hand, and sat her down on the couch. Meanwhile, Mandalay was confused at her friend's reaction. Ragdoll then put her hands under her chin and looked at her expectantly. Tiger then sat beside her on her left and she could see Pixibob leaning on the counter looking at her, giving her a gentle smile. She smiled. She had the best teammates, you guys already know, don't you? Using her quirk to deliver her message to her teammates, "Welder," Pixibob said, smirking at her. "Kinda easy to connect the dots when you suddenly leave, come back with 3 PNCY tests and disappear in the bathroom for like an hour." Mandalay blushed at that. "So Deets girl, are you expecting?" "Yes," she answered, and her teammates cheered. "So who's the father?" Tiger asked, and Mandalay just smiled. "It's someone special, you're not gonna tell us?" "No," she then raised her finger, "not because I don't trust you guys, but because I know for a fact that you would hunt him down and drag him here." "No, we won't," Pixibob said, crossing her arms and looking away. Mandalay just stood up and opened the curtains, and pointed outside where there were at least 30 mud beasts outside on standby. Pixibob then scratched her head and deactivated her quirk. "Well, are you at least going to tell him?" Ragdoll questioned, and Mandalay just smiled. "I don't think I will. Can I ask why?" Tiger asked. "It's personal," and they just stared at her. That was until Tiger stood up. "Well, if that's your decision, then we will respect it." He gave her a thumbs up and her teammates agreed to give her support. "Thank you, I'm home," yelled a young boy, Kota, her nephew, "and I brought someone with me." "Now who could that be?" "We're in the kitchen, Kota," Mandalay yelled and cleaned herself up a bit to at least make herself presentable. She looked up to greet her nephew but was too shocked when she saw who her nephew brought. Izuku Midoriya, aka the pro hero Deku, number 5 in the hero charts and was on his way to be number 1 in a few months. He was also the father of her child, their child. He insisted on coming here, saying that he needed to talk to you, Kota said to her, and it was true. The moment Izuku was in the kitchen his eyes zoned in on her and she couldn't help but gulp. He wouldn't know that she was 𝐼𝐺NT. So she was safe. Anyway, I'll be in my room, said Kota, walking away. Her team noticed the atmosphere, and the way that the two of them were staring at each other was enough to give the answer they asked earlier. Taking this as their cue to leave, they excused themselves, giving her and Izuku some alone time. Hey, he awkwardly greeted. Hey yourself, she smiled, always the dork. So how are you, future number 1? He chuckled. That's only a rumor, I've been good. Been busy with work and making a name for myself. That's it. You. Oh, been busy trying to get Kota back to school, been reorganizing some stuff here and there, and also taking a short break from hero work, she said the last part as she turned around and went to the pot that 𝐵𝐵𝐵 was handling earlier. A break? Why? He asked, going behind her and leaning on the counter. Oh, just getting tired and all. Might as well help Ragdoll with some of the paperwork in the office, a lie of course, but she wasn't going to tell him the truth. She gripped the handle tightly, hearing her name. The only time that he used that name was that night. Are you? Of course, he knows. Am I what? She walked away, not facing him, tired. Of course, I am, people my age. We just get tired so easily now, we're not that young anymore, he said, making her stop. Are you he with my child? He was behind her, she could feel it. And what if I was? She asked, hugging herself. What are you going to do about it? What am I? I'm going to be there for you, of course. He was now in front of her, looking at her as if she asked something dumb. I'm going to stay by your side. I'm going to slow down with work. That's the problem, she yelled, balling her fist and looking at him. That's why I didn't want to tell you. Because you would stop with work and start taking care of me. Well, what do you want me to do then? He yelled back, equally annoyed. Leave you alone and let you raise this child alone? Yes. Because you would at least live your dream. She pointed a finger at him. It's what you always wanted, right? What I want is to be with you. And to be with my child. He took a step forward. I'm not abandoning you and my child. And that's final. God, you're so stubborn, she yelled, going up to his face. They stare at each other, waiting for the other to make a move, and someone did. Mandalay grabbed his shirt and pulled him close, capturing his lips with her own. Izuku then hugged her with one arm while the other was behind her head, deepening the kiss. And almost instantly Izuku put his hands on her thighs and lifted her and pinned her to the nearby wall. She gasped as her back collided with the wall, but that didn't stop them from connecting their lips once more. After a minute, they pulled away and looked at each other's eyes. Still not gonna leave? This is your final chance? Mandalay asked, looking at his eyes. No, he said firmly. This was his decision. I'm staying. Mandalay sighed and laughed. This is one hell of a day. Tell us about it, said a voice, and both of them jumped. Izuku looked back and Mandalay peered over his shoulder. Peering over the doorframe were Ragdoll, Tiger, and 𝐵𝐵𝐵. All three of them were smiling at them. Who knew that the kitty was so bold, said Ragdoll while wiggling her eyebrows. Yo Izuku, you better take care of Mandalay or else I'm beating you to a pulp, threatened Tiger. Hey Izu, do you have any friends that you can introduce me to? Asked 𝐵𝐵𝐵, who was then sprayed by Tiger with water, and she hissed. Izuku sighed and Mandalay smirked. Better get used to it, lover. This is your life now. She smiled and Izuku just looked at the woman and stole another kiss, getting a few cheers from the three people in the doorframe. Pulling away, he just smiled at her. I'm still staying as I uses Deku on Ms. Joke. It's super effective. Aizawa was annoyed, to say the least, and the source of his annoyance was standing in front of him. Emi Fukukado, also known as Ms. Joke. She was an annoyance before, but he didn't know why and how, but she seemed to be even more annoying than before. If he were to track down when she actually became even more annoying, it was probably after the license exam. After that, she seems to have taken a liking to visit UA almost every other day. Why Nezu allowed this, he had no idea, and he wasn't going to ask the rat. But he did find it strange though. Normally she would joke about him and her getting married, but no. This time it was centered around his class. Hey, any of your students got engaged yet? Your student still single? Wanna hook me up with one of your students? Those kinds of jokes. He didn't know why, but she would have this light blush on her cheeks whenever she asks, and she never had those kinds of blushes when she joked around him. So what changed? His answer then came the next day. It was a normal day for the staff and students of UA. He and some other teachers were in Gym Gamma were teaching their students some proper control with one of their quirks, other applications for their quirks, and testing the limits of what it can and can't do. 𝐼, of course, was there watching them and annoying Aizawa as usual. He was barking orders left and right, nothing unusual there. Then he yelled at Izuku Midoriya, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw her flinch and look in Izuku's direction. Now he could have written that off as just him barking an order to a particular student, if not for the fact that he has been barking orders to every student and calling their names and she didn't move. It was only when he yelled at Midoriya that she moved and stopped annoying him, even if it was just a second. At that moment, he saw right through her. He grinned like a madman and decided to put his plan into action. Midoriya, he yelled and gestured for the student to come down. 𝐼 tried to excuse herself, but he captured her with his scarf. She looked at him with wide eyes and he could feel that she was panicking as she saw the grin that he had. "Why, sensei?" asked the boy after landing down. "I'm sure you know who this is." He pulled 𝐼 a bit closer, and he saw his student go fanboy mode, but he wasn't going to listen. "Ms. Joke here has personally volunteered to teach you the works of being an underground hero." He could practically feel 𝐼's eyes boring to his skull. As such, for the rest of this period, she would be in charge of you. He pushed 𝐼 lightly in front of Midoriya. "Good luck," and then walked away. He could hear Midoriya shouting a bunch of thank yous, but he didn't care. His job was done. He then felt his phone vibrate. Opening it, he saw a message from the principal. "Overlord, I'm proud of you." Yep, his job was done. Tagata hooks Deku up with Bubble Girl. Tagata was curious as to why Bubble Girl wouldn't contact Deku. She clearly misses him. Right now he was behind her and she was looking at her phone. On her phone was a picture of her and Deku. He clearly is confused to why she couldn't just text or call him. He actually thought that once the Night Eye agency was back in action that Deku would come back with him. Now that his quirk was returned thanks to Eri, he was back to work. Sadly, Deku was in Endeavor's agency and said that he was needed there. They didn't complain and just said to visit sometime. On the other hand, Bubble Girl was saddened by the news but still kept working. And now here he was scratching his head as to why she wouldn't just contact him. Then he had a thought, why not call him himself and give the call to Bubble Girl? That was a brilliant idea. "Me. Thanks, me." Fishing out his phone, he pressed the video call option on Deku's contact. Once it rang, Bubble Girl jumped, finally noticing him. "What are you doing?" "Calling Deku," he said, simply waiting for Deku to answer. "Why?" "Oh, Beck, hello. Mirio-senpai, is something wrong?" answered Deku. His face was shown and in the background were more people getting food. Clearly he was in a cafeteria of some sort. "Hey Deku. Nothing's wrong, just calling to check up on you." "Well, I'm fine. I'm actually in the mall. Got a day off," he said. "Oh well, that's great. By the way, Bubble Girl misses you," he said simply, and Bubble Girl jumped, and before she could escape, "Here, go talk to her." He brought the phone to her face, making her go face to face with Midoriya. "Hey Midoriya," she said, waving, giving a small glare in Mirio's direction. "Hey Bubble Girl." He fidgeted and set his phone down. "How are you?" "Oh, I'm fine," she said, grabbing the phone. "Been busy, with the agency going back to full swing. Everyone here is just adjusting to everything," she added, and she was right. With the work studies returning, some old interns were coming back and working, while some universities cut off ties with them due to the death of Night Eye. There were a lot of things that needed to be adjusted. "That's good to hear. I've been meaning to visit, but work has been so stressful," he whined, and Bubble Girl giggled. "Welcome to the real world, kid. Living the dream." Mizuku sighed. "So what's new? Are there any new missions for you guys?" "Not really, but we are doing a collab with Ryukyu next week, something about a drag den or something." The information wasn't actually classified, so sharing wasn't a problem. Meanwhile, Mirio gasped at the news. He hasn't heard of this yet. "Oh. Then we might actually get to see each other soon then." He smiled. "I just got an offer from Ryukyu to do my work studies there. I'm still thinking about it though, so I guess I'm not sure still," he admitted. Mirio could see that some bubbles were coming out of her head that was shaped like hearts. "Oh, that's wonderful. You sure are getting the attention of the top 10 here," she smiled. "Makes me think that you have forgotten about us," she teased. "No, I haven't. I couldn't forget any of you," he shouted, but then he ducked as people began to shush him. They could see on the phone that he began to apologize, and he and Bubble Girl laughed. I'm kidding," she then smiled. "We should really hang out more." and then the bubbles that were coming out of her head popped and Mirio could see her eyes widen. I mean, that sounds great. Izuku smiled. When are you free? This was the time that Mirio decided to butt in. Oh, she's free this Saturday, Deku. But before Bubble Girl could deny it, their boss Centipede then joined in. Mirio is correct, she is free this Saturday, then walked away. The two sidekicks stared at their boss for a second, then looked at Deku once more. So I guess Saturday it is here. Izuku said over the phone while developing a thinking pose. If I remember correctly, there's an amusement park that's gonna open near Dagobah Beach, wanna go there? Bubble Girl just nodded while turning a dark shade of blue. Good, well I gotta go. My F. Who are you talking to, Midoriya? Asked a female voice. Oh, just a friend, Midoriya said, looking at the person who they can't see on the phone. Suddenly a woman came to view. She had shoulder-length white hair freckled with a few noticeable crimson color. Oh, hello there, the woman waved. I'm Fuyumi Todoroki. Nice to meet you. Hello, Todoroki-san. Mirio waved while Bubble Girl nodded, staring blankly at the phone. So sorry guys, gotta go. He waved and Mirio waved back and ended the call. Mirio then took his phone and looked at Bubble Girl, who was still staring blankly at nothing. She was happy a moment ago. Quick. Think me. Good luck on your date. He didn't know why it formed into a question, but Bubble Girl did nod, so it wasn't much of an issue. Good job, me. Thanks, me. Kota tries to get Izuku as his stepdad through Mandalay. You want to what? Asked Mandalay, looking at her nephew with one eyebrow raised. I want to get adopted by Izuku, he said in a manner that it was a final decision. I don't think he can adopt anyone just yet, Kota. She tries to argue. He adopted Eri last week, he pointed out. If he can adopt her, then he can adopt me too, right? He adopted who now? Asked Ragdoll from the kitchen. Isn't he a bit too young to adopt anyone? Nope, Kota's right, said Tiger as he appeared from the door. It's in the article here. He showed the phone to Mandalay. Taking it, she read the title, Young Hero Adopts Cute Unicorn After a Long Fight with the Now Burning System. An article made by Nezu. Well, if he's involved, then no wonder it went smoothly. Mandalay sighed, looking at her nephew. Still, he has to agree with adopting you, plus he's already taking care of a kid. I don't think he can handle 2 kids, and yet focus on school all by himself. She again tries to argue. Now she doesn't mind Izuku Midoriya taking care of Kota. Heck, she would support it. But Kota was her only family member left. She would be heartbroken if he got out of her life. But if it was Izuku, then it was fine. The only problem was that he was a single parent. She at least wanted to see if there was a kind woman by his side. Then why don't you date him? Kota simply suggested, and Mandalay could hear the shatter of glass from the living room and the stirring noise that was coming from the kitchen stopped. If you date him, then not only does he get a woman in his life, but you'll also be taking care of me. Well, I guess if me and Eri will be siblings. Before she could reply, she saw Pixie Bob behind Kota. She then blasted Pixie Bob with a million thoughts, with her quirk giving her a headache and falling to the floor. Ragdoll peeked her head from the kitchen, and Mandalay just looked at her, and Ragdoll ducked back in the kitchen. She sighed. Kota, he's almost 10 years younger than me. I'm way too old for him. No, you're not. He even said so. She then saw him fished out his phone and clicked on a few apps. Then a voice came from the speakers of his phone. Hey Deku, what do you think about my aunt? Came the voice of Kota. He turned the phone so she could see the video that he was playing. The video was just pointed at Izuku in a corner, seemingly hidden from the boy in question. The background suggests that they were in an ice cream parlor. Mandalay. Well, I think she's an amazing hero. The fact that she can use her quirk the way she does and fight is amazing enough. Mandalay was now blushing at the compliment. While Pixie Bob hissed at her, Ragdoll stopped stirring and was now eavesdropping, and Tiger was just sitting there reading the article on his phone. But what about as a woman? Mandalay snapped her head at Kota, while said boy just pointed at Pixie Bob, who gulped. She then fell once more after a million thoughts attacked her head. Like, would you date her if given the chance? I don't think that's possible, Kota. Izuku scratched his head. I think I'm far too young for her. Surely there are a lot more older guys that she likes, but would you date her? The Kota in the video pushed the question, and she could see Izuku was thinking, and she would be lying if she said she wasn't waiting for his answer. Sure, I didn't really mind. Your aunt is a kind woman after all. He chuckled nervously, and she feel her blush creep in. Izuku then looked at Kota. You aren't going to tell her I said that, right? Yeah, sure. The screen moved and the video ended. Kota took his phone back and stared at Mandalay. She then looked at him. I thought you promised him not to tell me. Technically I didn't. He did. He pointed at his phone. I just showed a video of him saying it. I guess That's kinda true. Ignoring the fact that that kind of reasoning was not ethical at all, she rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming in. Look, I just don't think it's a good idea for him to adopt 2 kids. The media would eat him alive. Then her phone pinged. Fishing out her phone, she saw it was a message from an unknown number. Unknown. Oh, don't worry about the media, just one more thing to burn. That DMN rat. She sighed. She didn't know if she should say yes. Maybe I should ask him myself, she suddenly thought, and she couldn't find it in herself to disagree with that. Might as well ask him and get his opinion on adopting 𝐿𝐻𝐻, and maybe ask him if he really doesn't mind in dating someone like me. She looked up and saw a smiling 𝐿𝐻𝐻, a coughing tiger, an angry pixie bob, and a slack-jawed ragdoll. I broadcast that, didn't I? You traitor, screamed Pixie Bob, and she was about to tackle her, but she was then sprayed by Tiger with water. Mandalay sighed. This has been a tiring day. Now all that's left was to find the opportunity to talk to him. Her phone pinged once more. Opening it, she saw that it was from 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 himself. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻, heya? Are you busy this Sunday? Mandalay blinked at that. Was he? She shook her head. He wasn't asking her out. That would be ridiculous. Shino, not really. Why? 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻, can you watch Eri for me? I'm sorry. Everyone I asked just said they were busy. Principal Nezu said that I should ask you since you might not be busy, but if you are, then I can understand. Sorry. That DMN rat. Then another ping from an unknown number. It just reads, you're welcome. She sighed and decided to reply, Shino, stop apologizing, it's all right. I'm free this Sunday so I can take care of your daughter. Congrats, by the way. Also, can I take 𝐻𝐻𝐻 with me? 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻, thanks. And sure, you can take 𝐻𝐻𝐻. I've been meaning to get Eri some friends her age, but that's kinda hard with university and all. Shino, I understand. We'll head there on Sunday around 9 a.m. Is that all right with you? 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻, yes. Thank you again. See you this Sunday, laughing face. Shino, see you. Suddenly she then felt someone breathing on her neck. Turning around, she found her teammates and nephew looking over her shoulder and to her phone. I can explain. Traitor. Oh boy, this is gonna be a long day. Todoroki tries to help Burnin with her oh so obvious crush. Shoto. Todoroki was clueless when it comes to social interactions or in anything social at all. He didn't have many friends, nor did he choose to have friends. The only reason that he was in Midoriya's friend group was that the boy basically dragged him. Was he complaining? No. It felt nice to have friends, but even so, that he was clueless about these kinds of things, he was not blind. He remembered he was staring at Burnin, a sidekick in his father's agency, bark orders to 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻. Now normally this won't actually get his attention, but Burnin just kept barking orders to and only at 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻. While yes, he and Bakugo would get orders as well, but she seemed to be around 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 more often. Even in assignments where it requires 2 people, she would just gravitate towards 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 or take 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 as her partner. It was obvious that Burnin had a crush on 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻. Now some may ask, why should he care about this? Well, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻, his first ever friend, needs more women in his life. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 did have his sister. Were they dating? He has no idea, but what he does know was that his friend has so much more love to give that he has much to spare. And since Midoriya opened his eyes back at the sports festival, he feels like this is a good chance to pay him back. Plus, he once read in this book called Friends for Dummies that friends make each other happy. Was 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 making him happy? Yes. Was he making 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 happy? He has no idea. That's why he will make sure that he will be happy. How? By giving him women that obviously love him. This is where he is now, waiting for 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 while holding 2 objects in his hands. He has a plan, and all it requires are 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻, Burnin, a room, and his ice. He should be here any second now. Just as he thought that, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 came running around the corner wearing his hero costume. Hey Todoroki-kun, you need me for something? He asked, and all Todoroki did was raise a notebook. Inside of this notebook are information about the quirks of everyone that is interning in this building. He only had basic info, but for 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐻 that was basically a gold mine. Then he raised the second object, and this is the first ever All Might action figure that was made after his debut. He knew that this was true because he called in a favor from Momo, and she said that this particular figure was from a now deceased collector and the family of the collector was selling his collections. She bought it in exchange for a favor and he agreed. Now he has 2 objects that 𝐒𝐻𝐻 wants. What is he going to do to said objects? Toss it inside the darkroom beside him, and just like he predicted, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 dived right in for said objects. He was now busy writing the info on the notebooks to his own at a very fast pace. Good, that will distract him for a moment. He just needed to distract Izuku for a couple of minutes before she "Hey, you called." Just in time. Burnin was walking towards him. Midoriya broke his ankle inside that room. He pointed inside the darkroom with Izuku now in the center still writing. She sighed, but he could see a blush forming on her cheeks. That guy, always so helpless. She went inside. Wait, Hido slam ice. Todoroki slammed the door close and pretty much froze the door. This was his plan, trap the both of them in a room so that they can have a nice talk alone. He watched this on TV once. Two people were trapped, and then once they were out they were more close than ever. He didn't understand why their clothes seemed to be a mess, or why their hair seemed to be disheveled, or why there were bruises on their necks, but he didn't care. All he knew was that if you trap two people in a room they get close. He then walked away, ignoring the shouts that he heard from the door. "I'll let them out in an hour. Bakugo is sick and tired of Mina's rant about Deku." Bakugo slammed his face on his food. There she goes again with her rant about how cute Midori is, or how delicious Midori made dinner, or how Midori is this or that, and on and on and on and on and on and on. Just bang already. He and the Baku squad were in the cafeteria and having lunch, and once they sat down they went to a bit of chatter while he just stayed quiet. Then 𝐿𝐼 decided to go to her usual rant of how special Deku is. It was fine during the first semester, he could tolerate that. But she just didn't stop. Every day this was his torture. Just hearing 𝐿𝐼 go on and on makes him want to tear his hair out. Just bang. He raised his head and some of his food fell out of his hair, but he didn't give a f. There has to be a way to shut her up. He growled and looked at another table where the Deku squad was sitting and tried to put a hole on the nerd's skull. The boy gulped and Bakugo set his attention back to 𝐿𝐼, who was still ranting about how special the nerd is. His friends just looked at her and let her talk. They could tolerate her, but he can't. If he has to lock the both of them up in a room, then he stopped that train of thought and let it process. That was it. He grinned. Peace and quiet, here I come. He tolerated the next few hours of 𝐿𝐼's rant. This was the last he would hear of it, so why not? When they were finally back in the dorms, he waited until it was nighttime and everybody was in their rooms. Not bothering to knock, he slammed the nerd's door open with his foot. The said boy was just sitting on his chair writing something, but Bakugo didn't care and just proceeded to grab the boy's shirt and drag him to the girl's side. 𝐭𝐻𝐿, where are we going?" the nerd asked while slightly struggling. "Shut up," Bakugo answered and continued to drag the boy. Once they were in front of 𝐿𝐼's door, Bakugo just knocked harshly at the door. He could hear her yelp, "𝐿𝐼, open up." The door opened and 𝐿𝐼 was in her pajama bottoms and a shirt labeled acid. "What do you w?" He didn't let her finish as he pulled Midoriya here and pushed him to her. Fortunately, 𝐿𝐼 managed to catch the nerd in a hug. Bakugo then grasped the door handle. "Now bang and get it over with," and slammed the door close, then proceeded to walk away. He plopped down on his bed and went to sleep with a smile on his face, happy that his plan worked. The next day, the students were back in the cafeteria to enjoy lunch and Bakugo slammed his face on his food once more. His plan failed hard. Based on her rant, they didn't bang. All they did was talk about quirks, heroes, and watch movies. And now she has new things to rant about. How awesome Midori is. He got his face out of his food again and looked at the Deku squad. There has got to be a way to get her to. He blinked, then he looked closer to the nerd's group. Round Face, or Uraraka, was sitting oddly close to the nerd and shifting his eyes back to 𝐿𝐼. He could see that she was staring too, and whenever she stares she would go quiet. Looking at Round Face again, she was also staring at Mina, albeit a bit annoyed. But that was not all. Even the frog was sitting close to the nerd. That was it. Jealousy. That was the key. Make women get close to the nerd and make 𝐿𝐼 so jealous that she keeps quiet. It was brilliant. But there was one flaw. 2 girls were not enough, he needed more. Then he listened. Actually listened to the chatter of the cafeteria. All he heard was the nerd's name. If it wasn't his name, then it was at least something about him. He looked around. Some of the girls from the 1B were stealing glances at the nerd, and so were the girls in the support course and general course. Heck, even the 3rd years were stealing glances at him. He grinned. This was perfect. The only problem was how to make them interact with the nerd. Then his phone vibrated. Opening it, he only saw that it was an unknown number and the contents were just a simple smiley face. The F, he just pocketed his phone and stared at the nerd and grinned like a madman. At the Deka squad Zuku Midoriya was scared, no scratch that. He was terrified, as he stares at his childhood friend grinning madly at him. That could only mean one thing. Kaken was planning on something and it will directly affect him. He gulped. What's wrong? D asked his best friend 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐼𝐺. You seem to be out of it. Oh, I'm fine, he said, now calming down. Midoriya said, Tsuyu, I have a question. He took a sip of water and coincidentally Todoroki and Ida was doing the same. Did you and Mina have sex last night? Q spit take, cough cough and no cough. He coughed and he could feel Uraraka rub his back as an. Zoo, that is not a question that you should ask in public. And Midoriya, Ida gestured to Izuku with his hand. If you do decide to do the deed then please wear protection. Ida then somehow produced a white screen and a projector. Luckily I have prepared 50 slides of safe sec. Ida to that won't be necessary. Izuku tries to stop his friend. I already know everything. Plus he doesn't need it, Todoroki commented after recovering from his spit take. What makes you say that, Todoroki-san asked Ida with his chopping arms. Because his fiancé can teach it to him if need be, Todoroki answered, then began to slurp more of his soba, not noticing that the whole cafeteria had gone quiet. Well, Bakugo was laughing maniacally, but that was beside the point. All of the girls turned to Izuku and as they turned you could practically hear the creak while they turn. Fiancé? Akiko and Tsuyu asked almost hollow-like and Izuku gulped, feeling the pressure. Well, you see, there's an explanation here, he said. Then the two girls leaned in. Wait, before he could tell the truth the cafeteria door burst open, snapping everyone from their daze and looking at who was at the door. It was Mo Kamiji, aka Burnin. She looked around while holding a piece of paper. Her eyes then landed on Izuku and she sprinted towards him. Aizu. Burnin jumped and landed on Midoriya's lap. Izuku, not wanting her to fall, held her with his right arm on her back and the other beneath her legs. Babe, what's the meaning of this? She shoved the piece of paper to his face. Izuku read the paper and he saw that it was the document that says his transfer of work studies. She gripped his shirt. After what you've done to me, you decided to leave me, she said with tears in her eyes. Ida was malfunctioning. Bakugo was on the ground laughing. The rest of the girls had dangerous auras surrounding them. The guys just said nope and walked out of the cafeteria. Mineta was bound with head to toe with tape and was screaming, and Todoroki was still slurping his soba. I promise not to be mean to you anymore, so please don't leave me. Burnin then hugged him tightly, then looked up at Izuku. What about our child? Nani? Midoriya. I thought better of you. Nothing happened, we just talked. Then what's this child she speaks of? I don't know. I need more soba. Principal office. Nezu was having the time of his life sitting in his chair and watching the live feed from the cafeteria. Knock knock, shutting off the monitor. He then sat straight. Come in. Aizawa then walked in with a piece of paper. So your request to have a week of joint training with the Sei Academy has been approved. Excellent. Accepting the letter, Nezu then began to place it inside his drawer. Sir, I have a question if I may. Oh, what is it? Why did you suddenly decide to have a week's joint training with an all-girls school? Aizawa, don't you know? Nezu sat straight and looked at Aizawa right in the eyes, and Aizawa could feel the predatory glint. Next week is Monday. I quit. Denied. Frog, but we have a problem. Dinmash, tell me about it. Yui won't stop him. Big sis Yui, for the love of God, please stop. Ultraman, there's only one cure for me ghost and that would be Ultraman Izuku to stick his Deku in me. Ghost mood, alien mood, mom mood, Jax mood, frogbutt mood, but not the point. Ocha, you still alive? Uravity, yes frog, but good girls, we have a situation in our hands. Our boyfriend is no longer a version Dinamashton. Girl, you work fast frog, but I didn't take it. Ultraman, did Uraraka take it? If so, how good was he? Was he rough? Did he start gently then just proceed to take you to PND town? Did he choke you? What position did he take you? Did he pin you to the wall? Ghost, it amazes me that you were able to type that in just 3 seconds. Dinamash, I'm gonna assume that Prez used the bat again. Ghost, well, I did hear a door slam open and then a sound like would being hit on something hard. Big sis, it's too DM and late to be this corny Ultraman meanie, but seriously, did Uraraka take it? Frogbutt, no she didn't. Uravity, no I didn't. Big sis, wait, then who did? Frogbutt, that's the problem. We don't know. Jax Kaminari just basically made a group chat and accidentally added us girl instead of the boys in your class. Then just blurted out how Izuku isn't a version anymore. Dynamish wait, how? Jack's easy. His dumb vines, I'm sure he's trying Jiru Jax. He once challenged a toaster to a staring contest and lost vines. Okay Dynamish, okay, we're getting off topic here. So Greenie is no longer a version, well SHT. Now what? Frog, but now, we need to find out who took it. Gear up girls, we're going to a Fing crusade. Vines, can't we just ask him? Uravity, I don't think that's a good idea. He didn't tell me that he lost his Nord to any of his circle of friends besides Ida and Todoroki. But even so, he told the guys. Maybe he was dared to do so. Point is, we can't just ask him just because we found out accidentally, he has to tell us himself because he wants to. Frogbutt, and this girls is why Ocha is best girl for Izuku. Dynamash agreed. Ghost agreed. Big Sis agreed. Alien, I heard a thud. I assume that's Okiko hitting the ceiling. Uravity, yes Ghost, so what is the plan? Frogbutt, we need more info, and the only place we can gather said info is in group chat. Kaminari made Uravity, yeah, so I'll be switching to the other chat now. Dynamash, good luck. Okiko then closed her eyes, then sighed. Who would take his virginity though? Her brain began to rack on girls whom Izuku has formed a sort of friendship with. Was it Nejaya? No, she just graduated. It would be impossible for her to come and contact Izuku. Sure, they were on good terms, but she seemed to be focused on her inventions rather than be focused on Izuku. But the other problem was the location and time. It was hard to deduce who if they didn't have a time frame of when it happened. Why couldn't it be me though? Her mind then began to wander. Okiko's imagination. Knock knock. Okiko heard a knock on her door. She was just done training, so she was a bit sweaty. Not being rude, she decided to open the door. Then someone barged in and closed the door. She would have panicked if she didn't see who actually barged in. It was her best friend and also the person she fell in love with, Izuku Midoriya. Deku. What are you doing? I lost my virginity, he said simply, looking down, his bangs shadowing his eyes. The news shocked her and she just stared at the boy, feeling heartbroken. I guess I was too late at 𝐒𝐿𝐿𝐿. Suddenly Izuku tackled her to her bed. Her wrist was being pinned above her by Izuku's hands as he hovered over her. She shouted, shocked. What? I wanted you, he said. His voice was low and husky and she could feel his breath on her face. Even when I was over there you were all I thought about. His grip tightened. Okiko, I love you. I want you. I want you. Now. He leaned in and all she could do was stare at Izuku as he began to lower himself and put a kiss on her. End of imagination. Eep. Okiko yelped and she covered her blushing face with her hands and she began to float up. She removed her gloves so that could text, but that was now a bad idea as she just kept floating. Releasing her quirk, she shook her head and opened the group chat Kaminari made. Her eyes widened a bit seeing the messages for the boys. Bakugo, you dumb F. Kaminari, well. Esachi, Kaminari has left the chat. Bakugo added Kaminari to the chat. Bakugo, you reap what you sow. Beach, now die like a real man. Kaminari, please. I don't want to get killed. Ida, Bakugo, do not harm any of our classmates. Bakugo, I won't, but the nerd will and I will be there to record it. Kirishima, okay, maybe we can salvage this. The girls might not have seen the message yet. Ashidona, we saw it. Asui, Gyro, Uraraka, Kirishima, Well, it's been nice knowing you. Kaminari dude. Help. Wait, genius time. Kaminari has kicked Midoriya from the chat. Kaminari, phew. Safe at last. Bakugo, how the hell did that solve anything? Kaminari, well, if he isn't here then he won't be able to know that I told his secret. Bakugo, okay you dumb shit, here's a pop quiz. Kaminari, I hate pop quiz. Bakugo, shut it. When Deku told us that he banged someone already, who did he tell it to? Kaminari, us guys of course. You know 2A and 2B. Bakugo, good. Now, who did he not want to know the secret? Kaminari, the girls of course, if was just for us guys after all. Bakugo, very good. Now last question. Who are the people in this chat that can obviously read your previous message from earlier which you basically spilled his secret? Kaminari, right. Ashido, hello. Asui, hi. Gyro, good job. Kaminari. You figured it out. Bakugo, now give me one good reason why I shouldn't add the nerd back in here again. Kaminari, because you love me. Bakugo, adding him now. Kaminari, wait please, I'll do anything. Bakugo, anything you say. Ida, Bakugo, stop whatever you're doing. Kaminari, them. Kaminari, mad. Ida, disappointed. Bakugo, aho, this I gotta see. Ida, Midoriya has put his trust on us when he told his secret, and yet you squandered it. Was his trust for you not great enough? Have you no shame? He trusted you like a brother. A friend. And you just threw it away like that. How dare you? Kaminari Ida. Kirishima dude, I'm crying right now, that was so manly. Todoroki Ida, I think you're being too dramatic here. Ida, do you not feel the same way? Midoriya trusted us. Todoroki yes, and Kaminari is an idiot. Bakugo see, even half and half agrees. Todoroki in any case, I think we can trust the girls to keep quiet, until he tells them himself. Uraraka I guess. It's just that I don't think I can look at Deku the same way. Todoroki understandable, but it's not like his different right. His still Izuku. Uraraka you're absolutely right Todoroki-san. Laughing face. Ashido I guess I can keep quiet. Kirishima will you though? I find that hard to believe. XD Ashido meanie. You're not my horn buddy anymore. Eri is my one and true horn buddy. Asui still can't believe that Izuku adopted A, not that I'm complaining. Kirishima it's super manly. Ashido so I guess that's it right. Midori is no longer a virgin. Kirishima yep. Kaminari I guess to be fair, we don't actually know who he lost it to. Kirishima yeah, we don't actually know who it is, and we didn't ask Asui so you guys don't know who he lost it to. Ida no, Kirishima no, Kaminari no, Bakugo no, and I don't care. Todoroki I do. Uraraka so I guess that's it. We're just gonna pretend that this didn't happen and go to sleep. Asui pretty much. Ashido man this day just keeps going here. Ida it has been a long day, it would be best for all of us to go to sleep. Kaminari seriously. But we don't have school though. Kirishima dude listen to your mother. Kaminari Vinida I am not your mother. Ashido night everybody. Asui night. Uraraka night. Jax night. Kirishima night. Kaminari good night. Ida good night everybody. Bakugo go to sleep. Extras Okako side and close the app. They didn't go anywhere. Sure they confirmed that Izuku is no longer a version, but now they have no leads and no new info. Opening the app she saw that Tsuyu was relaying the bad news. They agreed to talk it further in the morning and that they all needed a good night's sleep. After another round of good nights, she locked her phone and put it on her nightstand. She wore her gloves and began to fall asleep. Her eyes snapped open in realization. 10 minutes later, knock knock knock. Shoto Todoroki stirred awake hearing the knock that was coming from his door. He slightly grumbled, who would be disturbing me in this hour? Walking to the door, he then opened it. He raised his eyebrow in confusion as he sees what was in front of him. Mina, Tsuyu, Momo, Gyro, Toru and Okako was standing there staring blankly at him. Yes, he asked. They didn't say anything. Then Okako raised a roll of tape, Momo created some rope, Tsuyu raised a rag, Gyro raised a sign, good luck, and Mina and Toru just put shades on. Okako broke the silence. Get him, will you please go out with me? Ay. Now some may be confused at this whole interaction. I know you readers are confused as to what the hell is happening, so let's go back in time and try not to break the fourth wall anymore. 30 minutes ago, it was a quiet day in UA as the students enjoyed another peaceful morning of studying and training. For some, it was now lunchtime and the students were now in the cafeteria. Our Victor protagonist, Izuku Midoriya, was enjoying a quiet lunch with his friends. That was until, of course, someone came to their table. You're Midoriya, Izuku, right? Asked a voice. Izuku looked to his left and saw a young woman with dark hair, ear-length bangs, and curved pigtails. She also seemed to have a sullen expression. Hey? Izuku asked, confused, and his friends has stopped eating. Oh, Midoriya Izuku of WhatIf? She asked again, her hands lightly gripping her skirt. Yeah, that's me. Is there something you need? Izuku asked, hurriedly, not wanting to upset her. Why yeah. Can I talk to you outside for a minute? She asked while pointing at the exit. It'll only take a second. Oh sure. He stood up, but was stopped as someone pulled him back. Looking back he saw Okako holding his arm. Hold on. What do you want with Deku? She asked a bit loudly and she looked a bit fierce. Fortunately, the only one that heard her was the table on their left, which was where Mina, Toru, Momo, and Juru were. The girl flinched but stayed. I just need to ask him something, that's all. But Uraraka, said Izuku gently. He smiled at her. It's okay, I can handle it. I'll be back before you know it. He stood up and followed the girl outside. We're gonna follow them, right? Asked Mina, appearing beside Okako. Yep, Okako, Tsuyu, Mina, Momo, Kyoka, and Toru all stood up and followed the mystery girl and Izuku. Meanwhile, back at the table, Ida and Todoroki stared blankly at the exit door. I feel like we have been forgotten. As long as they don't disturb me or my soba, then it's fine. The girls have followed Deku and the mystery girl and were hiding in a bush. Deku and the girl, who was facing away from him, were under a tree, the shade giving them cover from the hot sun. So, miss. Izuku started unsurely. He feels like he has seen her before but can't quite remember where. Then it hit him. Oh, you're that girl from our concert. She flinched. She then turned. My name is 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫 Chikuchi and nice to meet you 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫. He smiled. You said you need to ask me something. Well, she took a deep breath and bowed. Will you please go out with me? Present time, it came from the girls as they stared at the two of them. She just, I'm gonna kill her. Okiko stood up and all the girls promptly pulled her back to the bushes and covered her mouth. Okiko-san, please wait. Momo whispered, yelled, let's hear them out first. Okiko stopped struggling as they peeked and saw Izuku malfunctioning. Why me? He asks. I really like you. I think you're cool and I really want to be with you, she answered, still bowing. Why can say no? I just wanted to ask. Meanwhile, Izuku was panicking. A girl was confessing to him and asking him to go out with her. He didn't this would happen at all in his life, and here he was. Oh, hey, calm down, it's just that, I don't really know you all that well, 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫, he confessed, scratching his head. Right, she said, raising her head. Well, at least she tried. I do want to know you, she snapped her head at him, hope filling her eyes. If that's okay with you, he finished. Was Tiche, that's fine with me. She smiled. After that, they agreed to have exchange phone numbers and keep in touch. After saying goodbye, 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫 skipped away with a smile on her face, while Izuku was left standing there, processing everything that has happened. Was he dating someone now? Yes. No. Oh God, he's dating someone now, isn't he? He then began to panic as he walked back and forth on what everything meant and what was the plan from here on out. Then the warning bell came, signaling the end of lunch, snapping him away from his mumble storm. When he returned to the classroom, he was surprised to see his female classmates were staring blankly at him. When asked what was wrong, they would answer that everything was fine. When hero training began, the girls were clingy, suffice to say. Okiko seemed to want to touch him more often now. Tsuyu sometimes hops on his back and makes him carry her. Toru hugs him from behind, Mina hugs him from the front, and Gyro and Momo wanted to be carried bridal style. It was a tiring day of training and trying to run away from Mineta, although it was useless considering he was his neighbor. He was now in his room, already eaten dinner, and was now staring at his phone as if it would explode in any second. He has texted before. He texted Uraraka, Zoo, and some of his friends. Heck, they even have Discord. And yet this was completely different. He would be text a girl to court her. Well, technically they were just hanging out and getting to know each other, but still. Then his phone gave a notification and he jumped. Staring at his phone, he saw that it was a message from 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫. All she wrote was pooped, but he sighed. He could do this. He opened his phone and began to type a reply. Wanna talk about it. What followed next was 5 hours of texting, laughing, and sending funny memes. Well, she's was the one sending them, but still. It was fun, but now he was tired and so was she. He decided to be brave. Are you busy this Saturday? He waited and waited for what felt like an hour, but in reality, it was only a minute. Then the speech bubbles came. No, they then agreed to go on a date on Saturday, but with UA being on guard, they can't actually go outside. So they decided to have a simple picnic somewhere in UA. He promised that he knows a spot and just agreed to meet at the entrance. The days went to a blur as Saturday was now here. Izuku was standing there with shorts and his famous shirts with dress shirt written on it and carrying some drinks in a bag. He didn't really feel like dressing up much, and luckily it seems his date was thinking the same as she approached him wearing the same shirt as him. Hers has dress written on it, wearing some jeans and carrying a picnic basket. Stopping in front of him, she saw his shirt and snorted, nice shirt, nice dress. They laughed and unbeknownst to them the 1A girls were hiding in a corner watching them. Why are we doing this again? Asks Toru. Because we need to make sure that she's not going to hurt Deku, Okiko said while staring intently at the couple. Are you sure that's the only reason? Yes, back to the couple. Izuku then began to lead them to the UA building. Stopping in front of one of the windows, 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫 raised an eyebrow at him. This is the spot, she asks unsurely. Do you trust me? He asks, letting Black whip out. 𝐒𝐿𝐽𝐫 stared at the tentacles, then at Izuku. He has one of his confident grins. Yes, Black Whip grabbed the basket from her hands and Izuku then proceeded to carry her bridal style. She yelped, not expecting him to carry her, suddenly ready For 𝐤𝐻 she wasn't able to finish as Izuku bent his knees and jumped. They were soaring up in the sky and she could see the window flew past them as they went higher and higher. Then they soared over the building. She panicked and was about to yell at Izuku. That was until she saw his smile as he stares at something. Turning to the direction he was staring at, she gasped. The sunset was appealing. She took out her phone and took a picture, then they descended slowly to the rooftop. So this is the spot. And Izuku nodded. This is my favorite place to just relax. 𝐤𝐽𝐾 hummed in agreement. The view is something. On the other side of the building was the 6 girls slowly climbing up the building, using a grappling hook that Momo made. The couple were now sitting down with sandwiches on their hands as they enjoyed the view. Hey 𝐤𝐽𝐾 asked Izuku, and the girl hummed, why did you ask me out? She coughed. Some of the food got stuck on her throat. After a few minutes she was now calm and slightly fidgeting. You see, Izuku waited patiently at the answer. I was kinda dared to do so. Oh, he should have expected that. No girl would willingly ask him out like that. I see. My classmates just kept bugging me that I should ask you out already and stop wasting time. Wait, what? Here, he asks, now confused. Wasn't her reason for asking him out was because of a dare? Oh god, I guess I'm gonna admit it finally here, 𝐤𝐽𝐾 shyly said as she blushed. Fine. She took a deep breath. I got a crush on you ever since the sports festival, she admitted, then began to cover her face with her hands while muttering 𝐤𝐽𝐾. Why, she repeated, dude, you literally won first place in the race without using your quirk, and then in the fight with that Todoroki guy, you just kept fighting even when you were hurting yourself, she said with a smile on her face. Kinda hard not to get a crush on you there, came from some of the girls that were hiding behind a roof ventilator. Also I guess, I got inspired, you know, she admitted with a bit of sadness in her voice as she stares at the sunset. Seeing you work so hard. Even though your quirk destroys you, inspired someone like me, someone like you. He didn't know why, but the moment he heard her say that he could feel a connection from her, she laughed, but it wasn't a happy laugh. I guess it's time for the big surprise. She turned to him and smiled. I'm quirkless. His eyes widen. Quirkless? Yep, the girl that asked you out is a creepy waste of oxygen, quirkless freak, she sighed. Go ahead, call me whatever you want, do whatever you want, heck you can even leave. She hugged her knees but still looked at him and smiled. I had fun, thanks for humoring me, my Doria. Quirkless. Here he was, living his dream. The shoe was now in the other foot, as he stares at her smile. Her smile was sad. He knows. Of course he knows. He was just like that once. And like all things, his body moved on its own. He stood up and went to her side. And hugged her with one arm. The girl blushed, but shook her head expecting a trap. But whatever trap that may be, it never came, just Izuku hugging her. I'm not leaving, by the way, he said simply. Really now? She looked at him in the eye. Even for a quirkless freak like me? He looked at her and she could feel him stare directly at her soul. I'm not going to leave you, he said as if it was his final decision, and she could feel her face growing hotter. She just then decided to look at the sunset. You're all right, Izuku, my Doria. Next day, the Deka squad were in the cafeteria enjoying lunch, but this time they have a new addition to the group. Guys, this is 𝐤𝐽𝐾 Chikuchi, Izuku introduced, and she waved. Hello there, 𝐤𝐽𝐾-san. It is nice to meet you. Greeted Ida with his usual chops. Hello. Greeted Todoroki, who was slurping his soba. Hello 𝐤𝐽𝐾-chan. Call me Zu. Greeted Tsuyu warmly. Hi 𝐤𝐽𝐾-san, wanna try this rice? Okiko offered with a bright smile on her face. Turns out, they heard everything and decided to no longer be hostile to the girl. It wasn't like they could help it though. It wasn't the first time Izuku managed to get a girl to have a crush on him. 𝐤𝐽𝐾 was about to reply when someone accidentally elbowed her head. Oh, sorry about that. Guess that big head of yours got in the way, said a random guy. Freak like you sitting on this table. Got a lot of nerve there, freak. Izuku was about to intervene, but someone beat him to it, with a fist to the face. The guy that was insulting 𝐤𝐽𝐾 fell to the ground as he clutched his now broken nose. Standing over him was Okiko's fist raised and smoking, but she wasn't done. She grabbed the guy's shirt and pulled his face to hers. Listen here, you two-bit waste of organism. She gripped his shirt as she stared directly into his eyes. You will never call her that, or insult her in any way, shape, or form. And if you do, I will find you and I will shove my foot far up your ass that you'll see your ancestors. I clear. She growled once. She released her grip and the guy began to crawl away. Okiko then sat back on her seat and her face was back to her normal bubbly face. You want some rice? Yes, please. It was dark. The curtains were drawn and no light pierced his room. Todoroki tried to move his wrists only to remember that they were tied to the chair he was seating on, and so were his feet. He could just freeze or burn them, they were only rope. The only reason he didn't was that he knew who put him here. The girls of his class knocked on his door and then proceeded to force him to a chair, tape his mouth shut, and tie him to said chair. It's a good thing one of them put a rag while they were tying his wrist, otherwise, his wrist would be an annoyance to him. So there he was, sitting in a dark room waiting for the girls to begin whatever they planned. God, I need sleep. Flash. Suddenly a bright lamp shined to his face, making him recoil. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, he looked behind the lamp and saw Ashido standing there wearing a suit and some shades. Rip. The tape that was on his mouth was ripped suddenly. Oh! Looking to his left, he could see Toru Hagakure standing there while also wearing a suit. He looked at Mina. What does slam? He was about to ask but was interrupted when Mina suddenly slammed her hands on the table, making the lamp shake a bit. We're the one asking the questions here. Knock knock. A knock was heard from a wall. Keep it down over there, I'm trying to sleep. The muffled voice of Zero was heard. Mina at least had the audacity to look sheepish, clearly forgetting that it was nighttime. She then turned to him once more. Todoroki. She then pointed a finger at him. Where were you yesterday at 8 p.m? She whispered, yelled, and Todoroki raised his eyebrow. I was in my room studying. Oh really now? She leaned in while crossing her arms. Is because unlike you I actually take my education seriously, he remarked, and Mina faltered a bit, almost like his words offended her. In the shadows, some giggles were heard and Mina turned to them and shot a glare. Fine, she said, but yesterday, Soto has made some blueberry pies, correct? Yes, and you would also agree that everyone in 2A had a slice, yes, but some were reserved, correct? Yes, and one of those reserved pies had names on them, yes. Then she stood straight and then pointed a finger to him once more. Have you? Todoroki went downstairs that night, went to the fridge, and she slammed a plate on the table. Thankfully it didn't break. The plate was empty, of course, except for a small flag that had Mina's name written on it. AMYP. She shouted accusingly, knock knock. Come on man. Mina didn't flinch and just stood there pointing at him. No, I did not eat your pie, he answered simply. As he said that, Mina went to the floor, sitting on her knees and the plate in front of her. Who did it? I didn't even have a chance to have a nibble, she cried. Mina, is this actually necessary? Said a voice that Todoroki could recall was Momo's. The lights turned on and all of the girls were there standing and leaning to a wall. Toru was comforting Mina and Gyro was just shaking her head. You don't know how it feels, she whispered, yelled. I was very excited for it, and yet once I opened the fridge, she brought her head down feeling defeated. It was gone. We can solve your pie issue later. Right now we have bigger issues, Okiko said, setting aside the table and untying Todoroki. Momo helped as she was on his left. Sorry about that. We thought you would run away. Momo nodded and blushed, feeling embarrassed at the situations. Though I now realize that this has been excessive, Momo admitted, and Todoroki stood up, massaging his wrist. But still, we have a question that we hoped that you would answer. What is it? In the group chat, you said that you knew who stole Midoriya-chan's virginity. Tsuyu said bluntly, we were wondering if you would tell us who it was. The other girls nodded while blushing. They could have worded that out differently, but they needed to know. Ah, he then crossed his arms. Why? They were taken aback by his question. They don't know how could they answer the question without actually revealing that they all like Izuku. Is it because you all like Izuku? He questioned, and the girls flinched, their eyes widening by a huge margin. He knows. Why UK and no? Momo stuttered, and Todoroki turned to her with one eyebrow raised. Of course. While I admit I'm socially awkward, I'm not blind, Momo, he said. Then he looked at all of them. It was difficult at first, but as the days went on I could notice the looks that you keep giving him, or the smiles that would just appear sometimes in your faces whenever he was near. He looked at Okiko specifically. At first it was Uraraka. I noticed that you just gravitate towards him. He then turned to Tsuyu. Then Tsuyu, I could see that you would always care about him, even the little things, like forgetting his lunch. Then to Momo, I could see on the way you look at him was different from the first day, as if you respect him. Then to Mina, I kept noticing how much happier you seemed to be whenever he was near. Then to Toru, Toru was difficult to know, but whenever Midoriya talks to you, you would just stop and just listen. Then lastly to Gyro, I noticed that you were comfortable around Midoriya, not as friendly as you are with your other friends, but whenever you were Midoriya you would visibly relax. He finished, and the girls were shocked. Were they that obvious? How long did Todoroki know? Todoroki then continues, I couldn't actually say that you all liked him in some way other than friends, but the only thing that I could all see that was similar was that whenever Midoriya was near, all of you would be happy. He finished crossing his arms. The girls just stood there trying to process everything that Todoroki said. They were all that obvious. If they were that obvious, then how many people knew? Momo then asked what everyone was thinking. How many people know about this? As far as I know, only me, he shrugged. I didn't voice it to anyone because I wasn't actually sure on my guess to begin with. If I did, then I would just be going around making rumors about my classmates that was only centered on assumptions. The girls sighed in relief. They looked at each other then nodded. Agreeing to come clean. Okay, fine. Okiko started. All of us here are in love with Deku. All of us have different stories on how it happened, but all of us feel the same. Yep, Toru agreed. Izuku pretty much captured our hearts with his witty charms, though he just approached because we all looked like we needed help, Momo commented, and Todoroki smiled. That I can believe. He still remembers his fight with Midoriya. He didn't ask for help, and yet there he was, breaking every finger he has just to open his eyes. So I assume that I'm the only one that knows this. The 2B girls also know, Sai replied, though they also like Izuku the same as us. Kiro. Todoroki just nodded. And I'm right to assume that you want this to be kept as a secret. The girls nodded even. To Izuku. We want to tell him ourselves, said Okiko. We'll come clean with the other guys as soon as we confess to him, okay? Your secret is safe with me. The girls sighed in relief, feeling some weight on their shoulders finally released. Okay, so can you please tell us who stole Midoriya's virginity? Asked Mina, and Todoroki looked at them, took a deep breath, and said simply, no. They stare at him blankly. Next thing Todoroki knew, the lights were turned off and he was back in the chair all tied up once more. We wished it didn't come to this, Todoroki-san, said Momo behind him. But you left us with no choice. She then put a mask over his mouth. He tried to say something but only a muffled noise came out. He raised his eyebrows at the mask. Why would I need this? Then suddenly a laptop was placed in front of him with a video paused. Mina, play the video. Mina pressed play and the video began to play. At first, nothing happened. It was just a black screen, and then suddenly the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿 dance song started to play. He looked at Momo but she just smiled, grabbed his head, turned him back to the screen, and kept it there. Then the screen became white and his father's face was shown looking at him over his shoulder. The endeavor on the screen was animated, of course, but it was well made that it almost looked real. Then the camera zoomed out and his widened. The top part of his father was fine. He was wearing his old costume. The bottom part was what made him look terrified. His father was wearing fishnet stockings and some heels. It felt so wrong. He tried to turn away but Momo's hands kept his head firmly on the screen with surprising strength. Then, his father danced slide to the left. His father still has his back turned towards him, did so, and he recoiled seeing his father's butt jiggle. What was this? SHT? Slide to the right. His father did so crisscross. His father jumped. He tried to close his eyes but found that someone was keeping it firmly opened with their fingers. Keep watching, Todoroki, you're gonna miss the best part. The sound of Toru's voice sang in his ear. He watched. Oh, he watched as his father kept sliding and jumping. How could this get any worse? It's a real smooth, and the unthinkable happened. His father twerked. He screamed loudly but only muffled sounds came from him due to his mask. He tried breaking from his binds but found that the rope was somehow cancelling his quirk. He struggled but it was no use. The girls had him and all he could do was watch. 𝐿 slammed the door opened with an annoyed look on his face. Dude, can you keep it? Whatever he was going to yell was forgotten as he looks at the scene in front of him. Todoroki was struggling on a chair with Momo behind him, her hands firmly on his head preventing him from turning away from the laptop. Based on the floating clothes beside him, Toru was also keeping him from doing something. Mina was beside the laptop smiling at Todoroki. Yes, Sirisan, sang a voice beside him. He jumped and turned to the voice to find Okiko with her eyes closed smiling innocently at him. We apologize for the noise, but we just need to ask Todoroki-kun some questions. She then opened her eyes and Siro could only see a promise of hurt and trauma in her eyes. Maybe you would like to join him later. He gulped and looked at Todoroki. Never mind. He slowly closed the door and walked away, mumbling about how he was just going to forget anything he saw and just go to sleep. Meanwhile, Todoroki was still watching the video, then it paused. He took a couple of deep breaths. What kind of abomination was that? I hope you would be cooperative from now on, Todoroki-kun, said Momo sweetly. She turned the chair towards her. Now, Give us a name. He looked at her and stilled himself. No. Momo looked almost disappointed. She turned to Mina. Mina, load up the one where Endeavor and Hawks are making out. No, wait, he screamed. The girls looked at him expectantly. Won't give you a name, but I'll give you a time frame. A time frame? Mina asked. What good will that do us? We could eliminate a lot of people with a time frame, considering that we don't know when it happened. Having a time frame would help us in eliminating people that Midoriya hasn't talked to in those days, Momo deduced. But why to have that, when we can directly get the name from you? Todoroki-kun, sang Toru, still beside him. Because no matter how many videos you make me watch, I would never betray my friend, Todoroki said firmly. The girls looked at him as if weighing their options. It's better than nothing, Kiro. Tsuyu sighed. We would at least have some info to go over tomorrow. I don't know about you guys, but I want some sleep. Gyro yawned tiredly. Well then, it looks like we have an agreement, Momo said joyfully and turned to Todoroki. So Todoroki-san. He sighed. It's after our dance in the culture festival and the day of the hero ranking announcement. Oh. Toru shouted. So it happened during our first year. Yes, that does help. Thank you very much, Todoroki-san, Momo cheerfully said. Todoroki looked at them expectantly, then raised his hands to emphasize the binds he was in. Oh. I'm so sorry. Momo panicked and began to untie him. Menmo, you really went all out, Gyro snickered. And you called me excessive, Mina laughed, and Momo just pouted with Todoroki freed. They said their thank yous and apologies and went off to their rooms to have a good night's sleep. Gyro went inside her room. Locking the door, she turned to her bed, but before she could walk forward, her attention was stolen by a specific instrument that wasn't hers sitting at a corner. Going to it, she played a couple of strings and giggled. Mina stretched in her room feeling tired after a long day. She then noticed something sticking out of her closet. Opening it, she laughed, seeing a familiar dress. That feels so long ago. Toru was in her room plugging her phone into her charger. Her phone lit up, and what she immediately noticed was a very familiar app. She smiled and dragged the app to a trash can, uninstalling it. I found the one for me, Tsuyu curled around her bed with the covers over her. She then grabbed a pillow and hugged it, imaging it was the boy that captured and took care of her heart. Momo was in her bed trying to fall asleep, but no matter what she did, sleep did not come to her. She sat up and looked around her, confirming that she was alone. She then walked to her closet and opened it, and pulled out a plushie. But this was no ordinary plushie, it was an Izuku plushie. The plushie was Izuku in his casual clothes, but the word that was written on the plushie's shirt was lover. Walking to her bed, she hugged the plushie as she laid down. The scent of cinnamon and mint hit her nose and she sighed. Okiko was laying on her side, clearly awake and thinking of everything that has happened. Her falling in love, knowing that her classmates also loved the same boy, them talking about what to do next. Well, Tsuyu just raised a boombox. But that was beside the point, them surviving the first year, then suddenly finding out that the 2B girls also loved the same boy, sharing their stories, and now this. Normally she would be jealous, someone getting his attention. But after finding out about her classmates also loving the same boy, she found out that she just didn't want to be forgotten. With all the girls trying to get his attention, she was afraid that she would lose him, but who was she kidding? This was Izuku. He wouldn't leave her. Heck, one time he panicked when he forgot her in the mall. He basically jumped from the dorms to the mall and apologized profusely at her. Pretty sure that was the reason Aizawa started mixing vodka in his coffee. She opened her phone and all she saw was her wallpaper, and she smiled. Her wallpaper was her and Izuku from their first year, him smiling awkwardly and her smiling while taking the photo. He wouldn't forget and leave her. No matter how many girls he has, he would always love and cherish all of them. Plugging her phone, she then closed her eyes. And with that, the day has ended. Will all of the students sleeping peacefully. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. A phone call is Izuku. Midoriya reached out for his phone. Answering the call, he yawned and put the phone on his ear. Hello, he said tiredly. Problem child, said the tired voice of his sensei, Waizaizao sensei. He woke up slightly. He looked at the clock and it was midnight. We have an Okiko problem, his sensei said simply, and just with that, he understood. Okay, I'll take care of it. His sensei hung up and Izuku stretched. He carefully got out of bed, making sure not to wake his daughter up, and walked out of his room, and proceeded to go downstairs. Reaching to the common room, he walked to the entrance door, the chilly night hitting him in the face, making him shiver. Better get this quick. Walking further out, he then looked up and sighed. His best friend, Okiko Uraraka, was slowly floating away from the dorms. Thankfully she wasn't going up, just away from the dorms. How she's still asleep in this chilly air would be a mystery to me. He fired up one for all at a low percentage. He looked at the direction she was heading, calculating his trajectory. He jumped. Once he was close, he activated the 7th quirk. Float. He gently went towards her and, making sure she won't wake up, carried her in his arms. "Oh! Now isn't this a sight to see?" teased a female voice in his head. "Now pray tell, what are you two doing in the middle of the night? You two better use protection." Izuku blushed. "You can see what I see, Nana. Don't try to put images in my head. Boo, you're no fun." That's right. After a few training sessions and a few broken bones, he was able to access float. Not only that, they discovered that he could somehow talk to the previous users if he were using a specific quirk. At his state, he could talk to the 7th and the 5th user when he was using Black Whip. He then landed back to the ground while still holding Okiko firmly, her quirk still active. "Besides, I don't think she would be interested in me in that way." He then turned around and walked back to the dorms. "Oh, I don't know about that. Call it women's instincts," she said, and he didn't know why, but it felt like whispered in his ear. "No offense, but I highly doubt that. You kept saying that to everybody. I still remember you saying that Komori-san has the hots for me when I was fighting her." He was now on the stairs. Turning to the girl's side, he began to walk to Okiko's room. "What? All pinned up on a wall with a hunk like you? Anyone could be aroused." He could feel the smile that she was giving him. "I know I was." He shivered at that. He would never understand women, and that was saying something considering that there was a woman inside his head right now. "Hey." He sighed. He was now in front of her door. Luckily, he has a copy of everyone's door in his pocket. It was given to him by Aizawa with the approval of Nezu. Even though Ida was the representative, they felt that it would be appropriate for him to have the responsibility of having the keys. Good thing too, because a situation like this always happens. One time Toru was sleepwalking, and she sleeps naked. He was red for a whole day. Opening the door, he set her to the bed. He wrapped a line of Black Whip to her waist gently, and before she could float away, he pressed her fingers together, deactivation her quirk. He used Black Whip to gently put her to bed. He then put her gloves on, closed the window, and locked it. He sighed and then put the covers over her. "Good night, Chako," he said, and Okiko mumbled something in her sleep. He smiled and walked out of her room. "Yo kid, SW to float." "Nana wants to talk to you," said the 5th user, Daigoro Banjo. He nodded and swayed to float. He was in a low percentage, so he wouldn't actually be floating anywhere. "Yes, Nana." "In all seriousness, Izuku, are you really that blind to the looks they give you? Heck, even that, what was her name, Cammy? I think it was Cammy, she kept giving you the FMI eyes. Oh. Did your women instincts tell you that?" Now he wouldn't normally backtalk to someone like this, but he was tired and they had this conversation over 5 times. This month. It was getting quite annoying. He didn't know why, but he could feel the stares of the other users looking back at him and then at Nana. He could feel the 4th user question his sanity while feeling the 2nd and 3rd users looking nervously and yet feeling a bit of pride. "You sound so sure, young man. Want to bet on it?" Oh, he was in it for it now. What was the phrase he should have followed? "Helleth no fury of a woman scorned." Close, but not quite. "But since you're so confident that none of the girls like you in that way, want to bet on it?" He could feel the vestige of All Might shaking its head, but under his better judgment, he agreed. "Fine, you're saying that all of the girls that you mentioned that likes me actually likes me. That's a long list, Nana, a list that I'm confident in. Tell me, Izuku, how many women have you smashed?" He could feel her teasing smirk and he gulped, his hand frozen at the handle of his own door. "More than 4 foot," he hesitantly said, and she hummed. "And you're saying that none of those women like you romantically?" "I was just secretary. Right. I don't know, my women instincts are not to be trusted, remember." He cringed at that. He was so in trouble now, which is why we're going to bet on it. And the bet would be, he opened his door and walked inside, "If none of those girls confess to you by the time you graduate, I will stop talking about this and would admit that I was wrong with my instincts, and if they do confess, then you and I will have some quality time when you fall asleep." He stopped and processed what she just said. As he was staring at a window, he could see that his reflection changed to Nana's and she winked. Now he would admit that Nana was a appealing woman. Why, thank you, let me monologue in peace. She was a appealing woman and he wouldn't be against having some quality time with her. "Beaut." Nana sang teasingly. He felt unsure of it. He kinda wanted it, but it also felt like he shouldn't. It was a weird feeling. Well, good news is that it will only happen if I win the bet, and you have a full year for you to decide. Well, I guess until someone confesses to you that is he could feel her smile gently chin up kid. Don't let this old woman bring your mood down, you're not that old Nana, you at least look like in your 20s, oh smooth talker hair. No wonder you made all of those girls fall. He could hear her laugh and he just sighed. There was no winning, but do you agree on the bet? He pondered on the bet and what was at stake. There was no way all of those girls were interested in him, right? Fine, he agreed, sealing his fate. Good, now go to sleep before your daughter wakes up without you by her side. He agreed and deactivated One for All entirely. He got back to bed and hugged his daughter tight. And before he could go to sleep, one thought went to his mind. Why do I feel like I made a terrible mistake?